transported into a perilous world where everyone raises magical beasts. I was actually forced to contract the most useless slime, and now my life is in danger after being targeted by bullies. In the depths of despair, I awakened a divine exclusive talent, Sacrificial Cultivation. Sacrificing your own contracted beast can permanently grant attribute points. And my slime just so happens to possess an infinite division and regeneration ability. From then on, by day I was an F-grade loser in my classmates' eyes, but at night I frantically sacrificed clones, watching my attributes skyrocket without limit. When the trial mission forced me out of the school gates to face the siege of bullies, I patted the slime beside me that had swollen into a behemoth. Everyone thought beastmasters relied on their pets' talents, unaware that I alone could shatter the heavens with a single fist. Yet, the rapidly flickering numbers on my attribute panel seemed to have drawn the gaze of certain unspeakable entities. Whispers from the depths of the secret realm quietly rise. Chapter 01, Teammate Sacrifice, Power Unleashed. Brain Storage Area. Yunchuan Province, Longha City. Longha City No. 1 High School Boys Dormitory. Zhao Ming sat cross-legged on the bed, continuously swiping through the tablet in his hands, his brows tightly furrowed. Chairman of Golden Wing Group's tamed beast, the scarlet-feathered golden eagle, breaks through to 6 stars. Zhao Changkong ascends to 6th rank beast tamer. Golden Wing Group stocks poised for surge. Sakura Nation's beast taming grandmaster Yamamoto Inuichiro leads team to Kyoto Academy for exchange program, preparing students for this year's beast taming college entrance exams. Scarlet Leaf Nation shockingly discovers golden tier monster secret realm. Eyewitnesses report spotting elven figures within. Shangnan man caught red-handed by National Security Section 9 attempting forcibly modifying pet dog into Kemonamami in home basement. Gazing at the news on the tablet, which seemed both familiar and strange compared to his previous life, Zhao Ming's expression turned grave as he muttered to himself. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. He stubbornly continued searching for world history on the tablet. In the year 2538, a dense fog enveloped the entire world. Earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, and countless other disasters occurred simultaneously. Within just 3 days, billions of people worldwide were killed or injured. The thick fog persisted for a full 3 months, during which countless humans lost their lives in the disaster. Social order collapsed, and simultaneously, mysterious secret realms and monstrous creatures descended upon Earth, wreaking havoc on cities within the mist and devouring people. Humanity's fate teetered on the brink of annihilation. In October of the same year, Saint King Wanghao awakened the heart of contract, enabling humanity to tame demonic creatures and form pacts with beasts, becoming beast masters to obtain earth-shattering supernatural powers. This year was recorded in history as the first year of the Dawn calendar, for the fate of mankind finally saw the light of victory. In the third year of the Dawn era, humanity successfully reclaimed Earth from the monsters with the help of beast masters, establishing new cities and continuously conquering dungeons to obtain resources, training more beast masters to combat threats from unknown worlds. Today is the 342nd year of the Dawn calendar. There are only 3 months left until the beast taming college entrance exam. Zhao Ming rubbed his head with a complicated expression. Did I actually transmigrate? This is way too damn unreal. Staring at the images displayed on the tablet and the memories gradually assimilating in his mind, Zhao Ming had no choice but to admit it. He had truly transmigrated. He transmigrated into a world where everyone practices beast taming. He transformed into a high school boy also named Zhao Ming, facing the imminent beast taming college entrance exam. Fuck me, I'm really pissed. Even after transmigrating, I still have to take the college entrance exam. On Earth, Zhao Ming was a miserable student who had just finished his college entrance exam. Before he could even celebrate his liberation, he unexpectedly transmigrated into another Zhao Ming who was about to face the exam again, just by taking a nap at home. The mere thought of having to go through that damned college entrance exam again made Zhao Ming so furious he could spit blood. Moreover, the beast taming college entrance exam holds even greater significance compared to the standard college entrance exams back on Earth. Because this world is more dangerous. Monsters often emerge from the dimensional rifts and rush into cities, wreaking havoc and slaughtering indiscriminately. Zhao Ming's parents both perished in a previous monster attack. Only beast masters who have mastered the power of taming beasts can deal with the demonic creatures. The thought of the powerful beast masters shown on television and the immense strength they displayed, Zhao Ming felt a raging fire gradually igniting in his heart. In this world, ordinary people are far too vulnerable. Once you encounter a demonic creature, there's simply no strength to resist. You can only wait helplessly for death. If you're unlucky enough to meet one of those powerful demonic creatures that enjoys torturing souls, even death becomes an unattainable luxury. You have to become a beast tamer. Only this way can I master my own destiny. Fortunately, I have the talent to become a beast master. According to Zhao Ming's memories, in this world, everyone between the ages of 16 and 20 can undergo an annual talent awakening to discover their own Beastmaster's heart. Beastmaster's hearts are divided into 8 different talent tiers upon awakening, SSS, SSS, 8B, C, D, and E. It's said there exists an even higher, legendary divine level talent above SSS rank. However, such prodigies are exceedingly rare across the entire Blue Star, with only a few dozen appearing in the past 300 years. Of course, awakening the beast tamer's heart does not automatically make one a beast tamer. Can only be called an apprentice beast tamer, possessing the power to tame beasts. To truly become a beast master, one must first contract a 1-star demon beast. Moreover, becoming a beast tamer does not mean you are safe. On the contrary, all the materials, treasures, and equipment needed for beast taming, strengthening, and evolution must be obtained through secret realms. In this process, beast tamers must battle various demonic creatures within these secret realms. If one's strength is insufficient, they will perish in the secret realm. Every year, countless beastmasters perish in the secret realms due to mishaps, among them no shortage of exceptionally talented individuals. But Zhao Ming didn't care about these things. Rather than living in disgrace, he preferred to charge forward courageously. In pursuit of even greater power, even if it meant dying in the secret realm, it would be worth it. Moreover, he had a reason he absolutely had to become a beast tamer. That bastard Gui Yuanwu wants to take everything I have. After absorbing the memories, Zhao Ming cursed under his breath, never expecting the original owner to have left such a massive mess for him. It turned out that before the incident, Zhao Ming's father had been a 3-star beast tamer. Before the accident, he had borrowed a sum of money from Gui Yuanwu to venture into a mystic realm. From the mystic realm, he brought back a mysterious beast taming egg and gifted it to Zhao Ming as his coming-of-age present. At first, everyone thought it was just a dead egg with no possibility of hatching. Unexpectedly, after learning of his father's accident, Zhao Ming, overwhelmed with anxiety and fury, spat a mouthful of reverse-flowing blood onto the beast egg, miraculously restoring its vitality. According to Gui Yuanwu's speculation, there was a high probability this was the egg of a 4-star demon. Therefore, when he learned that Zhao Ming's parents had both died in a monster invasion, a peculiar thought arose in his heart. Several times he had been tempted to resort to force, to snatch the beast egg from Zhao Ming's hands. To protect this beast egg, Zhao Ming must become a beast master. According to the Beastmaster Special Protection Act, no means may be used to forcibly alter a beastmaster's contract without their consent. But Gui Yuanwu, after all, was a local tyrant with far more tricks up his sleeve than Zhao Ming, a mere student. If Zhao Ming hadn't taken refuge in the number 1 high school dormitory, he would likely have been murdered long ago. After all, with all sorts of monsters invading cities these days, a few deaths hardly catch anyone's attention. Cornered with no alternatives, Zhao Ming had no choice left. Only after successfully awakening the beast tamer's heart could one forcibly hatch this mysterious beast egg in hand, taking the risk to form a contract with it. In the end, Zhao Ming, who was inadequately prepared, couldn't withstand the soul impact during the contract, and his entire soul was shattered into pieces by the violent soul force. Instead, it allowed the transmigrated Zhao Ming to seize a great advantage. After sorting through these memories, Zhao Ming rubbed his head with a slight headache, frowning at the green blob of jelly in front of him. This thing is a 4-star demon beast? The little green creature resembled a translucent jelly blob, no bigger than Zhao Ming's palm, with 2 floating white dots near its top that seemed to be its eyes, giving it an adorable appearance. Isn't this just a damn slime? Zhao Ming slightly sensed it and discovered that there indeed existed a special contractual bond between them. Indeed, my contracted beast is actually a slime. Slimes are the most trash tier among magical creatures. Despite holding the rank of a 1-star monster, their actual combat power can't even defeat a domesticated chicken. Utterly worthless. A complete waste. The thought of having actually formed a contract with a slime struck me. Zhao Ming immediately felt his vision go dark, as if all hope in life had abandoned him. Suddenly, a flash appeared before his eyes, and a status panel instantly unfolded in front of him. Name, Zhao Ming. Level, 0, unclassed. Beast Companion, Mutant Slime. Attributes, Strength 5, Constitution 5, Agility 5, Spirit 5. Innate ability, Energized Spirit, D. You can stimulate the potential within your beast companion, allowing it to quickly recover stamina and gain minor health regeneration. Exclusive skill, Sacrificial Cultivation, Divine Tier. You can sacrifice your contracted beasts to obtain enhancement energy based on their attribute values. This energy can be used to strengthen your basic attributes, with a minimal chance of acquiring the contracted beast's skills. No upper limit. Zhao Ming examined his status panel with revitalized spirit. He knew it was his awakened innate ability, a seemingly useless trash skill. But this exclusive skill wasn't something he remembered from his memories. Could it be the golden finger that came with his transmigration? Though puzzled, Zhao Ming's intuition told him that such limitless growth-type skills were usually terrifyingly powerful. Reading the description of Sacrificial Cultivation, it seems that sacrificing one's own beast companions can grant enhanced attributes. In other words, sacrificing teammates grants boundless power? Zhao Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze shifting toward the small slime that was curiously sizing him up. Chapter 02, The Unlimited Potential of the Slime, Votes Please. Sacrifice. Nurture. 2 completely unrelated words forcefully crammed together left Zhao Ming momentarily baffled. Staring at the little slime curiously sizing him up, he remained silent for a moment before deciding to give it a try. Mutant Slime, Unnamed. Level, 0, 0 stars. Potential, 4 stars. Race, Mutant Slime. Attributes: Strength 2, Constitution 2, Agility 2, Spirit 2. Innate ability: Split rebirth. A. The mutant slime can voluntarily split itself into two separate entities, which remain independent for 30 minutes. If both entities are not simultaneously killed, the slime will not die. The split slimes will immediately perish once the duration ends. If the mutant slime does not activate this skill, it will automatically trigger when near death. Such weak stats, such a strong skill. Zhao Ming couldn't help but sigh as he examined the slime's status panel. If not for its abysmal stats, he felt this slime could easily be rated as a 6-star creature. After all, it's equivalent to gaining an extra life. It's just a pity that the slime's attributes are too low. What good is an extra life? It's just having someone kill me one more time. Hey, let's see how my skill works. Zhao Ming sighed. As his thoughts stirred, the slime before him immediately began a peculiar squirming motion. It split down the middle into two smaller green jelly-like masses. Mutated slime clone possesses 60% of the original's attributes. Great, just great. From one useless thing to two even more useless things. Placing one of the slimes in his palm, Zhao Ming silently activated his innate talent, Sacrificial Cultivation. A red glow rose from Zhao Ming's palm, enveloping the tiny slime. With a flash of light, the small slime made a splatting sound, instantly dissolving in Zhao Ming's hand like a puddle of egg liquid. Green slime covered his hand as Zhao Ming muttered quietly to himself. It's fine, slimes don't have brains and their normal memory lasts only 7 seconds, they won't remember any of this. Successful activation of Sacrificial Cultivation. Obtained *1 mutant slime attribute orb. Throw the acquired attribute orb at the remaining slime. Absorption successful. Mutant slime gains basic attribute bonuses, Strength plus 0.1, Constitution plus 0.1, Agility plus 0.1. Attributes increased by about 1/10, but no mental strength enhancement. Is it because the slime is too weak? Looking at the slightly strengthened slime, Zhao Ming felt a bit excited inside. But this seems like an exploit. The slime can keep splitting into new clones for me to sacrifice, continuously providing attribute bonuses to the slime. In other words, as long as I sacrifice enough slimes, I can cultivate an invincible slime king. My potential knows no bounds. Looking at the slightly grown mutated slime, Zhao Ming felt elated. So what if it's a slime? As long as the stats are strong enough, who cares what it is? Once Zhao Ming had cultivated a slime with 1,000,000 attribute points. Even if his tamed beast was a slime, no one dared to laugh at him. One more time. Zhao Ming willed it, and the slime before him immediately churned once more, splitting into two slightly smaller slime balls. Activate Sacrificial Cultivation. A red light flashed as one slime transformed back into an attribute orb, which Zhao Ming fed to the other slime. Absorption successful. Mutated slime gains basic attribute bonuses, Strength plus 0.1, Constitution plus 0.1, Agility plus 0.1. Feasible. Watching the slime in front of him swell slightly once more, Zhao Ming's heart skipped a beat violently. At this moment, Zhao Ming had only one thought in his mind. I'm going to strike it rich. These two skills might seem average when separated, but combined, they're insanely overpowered. If it were any other beast, Zhao Ming would have to venture into the wilderness to contract other monsters for sacrificial cultivation. Either spend a fortune purchasing wild spirit beasts from beast shops for sacrifice. Either way, it would consume a significant amount of Zhao Ming's time and energy. The most crucial point is, he's broke. Purchasing and raising spirit beasts requires a substantial amount of money, which Zhao Ming simply can't afford right now. And this slime could continuously split itself to provide Zhao Ming with sacrificial offerings. Zhao Ming's sacrificial cultivation allows him to continuously sacrifice clones to enhance the attributes of his slimes. The two formed a perfect positive cycle. Clone, sacrifice, clone again. Through this endless cycle, Zhao Ming could theoretically cultivate a slime rivaling a demon god given enough time. Pity the attributes gained are still too low. Each complete cycle takes 4 seconds. At the current rate, it'll take at least an hour to raise all attributes to 10. An ordinary 1-star demon typically starts with 50 points in a single attribute, and it takes at least a full day to improve without any attribute bonuses. Zhao Ming felt a slight regret. If only he could find a way to increase the attribute bonus. It's still a bit too slow. With a sigh, Zhao Ming commanded the little slime to split again and continued using sacrificial cultivation to enhance the slime's attributes. He wanted to maximize the slime's attributes before his roommate returned. After dozens of sacrificial cultivation sessions, the slime before Zhao Ming had swollen to the size of a watermelon. All attributes except for spirit have risen to around 4, granting combat power equivalent to 1 Kuan strength. When Zhao Ming wanted the slime to split again, it wriggled for a moment but showed no change. Gurgle, gurgle. The slime looked at Zhao Ming wearily, its small eyes filled with guilt for failing to fulfill its master's command. Reached the limit, huh? Zhao Ming sighed. After repeatedly performing sacrificial cultivation, his energy was also nearly depleted. Based on his current mental strength, he can only perform sacrificial nurturing about 15 times per day. In other words, the single attribute he could enhance for slimes each day was approximately around 1.5. 1.5 a day, 15 in 10 days, 150 in 100 days. It's only a little over 500 per year. The efficiency is still a bit low. If I keep strengthening bit by bit like this, when will I ever become invincible? Zhao Ming felt somewhat distressed, knowing that even a typical 1-star monster would have average attributes around 60 to 70. By the time they reach 2 stars, those with slightly better talents can surpass 200 points in a single attribute. 3 stars 400, 4 stars 600. The attributes of the monsters become higher the further you progress. Even the strongest guardian in the entire Longna city, the 6-star beast master Ding Changchao, possesses a 6-star magical beast, the iron-winged green serpent, whose lowest single attribute exceeds 3,000. Relying solely on this kind of sacrifice would take forever to accumulate such attributes. Moreover, Zhao Ming rubbed his temples which were faintly throbbing. Frequent use of sacrificial cultivation had also become a burden for him. Suddenly, Zhao Ming felt a stir in his heart. Staring at the attribute orb in his hand, he fell into deep thought. This attribute orb contains a portion of a slime's attributes. Theoretically speaking, as long as there's a stats panel, it should be possible to absorb. If I could also absorb and enhance mental attributes, doesn't that mean? Give it a try, at worst it'll just get absorbed by the slime. Zhao Ming hardened his heart and tossed the attribute orb into his mouth. A warm current instantly surged through his body. Absorption successful. You have gained basic attribute bonuses, strength plus 0.1, constitution plus 0.1, spirit plus 0.1. Feasible. At this moment, Zhao Ming was thrilled, with only one thought flashing through his mind. I'm invincible. Chapter 03, Trial Mission Votes Needed. Feeling the slight increase in his attributes, Zhao Ming felt a surge of excitement. He finally had some backbone to stand up to this dangerous world. Gazing at the exhausted little slime, he suppressed his excitement and thought to himself. It's Sunday today. Su Tao and the others will be back soon. I can't let them see my abilities. Besides, both me and the slime are nearing our limits. I should rest today and find a secluded spot tomorrow to continue strengthening. The thought of being unable to return home filled Zhao Ming with gloom. He who fails to plan ahead will face immediate troubles. Even with his special advantage, staying in the crowded dormitory with so many prying eyes meant he could be discovered at any moment. Having his own space would be far more convenient. After his parents passed away, the house remained untouched, but Gui Yuanwu had been relentlessly trying to seize the beast egg in Zhao Ming's possession. He'd even resorted to violence, forcing Zhao Ming to hide in the student dorms even on weekends. Such behavior stemmed from his belief that Zhao Ming had no relatives. He wanted to wipe out the last of the family line. Damn it, I'll find a chance to kill Gui Yuanwu. Otherwise, I'll never find peace. Zhao Ming gave a faint smile as he looked at the weary slime before him. Calling you slime all the time just doesn't feel right. Seeing how your whole body looks like green jelly, I'll just call you Jelly from now on. Hearing it had a name, Jelly seemed to perk up with excitement. It kept making gurgling sounds beside Zhao Ming's hand, as if responding to him. Zhao Ming smiled faintly, storing jelly into his beast tamer's heart. He lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep within half a minute. In his dream, Zhao Ming saw his parents alive. The family lived happily together. He himself, thanks to his special abilities, had become a world-renowned beast tamer, married 7 or 8 beautiful wives, and had a bunch of kids. A group of beast girls knelt at his feet, begging him to share some attribute orbs with them. At that moment, at the barbecue stall outside First High School, as the sun sank toward the western horizon, students returning from their weekend break trickled back to campus. Gui Yuanwu and his crew kept a close watch on the students coming and going through the school gates, not daring to relax for a moment. Dog brother, is it really necessary to keep an eye on some poor student? A spirited young man complained to Gui Yuanwu. Gui Yuanwu, nicknamed Mad Dog, was usually called Dog Brother by his crew. Gui Yuanwu took a swig of beer and spat on the ground. He slapped the young man on the head. Like I want to? This is a direct order from the boss. You think you can disobey? Until I get that egg, I'll have to keep watching. The underling clutched his head, muttering in a pouty voice. But we've been watching for days and haven't seen him come out. Is he scared? We've searched his entire house and found no trace of the egg. He must be carrying it on him. Gui Yuanwu cursed under his breath as he stood up, stretching lazily to loosen his stiff muscles from sitting too long. That's why we need to bring him in for questioning. The boss said if we pull this off, he'll give us at least this much. Gui Yuanwu spread his 5 fingers wide, gesturing to his underlings. The surrounding henchmen sucked in sharp breaths, their eyes darting excitedly toward the school gate, desperate for Zhao Ming to emerge at any moment. Gui Yuanwu stared at the gates of First Middle School before him, a cold smile spreading across his face. He pulled his phone from his pocket and read the text message. Enjoy hiding? Let's see how long you can hide. The next morning, Zhao Ming, who was always the first to wake up in the dorm, was jolted awake by his roommate Su Tao. Ming, we're gonna be late. Wake up. Shaking his stiff head, Zhao Ming slowly came to. It seemed the mental toll of the sacrificial cultivation had taken its toll. He'd slept deeply all night, yet still felt far from fully recovered. After thanking Su Tao, he threw on some clothes, got up, washed up, grabbed his backpack, and rushed toward the classroom. Morning self-study hadn't even ended when their homeroom teacher, Old Chen, walked over to Zhao Ming's desk and tapped it. Principal Fu wants you in his office immediately. Go now and don't disrupt class. Zhao Ming nodded at Old Chen's words, knowing full well what this meant. He got up, left the classroom, and headed to the office of Dean Fu Xing. It was quite amusing. Really, the school had two academic directors, one named Fu Xing and the other named Zheng Qian. They were responsible for the school's Beastmaster training and daily teaching activities. Students often jokingly referred to them as the deputy director and the chief director. Though their responsibilities differed, they shared one common trait: greed. After awakening their Beastmaster's heart, each student must submit a transfer request to the school, applying to move into the Beastmaster class to receive the school's specialized training and qualify for the Beastmaster College entrance exam. Only by passing the Beastmaster College entrance exam can one gain admission to the nation's premier Beastmaster institution, Kyoto Academy. Knock. 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 Zhao Ming knocked on the office door. Fu Xing put away the phone he was replying to. Zhao Ming, come on in. Have a seat. Fu Xing smiled as he gestured for Zhao Ming to take a seat. To him, every Beastmaster student was a cash cow. Beastmastering supplies, cultivation materials, equipment, secret realm slots, extra tutoring, every single one was a source of income for him. If the guy outside hadn't offered so much, he wouldn't have pushed Zhao Ming out so readily. I've reviewed your transfer request. You claim to have awakened the Beastmaster's heart. What's your talent rating? An ordinary D-rank talent. Zhao Ming answered honestly. This had been recorded during his awakening, so there was no need to hide it. Fu Xing nodded. D-rank is decent, not bad. But the Beastmaster College entrance exam is approaching soon. Transferring now, I'm concerned you might struggle to catch up. Zhao Ming grew anxious. If he couldn't enter the Beastmaster class, he wouldn't be able to register for the Beastmaster College entrance exam and would be forced to become a wild Beastmaster. Even with his special advantage, his progress would lag far behind others. Rumor had it that higher education institutions possess specialized training methods for tamers, capable of elevating low-star beasts to higher tiers. I've consistently ranked in the top 3 in my class and have been self-studying all aspects of beast taming. Please rest assured, teacher, I won't disrupt the teaching schedule. Listening to Zhao Ming's words, Fu Xing sipped his tea and nodded. I've been keeping an eye on your grades. I'm confident you'll grasp the theoretical knowledge quickly. In principle, I approve your transfer request. However, according to school regulations, every student applying for a transfer must complete a trial task to demonstrate their resolve to become a Beastmaster. I won't give you anything too difficult. Just the simplest 1-star monster, the Goblin. Bring me 10 Goblin Claws and a trainee Beastmaster's insignia within a week, and I'll approve your transfer request. The trial begins today. I've already informed your homeroom teacher you're excused from all classes this week to focus entirely on completing the trial. Zhao Ming's heart sank instantly upon hearing this. A trial task? He'd nearly forgotten about it. To complete the task, he would have to leave campus. And beyond the gates, he had no idea what kind of people Gui Yuanwu had arranged to be waiting for him. Power. My power is still too weak. Any schemes or tricks are nothing but paper tigers in the face of overwhelming power. The thought ignited an even greater thirst within Zhao Ming for greater strength. Chapter 04, No honor in combat. He actually set dogs on me. Votes needed. Having received the trial mission, Zhao Ming had no choice. He couldn't very well explain the trouble he'd encountered to Fu Xing. Besides, unless he surrendered his beast egg, there was no real solution to this predicament. Unless Gui Yuanwu vanished. The thought flashed through Zhao Ming's mind as he walked down the street, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. After returning to the classroom to report to his teacher, he grabbed his backpack and headed back to the dormitory. Gui Yuanwu and his crew were lurking outside campus. He absolutely had to make preparations. With a week to spare, 10 Goblin Claws, and the Apprentice Beastmaster's insignia in hand, he still had ample time to prepare. The Apprentice Beastmaster's crest can be obtained at the Beastmaster's Guild by presenting your Beastmaster's heart and one contracted beast. The tricky part is obtaining those 10 Goblin Claws. The goblins dwell in a place called the Shadowy Forest, located just north of the outskirts of Dragon River City. Though goblins aren't particularly powerful, merely common 0-star monsters. Those damn creatures are social creatures, often gathering in large groups. A single nest can contain dozens of them, and even a typical 1-star Beastmaster might not fare well if they encounter them. With Zhao Ming's current strength, obtaining Goblin Claws seemed like a tall order. Looks like he'll have to find another way. Zhao Ming sighed. When faced with such trial tasks, students usually have two approaches. One is to team up with classmates who also need to complete the trial, working together to maximize their combined strengths and finish the task. But for someone like Zhao Ming, who had few friends, he had to figure things out on his own. Those from wealthy families could leverage their financial resources, using money to purchase trial materials. Unfortunately, Zhao Ming's family had no money. A single Goblin Claw costs at least 3,000 yuan, meaning 10 would set him back 30,000 yuan. No wonder they say beast tamers never run short of cash. Even gathering basic materials could make you rich. After gathering his belongings, Zhao Ming paused to observe the slime lying on the table, its eyes fixed on him with curiosity. Forget it. I'd better save my energy today in case of emergencies. He reached out and attached the slime to his arm. It felt cool and soft, like a little jelly. Hiding under the shade of a tree near the school gate, Wei Yuanwu barked orders at his henchmen. Keep your eyes peeled. I got word this guy will definitely show up today or tomorrow. Sharpen your focus, don't let him slip through your fingers. Hearing Wei Yuanwu's words, the underlings below immediately pounded their chests in assurance. Don't worry, boss. I sleep with that punk's picture every night. I'd recognize him even if he turned to dust. Ha! You're such a freak, you don't even spare the guys. Ha 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 ha. Wei Yuanwu kicked the laughing underling and shouted angrily. You think I'm joking with you? If he gets away, you'll all be in deep. Wei Yuanwu spat on the ground as he surveyed his cowering henchmen. Damn it, get your asses out there and keep watch. Think I'm here to treat you to a meal? Watching his men scatter to guard the main gates of First High, Wei Yuanwu finally sat back down on the wooden bench, stroking a black dog lying on the ground. Its limbs were strong and powerful, muscles taut, every line brimming with strength. Its tail hung low, the tip curled slightly, like a whip poised to strike at any moment. A crimson flame blazed between its eyebrows, radiating a dangerous aura. A one-star demon beast, the Blazing Hound. Though lying prone, its eyes remained fixed on the school gates, ears twitching constantly, as if poised to charge out and attack at any moment. At that moment, Wei Yuanwu stroked the Blazing Hound's fur and murmured. Those guys can't be relied on. Whether we catch that kid depends on you. At noon dismissal, the busiest time at First Middle School's entrance. Countless students poured out of the gates, mingling with parents picking them up, street vendors hawking their wares, and passing vehicles, creating a complete traffic jam at the school entrance. Wei Yuanwu and his crew scanned the crowd intently, fearing Zhao Ming might slip through the chaos unnoticed. But after waiting for ages, they still didn't spot Zhao Ming. Boss, that kid must have chickened out and hidden back inside the school again. One of the younger members grumbled in Wei Yuanwu's ear. They had been staking out the place for days. They hadn't gone out to play in days, and they were itching to get out. Boss, that guy looks kinda like him. Suddenly, a punk with dyed yellow hair pointed at a young man in a school uniform wearing his cap pulled down low and said to Wei Yuanwu. Wei Yuanwu glanced over. The height and build really did resemble that kid Zhao Ming. Wei Yuanwu instantly perked up. He knew that kid couldn't possibly stay cooped up in school. Block him. Wei Yuanwu and his crew swarmed forward, blocking the youth's path. One of them yanked off the hood covering his head. A boy with a face full of pockmarks stared in terror at Wei Yuanwu and his crew closing in. What do you want? Seeing this rowdy gang and the big dog at Wei Yuanwu's feet. The boy, who had been seething with anger moments before, instantly wilted. What do you want? Seeing the boy's pockmarked face, Wei Yuanwu felt a surge of anger. He slapped him across the face. Damn it, why the hell are you wearing a hat? Get the hell out of here. The beaten boy, staring at Wei Yuanwu's murderous expression, didn't dare utter a word. Clutching his face, he scrambled to his feet and bolted away. Zhao Ming, who witnessed the scene from a short distance away, let out a cold laugh. Very well. Bullying my classmate. I'll pay you back for that slap someday. Glancing around, he made sure no one noticed him. He pulled his motorcycle helmet down low, wrapped his delivery coat tighter around himself, and walked discreetly toward the nearby residential complex. This delivery uniform had been brought over by one of Zhao Ming's classmates over the weekend. He never imagined it would actually come in handy today. The blaze dog lying at Wei Yuanwu's feet suddenly twitched its nose, its entire body instantly springing to attention. It barked twice, scanning the area before locking onto the suspicious figure in the delivery uniform. Woof 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 woof. Woof. Zhao Ming turned to see the fiery dog baring its teeth. He knew instantly he'd been exposed. Holy. That's not fair. He brought a dog? Zhao Ming let out a startled yell, ignoring the strange looks from passers-by as he bolted toward the nearby residential complex. Hey! It's that guy. Go after him. Wei Yuanwu, who had been puzzled by the fire dog's sudden outburst, instantly understood upon seeing Zhao Ming's frantic figure. That kid's a sly one. He actually disguised himself as a delivery guy and fooled all of us. Thankfully the blaze dog had a keen nose, or he would have gotten away today. Seeing the blazing hound and Wei Yuanwu charging after him, Zhao Ming yanked off his delivery coat and flung it straight into the dog's face. Though a one-star demon beast, the blazing hound was still an animal. Caught off guard, it was completely smothered by Zhao Ming's coat. By the time Wei Yuanwu ran over to untangle the fabric from its head, Zhao Ming had already vanished into the residential compound. You little bastard. Stop right there. Wei Yuanwu roared with rage, flinging the delivery coat to the ground before leading his men in hot pursuit of Zhao Ming's escape route. Chapter 05, The Slime's Ingenious Uses Votes Needed. Hurry, hurry. Don't let him get away. He's ducked into that alley over there. The residential complex next to Longha City No. 1 Middle School was called Shuxianjuan, an old, dilapidated neighborhood left over from the last century. Its winding paths were so intricate that only those familiar with the area could navigate them correctly. Many newcomers easily get lost here. Many delivery riders refuse to take orders here. Zhao Ming intended to exploit this very fact to shake off Gui Yuanwu and the others. Fortunately, he had gained a significant number of attribute points yesterday by sacrificing a slime. Otherwise, he might not have been able to outrun Gui Yuanwu and the others today. He sprinted frantically through the complex, using the terrain to steadily widen the gap between himself and Gui Yuanwu's group. Gui Yuanwu and his crew, led by the Blazing Hound, pursued relentlessly. Though they stumbled and fell several times, they stubbornly scrambled back up and kept chasing. Damn little bastard! Stop right there! Gui Yuanwu scrambled to his feet, spitting out the weeds from his mouth as he roared furiously ahead. Hearing Gui Yuanwu's roar, Zhao Ming turned around at the entrance of an alleyway and stuck out his tongue at him. Shut up! You bastard! Gui Yuanwu was absolutely furious. If the 6 of them couldn't even catch a high school kid today, how the hell were they supposed to keep their reputation on the streets? Take him down! Gui Yuanwu swung his arm wide and charged forward with his crew. Once they reached the alley, Gui Yuanwu instantly broke into a grin. It was a dead end. A wall over 4 meters high completely blocked Zhao Ming's escape route. He grinned savagely at Zhao Ming. Run! You're so damn fast, aren't you? Why aren't you running now? Zhao Ming backed up to the wall, unfazed by Gui Yuanwu's menacing expression. Hey, don't you get tired of blocking my way every single day? Gui Yuanwu spat on the ground, drew a dagger from his waist and pointed it at Zhao Ming. Cut the ing bull. Hand over the beast egg or I'll cripple you. Watching Gui Yuanwu's fierce demeanor, Zhao Ming smiled. Shaking his head, he chuckled softly, I'm afraid I can't agree to that. How about you change your demand? Gui Yuanwu instantly flew into a rage, lunging forward with his dagger while bellowing. You think I'm joking with you? He lunged forward, aiming a slap at Zhao Ming's face. But Zhao Ming showed him no mercy, delivering a direct kick to his shin. Ouch! Gui Yuanwu was just an ordinary person whose awakening had failed. He relied solely on his brute strength to bully others at first middle school. He never expected Zhao Ming to suddenly snap and fight back. Combined with Zhao Ming's slightly enhanced attributes from yesterday, the direct kick landed squarely on Gui Yuanwu's chest. The immense force slammed Gui Yuanwu hard into the wall. The Blazing Hound sensed the threat from Zhao Ming, instantly straightening its body and growling menacingly at him, baring its teeth. Zhao Ming smiled softly, waving his finger at it. Good doggy, be a good boy. Seeing Zhao Ming's arrogant demeanor, Gui Yuanwu was so enraged his nose seemed to twist. Seeing his own men standing idly by, he roared at them. What the hell are you standing around for? Get your asses moving. His henchmen snapped out of their stupor, clenching their fists and charging forward. Watching the chaotic mob of thugs, Zhao Ming shook his head with a smile. He stepped back, thrust his elbow forward, spun to kick, blocked, and counterattacked. With just a few punches and kicks, he sent all of Gui Yuanwu's men crashing to the ground. With my stats boosted, I have even greater control over my body. Any martial arts moves I see in movies or TV shows I can pull them off whenever I want. Zhao Ming bounced excitedly, feeling the surging power within him. He hadn't expected such benefits from his attribute boost. You've awakened as a beast master. Seeing this, Gui Yuanwu instantly realized Zhao Ming had successfully awakened the Beastmaster's heart. Otherwise, how could an ordinary middle schooler dare to resist them? With just a slight effort, he'd beaten them to a pulp. Zhao Ming smirked, clenching his fists. Good to know. Don't bother me again. If you do, I'll beat you every time I see you. Gui Yuanwu scrambled to his feet, his face flushed crimson. He glared at Zhao Ming, clenching his jaw in fury. He glanced down at the searing fire dog whimpering at his feet. In the end, his trust in the leader outweighed his fear of Zhao Ming. After all, the Blazing Hound was a 1-star demon beast. This newly awakened Zhao Ming was certainly no match for it. Oomph. You think awakening as a beast master makes you invincible? It's not like I've never fought a beast master before. Blazing Hound, attack. At Gui Yuanwu's command, it let out a roar. Sparks flew from its claws and fangs as it charged toward Zhao Ming with a deafening howl. Watching the Blazing Hound charge at him, Zhao Ming remained unflustered. His right foot swept fiercely across the ground. A cloud of dust billowed up. He had chosen this alley for a reason. First, the thick dust and dirt here would help obscure Gui Yuanwu and his men's vision. Second, the surrounding walls were exceptionally high, nearly 4 meters tall, making them impassable even for a 1-star demon like the Blazing Hound. Moreover, directly opposite the wall lay a bus stop. Once he scaled it, Gui Yuanwu would be utterly unable to keep pace. The dust instantly obscured the Blazing Hound's vision. It shook its head, trying to lock onto Zhao Ming's figure through the haze. Gui Yuanwu and his henchmen were also choked by the dust Zhao Ming had kicked up. When the dust finally settled, they looked up to see that Zhao Ming had raised his right hand at some point. A green thread was wrapped around his hand, firmly anchored to the streetlight on the other side of the wall. It was slime. Zhao Ming's slime possessed no combat power, but it excelled in softness, toughness, and elasticity. By binding it to his arm like a rope and flinging it, it anchored itself firmly to the streetlight. Heh heh, see ya later. Zhao Ming waved at Gui Yuanwu and the others. Before the blaze dog could charge, he tugged on the slime. Using the slime's rebound force, he planted his feet against the wall and scaled the over 4-meter-high courtyard wall in a few swift strides. The blazing hound lunged forward, aiming to bite Zhao Ming's pant leg. But Zhao Ming moved too swiftly, scrambling onto the wall in a few swift bounds and leaving the dog lunging at thin air. Furious, it could only bark madly at the sky beside the wall, letting out impotent growls. Perched atop the wall, Zhao Ming turned to look down at Gui Yuanwu below. He mouthed a smile before flipping over the wall and walking away. Gui Yuanwu's henchman understood the gesture and shouted angrily, "Boss, he called us idiots." Gui Yuanwu smacked him on the head. "I ain't blind, I can see that." Still not satisfied, he kicked him twice more. "It's all your fault, you bunch of useless jerks. Can't even handle a high school kid." The henchman, cowed by Gui Yuanwu's kicks, dared not utter a sound. He could only stammer out a question. "Boss, what should we do now?" Gui Yuanwu ran his fingers through his hair, pulled out his phone, and made a call. Whatever he said to the other party, he ended the call cursing under his breath. His trial quest is to obtain 10 goblin claws. Since he's broke, he'll definitely go hunt them himself. We'll ambush him at the entrance to the dark forest. We'll definitely catch him there. Chapter 06, Beast Market Votes Needed. Zhao Ming, who had just scaled the courtyard wall, burst into laughter upon hearing Gui Yuanwu's furious curses from the other side. He patted the slime on his arm. Thankfully, he'd enhanced the jelly's attributes yesterday. Otherwise, in a situation like today's, it would probably snap before it could even pull him up. Zhao Ming hadn't realized that enhancing the slime's attributes could also strengthen its physical resilience. It seemed jelly's potential was far greater than he'd imagined. After all, no other monster possessed the malleability of a slime, capable of transforming its body into almost any shape. Combined with its continuously upgradable attributes, jelly's future was limitless. For some reason, Zhao Ming suddenly recalled characters from his past life like Venom and the Liquid Terminator robots. What they could do, it seemed the jelly could do too. He boarded the bus, heading north toward the city's outskirts. The dark forest lay north of Manhwa City. It was a primeval forest that had suddenly appeared after the secret realm descended. It was home to numerous goblins and treants, along with a small number of forest monsters. It stands as a vital resource hub for Manhwa City. Of course, Zhao Ming wouldn't just head straight to the dark forest right now. As a student with only a weakling slime as his companion, heading into the dark forest unprepared would be pure suicide. His first stop was the Beastmaster Management Center. This government agency existed in every city and was said to have even reached townships. It oversees local beastmasters, handling tasks like issuing emblems and processing promotions. Upon entering the center, he took a number, filled out forms, and presented his Beastmaster's heart. Within a mere half hour, Zhao Ming completed his Beastmaster certification and received a trainee Beastmaster emblem. Gazing at the emblem pinned to his chest, Zhao Ming let out a soft sigh. A mere insignia cost him 500 yuan, and replacing it if lost would cost another 500. This thing was ridiculously expensive. The crucial point was that he had no choice but to get it. Without it, he couldn't enter the adventure zones, access the Beastmaster market, or conduct normal transactions with other Beastmasters. While private transactions between Beastmasters were possible, such transactions weren't protected by the management center. If you got scammed or robbed, you'd just have to accept your misfortune. Therefore, whenever possible, Beastmasters generally headed to the Beastmaster market for transactions. Even though the management center took a cut each time, it provided a form of security for both themselves and others. After securing his apprentice Beastmaster insignia, Zhao Ming wasted no time hailing a cab to the Beastmaster market in the city's north. This bustling hub for Beastmasters lay near Manhwa City's gates, with the adventure zone just beyond. Many Beastmasters returning from the adventure zone would first sell unwanted materials at the market, exchanging them for necessary supplies before heading home. Meanwhile, Beastmasters preparing to venture beyond the city could stock up on supplies at the market to ensure they were fully equipped. During the taxi ride, he chatted idly with the driver. When the driver learned Zhao Ming was a Beastmaster, he was stunned. He refused to accept any fare from Zhao Ming. "It's thanks to people like you that we can enjoy peaceful lives. This fare is nothing. If you ever need a ride again, just give me a call, I'll be there whenever you need me." The enthusiastic driver even slipped Zhao Ming a business card before getting out. As if afraid Zhao Ming might change his mind, the driver stepped on the gas the moment Zhao Ming got out, fearing Zhao Ming might try to give him the money. With a wry smile, Zhao Ming shook his head and tucked the cash back into his pocket. Though old Zhao hadn't left much money behind, Zhao Ming could certainly afford this fare. Now that he'd become a Beastmaster himself, making money wouldn't be a problem. In time, he might even be able to buy a car of his own. The driver was simply overthinking things. After a moment's thought, Zhao Ming slipped the driver's business card into his pocket. After all, it was a gesture of goodwill, and discarding it felt a bit rude. He turned and walked into the Beastmaster market. Zhao Ming felt as though he had stepped into another world. The market was housed in a massive domed structure. 8 main roads, 4 horizontal and 4 vertical, divided it into 25 distinct zones. Among them were the Divine Weapon Zone specializing in Beastmaster equipment, and the Growth Zone selling materials for cultivating beasts. There was a Trading Zone for processing monster materials, and a Miscellaneous Goods Zone for various adventuring items. In short, everything imaginable related to beast tamers could be found here. Along the central thoroughfare stand flagship stores of major Beastmaster brands from across the nation. The bustling crowds and the roars of exotic beasts add a touch of mystery and fantasy to the entire market. Adventure parties with gorillas taller than humans carrying luggage strolled down the streets. Female beast tamers haggled with vendors while butterflies perched on their shoulders. The scene of humans and beasts coexisting harmoniously unfolded like a vivid painting before Zhao Ming's eyes. Since everyone's beast was different, some were large while others were small. Many beasts were natural enemies of one another. Therefore, beast tamers generally kept their beasts sealed within their beast hearts while in the city to prevent accidents. They only summoned their beasts at the beast market or in the adventure zones. This was the first time Zhao Ming had ever seen so many beasts in one place. Staring at these bizarre creatures, Zhao Ming felt like his eyes couldn't take it all in. Browsing and gawking along the way, Zhao Ming made his way toward the miscellaneous goods section. He was heading to the dark forest to hunt goblins, so thorough preparation was essential. After all, goblins were notorious for preying on newcomers. Countless novice beast tamers perished at their hands each year. Yet every year, some foolish souls still rush into the forest unprepared. If it was a male, it wasn't so bad if the goblins killed him, so be it. But for women? That's a whole different story. There have been numerous reports of female beast tamers losing control and being captured by goblins, only to be brutalized for over half a month before rescue. The photos from the scene were utterly horrifying. After being rescued, the victims often went mad and jumped to their deaths within days. That's why the most common phrase among Beastmaster Academy instructors is, "Always be fully prepared when facing any magical creature." After circling the supply area several times, I stocked up on 3 days' worth of food and water, plus the essentials for entering the dark forest: insect repellent powder, a map, and a sleeping bag. Next, I needed to head to the Divine Weapons District to buy a few suitable weapons. After all, hunting goblins without proper gear was out of the question. What? You're talking about Zhao Ming's pet slime? Don't be ridiculous. Can a trash mob like a slime even kill anyone? It's lucky it doesn't get killed itself. Fortunately, Zhao Ming's old man left him a decent sum before he kicked the bucket. Otherwise, Zhao Ming would have had to go into battle completely unarmed. Zhao Ming hurried toward the Divine Weapons section, completely unaware that a figure behind him had fallen deep in thought. Zhao Ming? What's he doing here? At the same time, Gui Yuanwu arrived at the Beast Tamer market with his men. They pushed open the gates and stared at the bustling crowd, instantly overwhelmed. Boss, there are so many people. How are we supposed to find anyone? Gui Yuanwu bit his lip and scolded under his breath. Cut the damn chatter and get searching. Seeing their boss was in a foul mood, the men dared not provoke him further. After huddling together for a moment, they scattered throughout the marketplace, beginning their search for Zhao Ming. Chapter 07, Lin Xiaowan votes needed. Walking through the streets of the Beastmaster market, Zhao Ming was overwhelmed by the endless array of rare treasures and exotic goods. These materials and items sourced from the adventure zone truly tested one's discernment. After all, not everyone possessed Zhao Ming's cheat ability to view detailed item information. Items not professionally appraised by an appraiser typically only had the most basic description entries. For instance, at a small stall he just passed, a pale purple stone lay displayed. To the average person, the stone would simply read, mysterious or emitting a purple glow. Its contents remain hidden beneath its outer crust. But to Zhao Ming, it read, ordinary iron ore treated with special methods to mimic purple gold iron ore. Coated with purple fluorescent powder and encased in stone armor, its sole purpose is deception. Indeed, at the Beast Tamer market, roughly 80% of the materials sold at these stalls are likely counterfeit. Those genuinely wishing to sell monster materials typically opt for the official exchange within the Beastmaster market, where items undergo official appraisal before transactions occur. Although the exchange charges a 5% fee, both parties can trade with greater peace of mind. No worries about handing over materials only to receive no payment, or paying only to receive counterfeit goods. Only those seeking cheap bargains would buy monster materials from street stalls. Distinguishing genuine from fake hinges entirely on one's experience and discernment. As Zhao Ming scanned the counterfeit goods, wondering if he could snag a bargain, a woman's voice suddenly called out behind him. Zhao Ming! Wait! He turned to see a girl in leather armor, bow and arrows in hand, rushing toward him from behind. Perched on her shoulder was a blue owl. Zhao Ming! It really is you! As Zhao Ming turned around, the girl's face lit up with surprise and excitement, her eyes sparkling with thrill. Zhao Ming recognized her, Lin Xiaowan, a classmate from Longhe City First High School. They had been in the same class during their freshman year. However, after Lin Xiaowan awakened her Beastmaster heart in their sophomore year, she was assigned to the Beastmaster class, and they lost contact. Now, her face was flushed from running over. Seeing Zhao Ming's handsome face, she suddenly felt a bit shy. Ha ha ha, Zhao Ming, I never imagined it would really be you. Judging by your appearance, you successfully awakened? Lin Xiaowan observed Zhao Ming's attire and inquired curiously. Zhao Ming nodded. He actually had quite a bit of affection for Lin Xiaowan. No particular reason, just because despite her young age, her strength was already immense. His gaze drifted slightly. She really has grown up. Well, I luckily awakened a D-rank talent. Hearing Zhao Ming's reply, Lin Xiaowan clapped her hands excitedly. Really? That's fantastic. Doesn't that mean we can be together now? Ha? Zhao Ming scratched his head. How could this statement be so easily misunderstood? Seeing Zhao Ming's ambiguous expression, Lin Xiaowan realized she'd said something wrong. Her cheeks flushed bright red, and she quickly waved her hands. Oh, I meant we can be in the same class now. Once you awaken, won't you be able to join the Beastmaster class? Seeing Lin Xiaowan's flustered state, Zhao Ming chuckled inwardly but didn't call her out. He merely smiled and nodded. Oh, that's right. Lin Xiaowan felt her face burning hot, desperate to change the subject. By the way, what were you planning to buy today? Since I know this place pretty well, I can give you some recommendations. Zhao Ming was about to decline when he suddenly spotted several familiar figures emerging nearby. Wasn't that Gui Yuanwu and his henchmen? Those clingy leeches impossible to shake off. Glancing at Lin Xiaowan beside him, Zhao Ming suddenly had an idea. He reached out and casually draped his arm around her shoulder. Let's talk while we walk. Suddenly embraced by Zhao Ming, Lin Xiaowan stiffened instantly. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Her heart pounded wildly, like a frightened deer. What's going on? Why did he suddenly grab me? Could he have seen my love letter? Or did he find out about my secret crush on him? Does this mean he accepts? Lin Xiaowan's mind was racing with wild thoughts, completely oblivious to Zhao Ming's expression. His face remained grave as he kept glancing over his shoulder. Only after walking several blocks did he finally exhale in relief. Seeing the utterly bewildered look on Lin Xiaowan's face, Zhao Ming quickly released his grip. Sorry, Xiaowan. Someone was chasing me just now, and in the heat of the moment, I grabbed your shoulder. You don't mind, do you? Hearing his explanation, Lin Xiaowan waved her hand quickly. No, it's fine. I'm okay with it. Her face flushed crimson as she pinched the hem of her skirt and spoke coyly. If it's you, Ming, then it's totally fine. She added, shyly cupping her face as she giggled softly. Zhao Ming. Hey. What kind of unhealthy thoughts are running through your head? Stop it right now. Oh my, isn't this Zhao Ming, the school heartthrob of First High? Suddenly, a slacker-like voice rang out beside Zhao Ming. He turned to see a man with a sharp, monkey-like face approaching, dressed in a high-end outfit. Two bodyguard-like figures trailed behind him. Before him, a ground dragon lay sprawled, baring its teeth menacingly at Zhao Ming. This was Tangren, Zhao Ming's former classmate and a notorious rich kid in Lunhe City. Despite the character for benevolence in his name, his personality was anything but kind. With his family's stinking money, he lorded over the school. Zhao Ming had crossed paths with him twice before, only to get beaten up both times. Thus, the two had developed a deep-seated rivalry. Zhao Ming, what are you doing at the Beastmaster market? You didn't actually awaken successfully and plan to buy gear to hunt beasts in the adventure zone, did you? I heard your family can't even afford food anymore. How could you possibly have money for a beast? Tangren mocked Zhao Ming lazily, pulling out a black card from his pocket. Oh my, this is the seed money my dad gave me, over 5 million credits. I could never spend it all. How about this? Kneel down and call me brother, and I'll take you to the adventure zone to capture a beast. Sound good? Keep in mind, this is a 2-star potential Earth Dragon. Once this opportunity is gone, it won't come back. Tangren's words were clearly meant to flaunt his wealth in front of Zhao Ming, his expression brimming with arrogance. Zhao Ming wanted nothing more than to slap him across the face. But Zhao Ming had long outgrown his impulsive youth and didn't lose his temper over it. He merely smiled and shook his head. No need to trouble yourself. Save that money for your funeral arrangements. After all, with a mouth as foul as yours, you can only speak at noon. Tangren didn't understand the meaning behind Zhao Ming's words, but he sensed mockery in them. His face darkened instantly, and he snapped angrily. What do you mean by that? Zhao Ming shrugged indifferently, ignoring him as he strode straight into the commercial district. Watching Zhao Ming's retreating figure, Tangren was so furious he wanted to unleash the Earth Dragon to bite him, but was abruptly pulled back by his bodyguard. Young master, this is the beast market. Spotting the security guard glancing their way from a distance, Tangren finally calmed down. Let go. Frustrated, he wrenched free from the bodyguard's grip and glared coldly at Zhao Ming's receding figure. He muttered under his breath. We'll see how long you can hide. If I don't take you down this time, I'll change my surname. Chapter 08, Entering the Dark Forest. Votes needed. Emerging from the beast market, Lin Xiaowan finally realized Zhao Ming had come solely to complete his trial task. Your trial task is to find 10 goblin claws? That's impossible. Hearing Zhao Ming's trial task, Lin Xiaowan stuck out her tongue, inwardly gasping in astonishment. Though she'd been in the Beastmaster class for nearly a year now, she had barely experienced any real combat. Even her previous trials for joining the Beastmaster class had been passed by submitting monster materials bought with her family's money from the market. She never imagined Zhao Ming would be this bold, actually venturing into the shadowy forest himself to gather materials. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiaowan decided to try persuading Zhao Ming. After all, monsters posed risks, and venturing into danger required caution. They had only just awakened their powers. The slightest misstep could spell disaster. Most people would wait until their strength improved a bit, or team up with others to hunt monsters in the adventure zone. Lin Xiaowan had never seen anyone like Zhao Ming come alone before. Look, even though goblins are only one-star monsters, they're still pack creatures. One wrong move and you could get swarmed. Why not find a couple of teammates or just buy the materials outright? Hearing Lin Xiaowan's advice, Zhao Ming gave a wry smile. He knew all this well enough. But he truly had no choice. Hui Yuanwu was pressing him so hard that he had to become a Beastmaster as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knew what other insane things he might do? Once he became a Beastmaster, at least Hui Yuanwu wouldn't be able to pull those underhanded tricks anymore. Zhao Ming could focus on developing his abilities for a while. Therefore, he simply had no time to seek out teammates. As for buying materials with money, Zhao Ming scratched his head helplessly and gave Lin Xiaowan a wry smile. I don't have the money. 10 goblin claws cost at least 30,000. Though goblin claws were merely one-star monster materials, they were still legitimate monster resources. Each one cost a staggering 3,000 yuan, far beyond Zhao Ming's means. Hearing Zhao Ming's explanation, Lin Xiaowan fell silent. 30,000 yuan was no small sum. Her family wasn't particularly well off either, and she couldn't come up with that much money on short notice. By the way, I still don't know what your contract beast is? Lin Xiaowan suddenly asked. She smiled, raising her hand to point at the owl perched on her shoulder. My contract beast is a 1-star moonlight owl. Don't let its small size fool you, it has the potential to become a 4-star magical beast. Zhao Ming gave an awkward chuckle as he looked at the owl perched on Lin Xiaowan's shoulder. He didn't have the heart to tell her his contract beast was a slime. So, what brings you over here? Hearing Zhao Ming's question, Lin Xiaowan smiled and didn't press further. Oh, I'm here to gather some moonlight grass. Xiao Guang's been acting a bit restless lately. The doctor said it might be because a skill is about to awaken, and some moonlight grass could help. At the mention of moonlight grass, the owl perched on Lin Xiaowan's shoulder flapped its wings and hooted twice, as if warning Zhao Ming not to covet its moonlight grass. Zhao Ming smiled and nodded to Lin Xiaowan. Alright, I'll head in now. Wishing you a smooth adventure. Watching Zhao Ming's retreating figure, Lin Xiaowan's eyes held a hint of resentment. Seriously, I'm a girl after all. How could I be the one to bring up teaming up first? Though she desperately wanted to team up with Zhao Ming. His mission target was goblins. These monsters weren't particularly powerful, but they went berserk at the sight of any female. For among goblins, there are no females, only males. Therefore, their reproduction relies primarily on capturing female creatures. Any female humanoid creature would be their prey. The most terrifying stories involved arrogant female beast tamers who were carelessly captured by goblins. By the time they were rescued, they were completely broken. They had no idea how many times those damned monsters had toyed with them. They even bore over a dozen children. This made many girls turn pale at the mere mention of goblins. It was precisely for this reason that Zhao Ming hadn't invited Lin Xiaowan to accompany him. After all, goblins were simply easier for men to kill. And as for combat, it was simply too terrifying. Lin Xiaowan felt she wasn't ready yet, so she didn't plan to get too involved in the fighting. Sighing softly, she shook off the wandering thoughts in her mind and clenched her fists to encourage herself. Come on, Lin Xiaowan, you can do this. She patted the little light on her shoulder and strode confidently into the gloomy forest. After searching fruitlessly for a long time, Hui Yuanwu and his henchmen regrouped at the entrance of the Beastmaster market. Boss, did that kid even show up? I've searched the place several times over and haven't seen a trace of him. Yeah, boss. Maybe we're in the wrong place. He probably didn't come in through this gate. Yeah, maybe he got scared and didn't show up. Listening to his men chattering away, Hui Yuanwu gritted his teeth and scratched his head in frustration. Quiet. One subordinate, sensing the boss's frustration, quietly shushed the others. Once silence fell, he suggested to Hui Yuanwu. Boss, we don't know when that kid will show up. Keep searching like this isn't a good idea. How about we leave a few guys here to keep watch while the rest of us go back and rest? Hearing the suggestion, Hui Yuanwu slapped him across the face. Wait? That? How many days have I been waiting for him already? If we screw up the young master's business, whose fault is it, yours or mine? Clutching his stinging cheek, the subordinate dared not utter another word. Looking at the cowering group, Hui Yuanwu rubbed his head in frustration and pointed at them, cursing. Damn it! You lot eat like pigs at mealtime, but when it comes to getting your hands dirty, suddenly you're all scared less, huh? Listen up! I'm catching that kid today, damn it. If we don't find him, none of us will have a good life. Just as the group stood at a loss, the fiery hound at Gui Yuanwu's feet suddenly twitched its nose in the air, then lowered its head to sniff the ground. Watching the dog's movements, Gui Yuanwu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This was a clue to Zhao Ming's whereabouts. Damn it, we really do need that dog after all. Not a single one of these bastards is reliable. As the dog began circling the Beastmaster market in search, Gui Yuanwu quickly led his men to follow. The blazing hound tracked Zhao Ming's scent all the way, finally stopping at the entrance to the dark forest. It barked incessantly at the gloomy forest opposite the gate. Watching the blazing hound's actions, Gui Yuanwu's men all paled. Boss, that kid must have gone in, right? I'm not going in. I haven't awakened the Beastmaster's heart. Going in means certain death. Yeah. It's full of monsters in there. We'd be dead if we went in. Hearing his men's cowardly words, Gui Yuanwu was furious enough to kill. Damn it. They all eat off him and use him, but when it comes down to it, they screw him over. He slapped one of the henchmen hard across the head. What the hell are you afraid of? We've got the blazing hound the young master gave us. What in this dark forest could possibly threaten us? Once we grab that kid inside, the young master's rewards will have us living high on the hog. Anything we want, we'll have it. The mention of entering the dark forest instantly sent these thugs into a panic. They might be uneducated, but they weren't stupid. No matter how tempting Gui Yuanwu's promises sounded, their fear of the monsters overwhelmed everything else. The henchmen exchanged glances and shook their heads at Gui Yuanwu. I'm my mom's only son. No way am I going to the danger zone. I'm outta here. Me neither. I'm just an ordinary guy, no way I'm facing off against some monsters. Hey, wait up. Watching his crew scatter like a flock of birds, Gui Yuanwu was furious enough to burst a blood vessel. He grabbed the last remaining follower. Xiaowei, you're not leaving too, are you? The one who hadn't managed to escape yet swallowed hard, staring at the gloomy, dark forest, then wrenched his arm free from Gui Yuanwu's tight grip. Sorry, dog brother. My grandma's counting on me to carry on the family line. I can't die here. With that, he broke into a run, terrified that if he slowed down, Gui Yuanwu would catch him. Seeing that none of his men were willing to go, Gui Yuanwu glanced at the fiery hound at his feet and gritted his teeth. Damn cowards. You'll regret this when I make it big. Chapter 09, The Goblin's Trail Votes Needed. Walking along the dim forest path, Zhao Ming, shield and sword in hand, scanned the terrain ahead with vigilance. In this age of beast taming, firearms like rifles still proved effective against low-tier monsters below 3 stars. However, compared to the damage they inflicted on monsters, these firearms posed a far greater threat to humans. While firearms had long been widespread abroad, they remained under strict control in Dragon Nation. Only public security organs and the military are equipped with a certain number of firearms. As for the Beastmasters, they could only choose to fight using cold weapons like swords, spears, staffs, and clubs. However, this does not imply that Beastmasters are inferior in combat effectiveness. The blades, spears, staffs, and clubs they wield are all forged from magical materials extracted from monsters, endowing them with powerful attribute bonuses. Combined with the magical resonance formed with their beasts, these cold weapons wielded by Beastmasters could unleash terrifying power rivaling that of firearms. It's a pity the Beastmaster market only sells ordinary quality gear. If I could get 1 or 2 fine-grade items, my safety would definitely improve significantly. Zhao Ming surveyed his surroundings, his mind racing with thoughts. In this world, all equipment is categorized into 6 tiers based on the strength of the attributes they provide: common, fine, excellent, epic, legendary, and mythical. Additionally, due to the different colors of their attribute descriptions, they are also known as white, green, blue, red, gold, and rainbow equipment. Other items and miscellaneous goods followed the same tier system. The leather armor, sword and shield, and gauntlets Zhao Ming currently wore were all ordinary gear he'd just purchased at the Beastmaster market. These items were unusable by ordinary people, only successfully awakened Beastmasters could wield them. Otherwise, even if they were common gear that had changed hands countless times, they were still beyond the means of a penniless lad like Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming carefully parted the thicket with his sword, spotting a cluster of messy footprints in the mud nearby. For toad, about 8 to 9 centimeters long, definitely goblin footprints, Zhao Ming observed, lightly touching the still damp marks in the mud. Judging by the footprints, this group of goblins couldn't be far away. He pulled on a mask, retrieved a bottle of deodorizer from his backpack, and sprayed it liberally over his body. This was an essential item for every Beastmaster entering the adventure zone. It effectively eliminated human scent and had some insect-repelling properties, lasting 24 hours. Each bottle cost 200 yuan. Zhao Ming had stocked up on 5 bottles. Using the footprints left by the goblins, Zhao Ming tracked them all the way. Finally, after 3 miles of pursuit, he heard the shrieks of goblins echoing nearby. It's time for you to scout ahead. Zhao Ming placed his arm on the ground, sending the jelly to investigate first. It must be said that while jelly might not be strong in combat as a slime, it was incredibly useful for scouting in the forest. Its entire body was emerald green. When it lay on the grass, it was like wearing a ghillie suit. Unless you looked closely, it was really hard to spot. Moreover, slimes had no feet, relying entirely on their own slime to glide silently through terrain, unaffected by obstacles. This made them ideal for reconnaissance. Watching Jelly glide through the grass with a soft gurgling sound, Zhao Ming took the opportunity to sit down. He pulled out a few biscuits from his backpack and quietly ate them with some water. He hadn't eaten much since leaving that morning. If nothing happened, skipping a meal wouldn't matter. But with a potential fight ahead, he needed to fill his stomach first. With danger lurking everywhere in the dark forest, Zhao Ming dared not make too much noise. After quickly eating a few compressed biscuits and drinking several sips of water, he considered it his lunch. Just then, Jelly, who had gone ahead to scout, emerged from the grass in front of him. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Jelly clung to Zhao Ming's arm, briefly describing the situation ahead. 9 goblins. They've captured a group of humanoid creatures for dinner. One of them is especially large. Through the telepathic bond of their Beastmaster contract, Zhao Ming grasped Jelly's meaning. It was quite an effort for this slime to convey what it had seen. After grasping the situation, Zhao Ming cautiously crept to the far side of the hillside and peered toward the goblin group nearby. At that moment, the disgusting creatures were busy lighting a fire and setting up a cauldron. Inside, a mass of unidentifiable limb-like chunks of flesh bubbled away, releasing waves of savory aroma. 3 young women clad in leather armor lay bound nearby, while a middle-aged man sprawled on the ground. A gaping wound split his skull, blood pooling around him clearly beyond saving. They actually want to eat people. Zhao Ming's heart lurched in horror. Goblins were omnivorous creatures, generally eating whatever they captured without discrimination. Humans, however, were different. Once captured, males were prioritized for consumption, while females were taken back to the tribe to serve as breeding machines. This is why most beastmasters entering the shadowy forest deliberately avoid areas infested with goblins. Only inexperienced or overconfident beast tamers, dismissing goblins as mere one-star monsters, let their guard down. They inevitably met the same fate as the group below. No, I have to rescue them immediately, Zhao Ming frowned. Though he didn't want complications, goblins gained attribute bonuses after feeding. That would make fighting them even more troublesome later. After assessing the current situation, a bold plan began to form in Zhao Ming's mind. Meanwhile, Chang Lingxue, captured by the goblins, was on the verge of breaking down. The 3 sisters from their dorm had only intended to hone their combat skills in the dark forest over the weekend. They never expected to be ambushed by a horde of goblins. Li Hongyuan, who had accompanied them, was the first to be decapitated by a goblin leaping from the trees. Their beasts were utterly defenseless against the goblins, who brutally dismembered them. Even the unicorn sheep, which had already advanced to a 2-star level, was no match for these creatures. Watching the goblins skillfully set up their cooking pots and boil water, Chang Lingxue felt a wave of despair wash over her as she recalled the horrific fates of those captured by goblins online. Unable to hold back, she burst into tears. Wah, someone please save us. Hearing Chang Lingxue's sobs, Wu Jiaxi and Wang Xiaoman bound alongside her were also overcome with despair. The thought of being violated by these disgusting creatures made them wish for instant death. Wah, I don't want to die at the hands of goblins. Someone save us. Wah, wah, wah. Perhaps disturbed by the trio's wailing, one of the goblins grumbled as it approached from beside the iron cauldron. Smack! Smack! Under the terrified stares of the 3 women, the goblin delivered 2 sharp slaps to Wang Xiaoman's face, instantly silencing them. Gurgle, gurgle. Grinning maliciously at their terrified expressions, the scrawny little green-skinned creature muttered incomprehensibly. Ah! Wang Xiaoman cried out in pain. The goblin's sharp claws nearly pierced the soft flesh on Wang Xiaoman's chest, sending the 2 bound women beside her into shrieks of terror. The women were so terrified by this horrific scene that their faces turned deathly pale, their bodies shaking like sieves. Worse still, a pool of clear liquid flowed from between their legs. They had actually wet themselves from fear. Suddenly, the goblin's nostrils twitched slightly, as if they had caught a strange scent in the air. Chapter 10, You guys are really loud, support and votes needed. Gurgle, gurgle. Almost simultaneously, several goblins who had been waiting by the iron cauldron became instantly excited, twitching their noses as if they had discovered some exquisite delicacy. Gurgle, gurgle. These goblins stood up and turned their gaze toward the nearby bushes in unison. The bushes trembled, and from within emerged a slime. Gurgle? The slime that oozed out of the bushes stared blankly at the goblins before it, unable to react for a long moment. This green slime appeared significantly larger than the others, its translucent body enveloping a cluster of bright red wild berries. Bloodberries. A magical herb that heightened goblins' sensitivity during mating, holding a deadly allure for them. Their frenzy was no less than that of a tabby cat encountering catnip. Sure enough, the moment the goblins spotted the crimson blood fruit, their eyes turned bloodshot. They let out excited howls, flailing wildly as they charged forward. The slime carrying the crimson blood fruit seemed terrified by the scene. It slithered toward the bushes behind it even faster than it had come, darting away in a flash. Seeing this, the goblins weren't about to let their prize slip away. Ignoring the protests of an older goblin among them, they all howled and charged toward the thicket where the slime had vanished. The goblin that had been near the three women ran the fastest. Gurgle, gurgle. Seeing the goblin horde closing in behind him, Jelly completely panicked. Tears streamed from its 2-pea-sized eyes as it frantically hopped toward the direction its master had indicated. Behind it, the goblins jostled and fought, even attacking each other in their desperation to seize the crimson blood fruit inside the slime. Just as the fastest goblin was about to catch the jelly, Jelly used a small mound to launch itself into the air, landing with a plop on a nearby tree trunk. The goblin at the front hadn't even registered what was happening when suddenly the ground gave way beneath its feet. A wave of weightlessness washed over it as its entire body plummeted into a massive pit. Sharp wooden spikes in the pit instantly pierced its chest, drawing a piercing scream from the creature. The other goblins snapped to attention, trying to halt their momentum, but their comrades behind them had already surged forward. They shoved the two frontmost goblins headlong into the pit, following the first one's fate. The pit was likely dug in haste, as it wasn't very deep. The goblins behind managed to stop in time, halting at the edge of the pit. Seeing the slime leap onto the tree, these goblins weren't stupid. They instantly realized it was a trap. Just as they were about to scream a warning to their comrades, a piercing whistle cut through the air beside them. The moment they turned, a figure plummeted from above. Using the momentum of the fall, a sword struck the goblin's head with brutal force, cleaving its body clean in two. The remaining two goblins froze in terror at the sudden apparition, staring dumbstruck as their comrade was cleaved in two. Only after a long moment did they snap out of their shock, letting out furious shrieks as they charged forward, claws raised. Facing two goblins not even as tall as his knees, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Zhao Ming's eyes. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick to the solar plexus of one, sending it flying, while blocking the other's attack with the round shield on his left arm. He planted his feet firmly, using the goblin as a springboard to charge toward a nearby tree, slamming it hard against the trunk. "Do you even know what you're doing?" Zhao Ming pinned the goblin tightly against the tree, its powerful force rendering it immobile. "How noisy you are!" His right hand held the long sword, thrusting it straight toward the goblin's forehead. The goblin, which had been struggling fiercely moments ago, fell silent instantly. The goblin Zhao Ming had kicked down witnessed this scene and was utterly terrified. It scrambled to its feet and began running back toward the camp. Gurgle. Before it could take a few steps, a lump of green slime suddenly fell from above, completely enveloping its head. With its nostrils and mouth covered by the jelly-like substance, the goblin instantly lost the ability to breathe. Without the advantage of numbers, this goblin whose strength attribute was a mere 10 was no match for the reinforced jelly. No matter how fiercely it struggled, it couldn't break free. Before long, the goblin collapsed with a thud, its breath gone forever. Zhao Ming approached, summoning the jelly back to himself before delivering a final blow with his sword to the goblin's neck. "You have slain a level 4 jungle goblin. Gained EXP 5. You have slain a level 3 jungle goblin. Gained EXP 4. You have slain a level 5 jungle goblin. Gained EXP 6. You have slain a level 3 jungle goblin. Gained EXP 4. Gained Goblin Claw 1. Killed 6 of them and only got 1 claw." Seeing that 6 goblins had only dropped 1 goblin claw, Zhao Ming knew he was in for a long haul with these goblins today. He looked up toward the direction the goblins had come from, frowned, and muttered to himself. "Looks like I'll have to take a risk." Meanwhile, at the goblins' makeshift camp, a larger-looking goblin was snarling and baring its teeth at 2 smaller goblins, occasionally punching and kicking them. Gobble gobble. Suddenly, the larger goblin froze, its movements halting like a startled wildcat. It stared warily toward the nearby woods. Cheng Lingxua and the others had no idea what was happening, only sensing the atmosphere grow tense. They immediately fell silent, holding their breath. Parting the bushes before him, Zhao Ming emerged from the woods. He raised an eyebrow at the noticeably sturdier goblin standing not far away. Goblin Warrior Elite Monster. Level, 11 1 star. Potential, 3.5 stars. Race, Goblin. Attributes, Strength 28, Constitution 31, Agility 22, Spirit 10. Innate ability, Heavy Strike. Seeing this goblin's stats, Zhao Ming's heart sank. It was a 1-star elite monster. This was going to be tough. Though he dispatched those minor goblins swiftly and cleanly, that was thanks to traps and the advantage of surprise. If judged purely by stats, he wasn't much stronger than an ordinary goblin. Even with equipment bonuses, his total stats barely exceeded 15. Facing a goblin warrior with average stats above 20, Zhao Ming felt a slight pressure. But he wasn't entirely without hope. Because jelly was hidden on his wrist. If he could catch them off guard, it might just work wonders. Watching the goblin warrior bare its teeth, Zhao Ming lowered his head slightly, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "But it's okay, I still have my secret weapon." Seeing Zhao Ming appear, the 3 bound women nearby immediately grew excited. A human beastmaster. They were saved. "Wah, help us. Please save us. Wah, wah, wah. This is wonderful. We're saved. Our beastmasters have arrived. Die, you goblins." Chapter 11, The Lime Martial Saint, Zhao Ming Votes Needed. Hearing the three women's shrieks, the goblin warrior growled impatiently at them. That single turn of its head caused a sharp gleam to flash in Zhao Ming's eyes. He planted his feet and sprang forward like a leopard, darting out in an instant. Seeing Zhao Ming's movement, the two goblins opposite him instantly panicked, scrambling to grab their knives. Zhao Ming wouldn't give them the chance. Riding the momentum of his charge, he swung his sword horizontally, cutting one goblin clean down. A long gash opened at its waist, spilling blood and intestines across the ground. The goblin warrior, turning to face Zhao Ming's charge, let out a furious shriek. He raised his massive bone club, swinging it down toward Zhao Ming's head. Zhao Ming raised his shield over his head with his left hand, tilting it slightly to deflect the club's force along the shield's surface. Thud! The bone club struck the round shield, producing a dull thud. Zhao Ming felt a tremendous force surge through the shield into his body, causing his face to pale. He stumbled backward 3 steps. Can't fight head-on. Zhao Ming's mind raced to assess the situation. Of the 3 goblins, he had ambushed and killed one. Now there were 2 left, one large and one small. If he could take down this goblin warrior, the remaining one would pose no threat. But this goblin warrior's strength was terrifying. Relying solely on attributes to fight head-on, he likely wouldn't stand a chance. I have no choice but to use that move. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Ming had made up his mind. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the smaller goblin charging toward him with a short knife. Zhao Ming remained unflustered, delivering a swift kick that sent it flying once more. Meanwhile, the goblin warrior seized the opportunity, charging forward with a shrieking battle cry and swinging its club straight for Zhao Ming's forehead. Zhao Ming sidestepped the fierce blow, then hurled his left-hand round shield at the charging goblin warrior. The goblin warrior, unable to dodge in time, was struck squarely by the shield. The powerful impact sent it stumbling backward, nearly toppling over. Gurgle! Regaining its balance, it turned and let out an angry shriek at Zhao Ming, only to be met with a cloud of white powder. Lime powder! Indeed, Zhao Ming's secret weapon was the legendary street-fighting tool quicklime. White powder blanketed the goblin warrior's head. The powder landed in the goblin's eyes, instantly making them feel as though they were being scorched by flames, plunging it directly into a state of blindness. Boom! Street secret technique, lime throw. Zhao Ming, the street lime warrior saint, drew upon years of street brawling experience to expertly scatter a cloud of lime powder, instantly plunging the charging goblin warrior into darkness. The intense burning sensation forced it to clutch its eyes while rolling on the ground, emitting shrill, agonized screams. Gurgle! 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 Zhao Ming strolled over to the goblin warrior, planting his foot squarely on its chest. When it comes to carbon-based lifeforms, there's no foe that lime powder can't handle. Sword in both hands, he thrust downward. The blade plunged downward, piercing the goblin warrior's throat clean through. You have slain a level 11 goblin warrior. Gained 14 EXP. Acquired goblin claw 1. The little goblin lying on the ground watched in horror as its leader was so easily slain by this human. The little goblin froze in terror, rooted to the spot. Not only were the goblins stunned, but Chun Ling Xue and her 2 companions were equally shocked. Did I see that right? Did he just use lime powder? You can fight monsters like that? He killed the goblin warrior without even summoning a beast. Seeing the goblin warrior at Zhao Ming's feet finally breathe its last, the little goblin suddenly remembered it should flee immediately. Scrambling to its feet, it dared not glance toward Zhao Ming, fleeing headlong into the forest without looking back. It didn't notice at all that a glob of green slime had already adhered to its waist. Watching the little goblins retreating back, a faint smile curved Zhao Ming's lips. Instead of pursuing, he turned toward the 3 bound women nearby. Are you all right? Zhao Ming crouched down and used his dagger to cut through the vines binding Chang Ling Xue and the others. To be fair, while these goblins weren't much in combat, their binding technique was quite effective. A single vine wrapped around each woman, circling their joints and key areas, accentuating every curve with precision that rivaled the tortoise-shell bondage techniques of the land of cherry blossoms. Zhao Ming struggled to untangle the vines from Chang Ling Xue's body. The process inevitably involved touching some sensitive areas, causing Chang Ling Xue's pretty face to flush bright red. Are you all okay? Zhao Ming finished freeing the vines from all 3 women, then pulled a pack of tissues from his bag and handed it to them. A breeze swept by, sending a chill up her spine and making Chang Ling Xue blush even deeper. Taking the tissues, she murmured a quiet thank you before following Wu Jiaxi into the nearby grass to tend to the mess beneath her. Thanks, handsome. You saved our lives this time. Wang Xiaoman rubbed her chest as she stood up, her grimacing expression making Zhao Ming want to laugh. Too bad that last goblin got away. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten off easy. Wang Xiaoman looked Zhao Ming up and down, suddenly realizing he wasn't half bad himself. Powerful and handsome. She couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. What's your name, handsome? We'll treat you to dinner when we get back, considerate repayment for saving our lives. Zhao Ming was sorting through the goblin's loot when he turned and smiled at Wang Xiaoman. My name is Zhao Ming. We'll worry about dinner later. He picked out 3 short swords and a longbow from the pile of junk and tossed them in front of the 3 women. These should be your gear. Grab them and hurry back. Hearing Zhao Ming's words, Chen Lingxue, who had just emerged from the grass, spoke with concern. Aren't you coming back with us? Faced with their puzzled looks, her face flushed as she explained. What I mean is, we just escaped one goblin. What if it goes back to call for reinforcements? Upon hearing Chang Lingshue's explanation, Wu Jiaxi added in a low voice, I heard there's an 18th level boss called the Goblin King in the Dark Forest. If it brings elite monsters, we might not stand a chance. Level 18. Wang Xiaoman covered her mouth in shock. That was nearly peak 1-star level. A commander-level monster. If they really encountered it, the three of them wouldn't stand a chance. We should hurry and get out of here. Hearing their pleas, Zhao Ming grinned. Get reinforcements? That's exactly what I want for it to go get reinforcements. At that moment, deep within the goblin camp, the level 18 Goblin King roared with fury upon hearing the little goblin's wails. He rose, kicked the little goblin to the ground, grabbed his axe, and led the surrounding goblin warriors charging toward the nearby jungle. Over 30 goblin warriors followed the Goblin King's lead, wielding various weapons as they howled and charged into the forest. Just as the Goblin King led his pursuit of Zhao Ming, the grass outside the goblin camp suddenly rustled. Zhao Ming and the three others emerged from the woods. The goblin camp. It really is here. Wang Xiaoman covered her mouth and whispered in surprise. Among 1-star monsters, goblins weren't particularly formidable in combat. What made them a headache for many beastmasters was their nomadic nature. The slightest disturbance would prompt them to relocate their camp. High-level beastmasters don't have the time to actively seek them out, while low-level beastmasters lack the strength to defeat them. Therefore, even knowing that a level 18 Goblin King resided deep within the dark forest, most beastmasters held little interest in it. Unless they happened to stumble upon it, they generally ignored it. That Zhao Ming could pinpoint the goblin camp's location so precisely came as a complete surprise to the three women. After all, goblin camps differed from other monster gathering spots. Goblins, a variant of gnomes, had a particular fondness for glittering magic gems. If they got lucky, taking down this camp could mean striking it rich. Holy crap, Zhao Ming, you're amazing. How did you pull that off? Seeing the gleam in the three women's eyes, Zhao Ming chuckled. Haha, I have my own little tricks up my sleeve. Chapter 12, Secret Weapon Votes Needed. Deep within the gloomy forest, Zhao Ming led Chen Lingxue and the other two as they peered down at the goblin camp below. The goblin camp was crude, consisting of only 7 small huts resembling thatched cottages. A few goblins, looking frail and scrawny, were moving in and out of the caves. Goblin Slave Common Monster. Level 4 Scattered. Potential 1.5 stars. Race Goblin. Attributes Strength 8, Constitution 7, Agility 5, Spirit 3. Innate ability Omnivorous. Zhao Ming gave the camp a cursory glance. Excluding the goblin cubs that hadn't reached adulthood yet, there were only 13 goblin slaves left in the entire camp. The rest had likely been taken away by the Goblin King. Zhao Ming, how do we attack now? Wang Xiaoman tugged at Zhao Ming's sleeve, whispering the question. After learning Zhao Ming intended to attack the goblin camp, the three of them refused to leave. They insisted on accompanying Zhao Ming to seek vengeance. After all, their beasts had been killed by the goblins. Without avenging this loss, they couldn't rest easy. With no beasts to protect them, the combined strength of these three vulnerable women was weaker than a single magic kin. Rather than risking the perilous journey through the dark forest, staying close to Zhao Ming offered far greater safety. As for asking Zhao Ming to escort them out first, Cheng Lingxue and the others knew full well they didn't hold that much sway. Gazing down at the goblin encampment below, Zhao Ming offered a mysterious smile. No rush. I have a secret weapon. Wang Xiaoman's eyes lit up. Lime powder again? Zhao Ming. Inside the goblin camp, scrawny goblin slaves bustled in and out of the cave entrance, performing the filthiest and most grueling tasks in the entire settlement. Underage goblins hid inside the caves, basking in the slaves' attentions, munching on jerky, and diligently studying the goblin clan's reproductive knowledge. Suddenly, 3 or 4 iron cans flew out of the forest outside and landed in the middle of the camp. Before the other goblin slaves could react, the cans released billowing pale red smoke the moment they hit the ground. As the smoke spread, a pungent chili pepper scent rapidly filled the air, choking the goblins in the camp until they could barely stand upright. Holy crap, this tear gas is so effective. Watching the goblins shriek in terror through the haze, Wang Xiaoman stared at Zhao Ming in astonishment, never imagining tear gas could be used this way. This is the Supreme Edition tear gas from Pingshi's general store. It's infused with specially formulated chili powder, more potency, no extra cost. Zhao Ming explained, pulling out a gas mask from his bag and nodding to the 3 women. Stay here and guard the area. I'll be back soon. The 3 women nodded. Without masks, entering the smoke-filled area wouldn't fare them much better than these goblins. Better to wait outside for Zhao Ming's return. Watching the goblins in the camp get caught in the smoke grenades, Zhao Ming charged forward with his sword raised. 1 strike per goblin, he slaughtered them like slicing through cucumbers and vegetables. You have slain a level 4 goblin slave. Gained EXP 2. You have slain a level 5 goblin slave. Gained EXP 3. You have slain a level 2 goblin cub. Gained 1 EXP. You have slain a level 1 goblin cub. Gained 1 EXP. Obtained goblin claws 5. Before long, Zhao Ming had slaughtered every last goblin within the camp. Even those who evaded the smoke grenades cloud were swiftly taken down by the cold arrows of Ling Shui and her companions as they attempted to flee, collapsing one after another. Glancing at the 3 missing goblin claws in his backpack, Zhao Ming furrowed his brow slightly. 3 more goblin claws. Did this mean he really had to face the Goblin King? Honestly, he didn't feel confident. The gap in their stats was simply too vast. Even with the aid of smoke bombs and quicklime, he wasn't certain he could defeat the Goblin King in a real fight. Plus, the Goblin King likely had numerous goblin warriors by its side. One misstep could spell disaster. If he could just have a few more days to further enhance his attributes through sacrifice, he might still have a chance. Forget it. Better to strengthen myself some more first. After a moment's thought, Zhao Ming decided to retreat for today. He'd deal with this Goblin King once his stats were stronger. After all, he'd already farmed most of the goblin claws. For the remaining 3, he could ambush some goblin squads elsewhere and see if he could get them. Just as Zhao Ming was deep in thought, a startled cry suddenly echoed through the cave. Moments later, Wang Xiaoman burst out, her face aglow with excitement, waving him over. Zhao Ming! Quick, come see what amazing things we found. Following Wang Xiaoman into the cave, they found it filled with the corpses of goblin cubs. Choked by the tear gas smoke, their faces contorted in agony as they clutched their throats, clearly having suffered immense pain before death. Zhao Ming felt no pity. Though young, these goblins were inherently vicious, cunning, and unforgiving. Spare them today, and they might grow up to exact revenge on humanity. Better to let them all die here. A family should always be complete. Deep within the cavern lay 3 treasure chests. 2 had already been opened, their interiors piled high with magical gems. The third contained a substantial collection of monster materials. It seemed these goblins had gathered them only for Zhao Ming and his companions to reap the benefits now. Elemental gems. We counted them over 40. The other chest holds materials from various 1-star monsters, worth about 800,000 credits. Wu Jiaxi stared at Zhao Ming with burning eyes, astonished that this youth had conquered a goblin camp without even summoning a beast. If word got out, it would surely leave people speechless. While luck played a part, the haul was undeniably substantial. It far surpassed the meager gains from their previous nerve-wracking trips into the dark forest to gather potion ingredients. Indeed, the Beastmaster profession proved that the timid starve while the bold feast. Zhao Ming nodded at the 2 treasure chests. No wonder so many people love hunting goblin camps, they're such a goldmine. With these materials, he might not even need to hunt for the remaining 3 goblin claws, he could simply buy them with money. These are nothing. Look at this one. Shang Lingxue chuckled, pointing to the last chest. The final chest was the largest, and low growls echoed from within it intermittently. Zhao Ming pried it open with his sword. Inside sat a cage. A female cat, covered in black fur and bearing a golden lightning bolt on her forehead, crouched inside, growling softly at them. A 4-star demon beast. A shadow lightning cat. Seeing the cat, Zhao Ming sucked in a sharp breath. The shadow lightning cat was a rare and special monster found only in the shadow forest. It possessed 2 skills, shadow stealth and lightning combo. Its formidable combat prowess, coupled with its striking appearance, made it highly sought after in the beast taming market. But how could a 4-star monster like this be captured by a mere 1-star goblin? Chapter 13, the second beast boats needed. Meanwhile, deep within the shadow forest. Inside a secret laboratory, Dingley, the primary researcher, was raging in his office. You can't even watch over a cat properly. Why don't you all just die? Below him, several burly men in combat suits hung their heads in silence, enduring the tirade. Lorank, standing at the front, began to explain. A 6-star Iron Peak Eagle King attacked the base at that exact moment. Most of our personnel were deployed to fend off the beast tide, which gave 0973 the chance to escape. Upon hearing Lorank's explanation, Dingley swept the documents off his desk and roared. So what? Am I here to hear your excuses? What I want is a solution. Dingley slammed his fist on the table, pointing an accusing finger at Lorank as he shouted. 0973 is our most successful test subject. If we let it get away, 3 years of effort will be wasted. If the Dragon Nation authorities find out, you know the consequences. Hearing this, Lorank raised his head and addressed Dingley in a solemn tone. I will find it. I swear it. Even if I have to search every inch of the dark forest. At that moment, Yoshida Ayumi, who had been fiddling with her phone nearby, suddenly spoke up. Her exquisite features and stunning figure leaned against the doorway as she spoke coldly. 0973 underwent bloodline modification. It probably hasn't fully recovered its strength yet, so it can't have gone far. There's a tracking device inside it. We should be able to find it with the tracker. But you'd better move fast. After all, it's fused with the bloodline of a necrowolf. If we wait until its strength recovers, the locator inside it might be lost. Based on our previous test data, you have at most 1 day left. After hearing Yoshida Ayumi's words, Loring's eyes lit up. He nodded to Ding Li and withdrew. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Ding Li slumped back into his chair, massaging his temples. Dr. Yoshida, please wait a moment. Yoshida Ayumi, who was about to leave, halted in her tracks. Can the 0973 experiment be replicated? Yoshida Ayumi tilted her head slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips. Out of the entire batch of 1,000 test subjects in 0973, only this one succeeded. Ding Li's heart sank upon hearing this, knowing the answer. Alright, I understand. Watching Yoshida Ayumi walk away, Ding Li slammed his fist hard onto the table. Zhao Ming, look at its pupils. The color seems off. Chun Lingxue whispered to Zhao Ming, pointing at the dimly lit lightning cat in the cage. By the faint glow of the firelight, Zhao Ming looked closely. Sure enough, the cat's pupils were two different colors, one black, one blue. Could this be another mutant monster? A thought flashed through Zhao Ming's mind as he checked its attribute panel. Mutant Shadow Lightning Cat Bloodline Evolution in progress. Level 042 4-star. Potential 6 stars. Species Dark Lightning Cat. Attributes Strength 674, Constitution 719, Agility 821, Spirit 764, only 1% attributes remaining. Innate abilities Shadow Stealth B, Lightning Combo B, 9 lives S. 9 lives. Upon reaching critical health, the Shadow Lightning Cat creates a decoy to take the fatal blow. It then resurrects beside the nearest ally or randomly if no allies are present, entering a weakened state. Usage can be restored by absorbing monster souls. Usage count 39. Resurrection skill. Seeing the Shadow Lightning Cat's attribute panel, Zhao Ming's eyes lit up. It can revive. That's absolutely fantastic. He'd been worried that sacrificing jelly provided too few attributes each time. If he could contract this Shadow Lightning Cat as his own beast companion, this will undoubtedly accelerate his advancement even further. Little one, don't be afraid. We're here to rescue you. Zhao Ming declared as he sliced open the cage holding the Shadow Lightning Cat with a sword strike. Perhaps sensing Zhao Ming's goodwill, the Shadow Lightning Cat inside the cage became much more docile. He lifted it out of the cage and gently stroked its fur. Zhao Ming, are you planning to contract it as your beast? Wang Xiaoman examined the Shadow Lightning Cat in Zhao Ming's arms with curiosity. Having just used the 9 lives technique, the Shadow Lightning Cat was now extremely weak, its body emaciated and skeletal, looking like a malnourished kitten. Moreover, unlike Zhao Ming, who possessed a special talent, Wang Xiaoman and the others couldn't see the Shadow Lightning Cat's skill panel. To them, it was just an ordinary Shadow Lightning Cat. While it had potential, being captured by goblins meant who knew what torments it had endured. It might die before they could even form a contract. That would be a wasted contract slot. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? This Shadow Lightning Cat is indeed a 4-star monster, but it looks like it's been tortured for a long time. If you can't save it, you'll be at a loss. Wang Xiaoman urged patiently, genuinely concerned for Zhao Ming. The injuries on this cat looked severe. If he wanted to heal it, a regular pet hospital definitely wouldn't suffice. He'd likely need to visit a specialized Beastmaster clinic and hire a Beastmaster with healing skills. The cost for that wouldn't be cheap. For that money, he might as well buy a new beast. It could even be faster. Spending so much time and energy caring for a Shadow Lightning Cat that might not even survive seemed a bit of a waste. It's fine. I have a plan. Zhao Ming was determined. Seeing the kitten's weakened state, he feared it might not survive the journey back. He bit his finger open right there in the cave and pressed the blood to the Shadow Lightning Cat's forehead. Blood as the bond, life and death united. A flash of light erupted as Zhao Ming sealed a Beastmaster contract with the Dark Lightning Cat before him. It was only because the Shadow Lightning Cat was in such a weakened state that Zhao Ming, with his current mental fortitude, was able to form the bond. Don't be afraid, little one. I'll restore you to health right away. Feeling the kitten's dependence in his mind, Zhao Ming's eyes softened with a gentle smile. Vitality surge. As Zhao Ming activated his Beastmaster talent, emerald green points of light streamed from his fingertips, continuously merging into the Shadow Lightning Cat's body. It's actually a healing talent. Wu Jiaxi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Observing Zhao Ming's combat style earlier, she had assumed he had contracted some melee-type Beastmaster talent to be so formidable, but she never expected it to be a healing talent. His talent level must be incredibly high. Looks like we've encountered someone extraordinary. Wu Jiaxi's eyes sparkled with sharp focus, her thoughts hidden as a faint blush spread across her cheeks. As Zhao Ming channeled his vibrant energy, the Dark Lightning Cat in his arms gradually revived, no longer the barely alive creature it had been moments before. Its subsequent recovery would depend entirely on how well Zhao Ming cared for it. Alright, let's hurry up and leave. Otherwise, the Goblin King will be back soon. Seeing the Shadow Lightning Cat was unharmed, Zhao Ming stood up and addressed the 3 women. Wang Xiaoman and the others nodded, gathered up all the valuable items in the cave, and each shouldered a large pack as they followed Zhao Ming out. Shortly after Zhao Ming departed, the Goblin King returned to camp with his troops, heads hanging low. The sight of his camp in utter disarray left the Goblin King momentarily dumbstruck. Damn it! Who the hell robbed my own home? When it caught sight of the goblin corpses strewn haphazardly near the cave entrance, a chill ran down its spine. It hurriedly dashed back into the cave. Moments later, a blood-curdling scream echoed from within the cave, reverberating across the entire camp. The Goblin King, eyes bloodshot, burst out of the cave, brandishing his great axe and unleashing furious roars toward the sky. Goblin, 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 goblin. No matter how far you run, I'll kill you. Amidst the Goblin King's roar, a goblin warrior picked up a fragment of a smoke bomb from the ground and handed it to his chieftain. After carefully sniffing the fragment, the Goblin King's face twisted into a savage grin. Goblin, goblin. At the Goblin King's command, a horde of goblin warriors followed their chieftain into the gloomy forest, racing after the direction Zhao Ming and the others had fled. Chapter 14, Kidnapping Support Requested. Damn Zhao Ming, rotten Zhao Ming, didn't even bother to invite me. After all, I'm a girl, it's dangerous to venture into the dark forest alone. Lin Xiaowan walked along the forest path at the edge of the shadowy woods, muttering to herself. She grumbled about how that hopelessly clueless straight guy Zhao Ming just didn't get romance. If she hadn't spoken up, he wouldn't have invited her to join the party at all. Was she really that useless? She was at least a trainee beast tamer, for crying out loud. Even if she couldn't help much, she wouldn't hold him back. Seriously. Serves him right to be single. Thinking this, Lin Xiaowan angrily kicked a pebble on the ground, as if venting her frustration on Zhao Ming himself. Suddenly, the little light on her shoulder flapped its wings and took flight. It chirped incessantly toward the nearby woods. Xiao Guang, what's wrong? Lin Xiaowan looked puzzled in the direction Xiao Guang was staring. Suddenly, a large black dog with flames erupting from its paws burst out of the woods. Behind it followed a young man with streaks of yellow in his hair. Little girl, do you know someone named Zhao Ming? Hearing Gui Yuanwu's question and seeing his unsavory appearance, Lin Xiaowan instantly turned pale with fear, lowering her head without a word. Gui Yuanwu smiled warmly at Lin Xiaowan. He had heard everything she had said earlier. She had definitely been muttering Zhao Ming's name. Which meant she definitely knew Zhao Ming. If he couldn't find that guy, why not let him come find him instead? The thought made him snort coldly inside. Zhao Ming. You think hiding in the dark forest means I can't find you, huh? Don't let me catch you, or you'll be sorry. Seeing Gui Yuanwu's icy glare, Lin Xiaowan grew even more terrified. She hunched her shoulders like a frightened little bird and mumbled. I don't know what you're talking about. Gui Yuanwu narrowed his eyes and smiled, stepping forward to wrap an arm around Lin Xiaowan's shoulder. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad guy. I'm Zhao Ming's friend. By the way, this Zhao Ming you mentioned, is he Zhao Ming, the high school student from Longhua City No. 1 High School? I'm his neighbor. I've been trying to find him these past few days to ask him something. The moment Gui Yuanwu's hand touched Lin Xiaowan's shoulder, her body jerked violently. She twisted her shoulder to free herself from his large hand, then lowered her head and spoke quickly. I don't know the person you're talking about. I'm leaving now. Don't follow me. Watching Lin Xiaowan hurry past him with her head down, striding toward Longhua City, a savage grin twisted across Gui Yuanwu's face. He grabbed Lin Xiaowan's hand. Ah! Lin Xiaowan cried out in pain, staring at Gui Yuanwu in terror as she screamed. Let go of me. Or I'll call the police. Gui Yuanwu grinned savagely, slapping Lin Xiaowan across the face and knocking her to the ground. You refused the wine, so now you'll drink the punishment. I'll drag you away, and we'll see if that Zhao Ming dares to come save you. Xiao Guang in the sky, seeing his master being attacked, flapped his wings anxiously, wanting to dive down and strike Gui Yuanwu. Gui Yuanwu, already seething from repeated humiliation, erupted into a torrent of curses at the sight. Damn it, you damn beast, you think you can bully me too? I'll kill you. With that, he kicked off his shoe and hurled it at the owl circling overhead. As Lin Xiaowan's beast companion, Xiao Guang was a demonic creature, yet it had never engaged in combat since birth. Even during routine training, it only struck dummies, possessing absolutely no real battle experience. For a moment, it was beaten so badly by Gui Yuanwu that it couldn't even fly down. You damn beast. Better not fall into my hands, or I'll pluck your feathers and roast you for dinner. Gui Yuanwu cursed furiously, waving his fiery hound to guard the owl overhead while he pulled out a hemp rope to bind Lin Xiaowan. He rummaged through her pockets, pulled out her phone, and threatened her to unlock it. Scrolling through her contacts, he spotted one marked with the peculiar label Pighead. Gui Yuanwu burst into laughter. He had seen Zhao Ming's information and recognized this number as his. This confirmed that the Zhao Ming Lin Xiaowan knew was the very person he was seeking. Don't worry, little girl. Once we're done here, we'll let you go. Gui Yuanwu said with a sly smile to Lin Xiaowan, who was wailing uncontrollably. He picked up his phone and dialed Zhao Ming's number. At that moment, Zhao Ming had already rushed to the outskirts of Longhua City with Wang Xiaoman and the other two women. Wang Xiaoman and the others gazed at the towering city walls in the distance, their hearts racing with excitement. Once they were back inside the city walls, they would truly be safe. Reflecting on their ordeal, their emotions ran deeply mixed. They had thought it would be a simple trip to the dark forest to hone their combat skills. Instead, they lost their beast companions and one of their comrades had died. Had Zhao Ming not appeared in time, the three of them would likely have been captured and taken to the goblin camp. The thought of the women captured by goblins sent a shiver down Chang Lingshua's spine. If that were to happen, she'd rather die. After all, becoming a breeding machine for monsters was utterly terrifying. Fortunately, they had encountered Zhao Ming. At this thought, Chun Lingxue couldn't help but steal a glance at Zhao Ming, who was leading the way ahead. His towering, imposing figure, handsome features, and formidable strength. Every aspect held a fatal attraction for Chang Lingxue, who had yet to step beyond campus grounds. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Judging by his appearance, he doesn't seem very old. Probably still a university student. I'll ask around later. Wonder if I have a chance. Chang Lingshue's mind was swirling with thoughts, completely oblivious to the amused look in Wang Xiaoman's eyes beside her. Just as they were about to head into town, Zhao Ming's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out to see it was Lin Xiaowan calling. Lin Xiaowan? Why is she calling me out of the blue? Zhao Ming was puzzled. Lin Xiaowan seemed to have only planned to gather some magic herbs on the outskirts of the dark forest. She shouldn't have encountered any danger. Why would she suddenly call him? He frowned slightly. Though deeply puzzled, they were classmates after all, so Zhao Ming answered the call. Lin Xiaowan? What's up? Zhao Ming answered and asked. A sharp, piercing, sinister laugh echoed from the other end of the line. Ha ha ha, Zhao Ming. Your little girlfriend is in my hands now. If you don't want her dead, bring the beast egg alone to the lumberyard outside the dark forest. You'd better not try any tricks, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Behind the voice, the faint sound of Lin Xiaowan sobbing could be heard. Hearing this, Zhao Ming's expression darkened. Guai Yuan Wu. What have you done to Xiaowan? Relax, she's fine now. But I can't guarantee that'll last. Remember, you only have 1 hour. With that, Guai Yuan Wu hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone, a cold glint flashed in Zhao Ming's eyes. Damn Guai Yuan Wu, you've chosen hell over heaven. If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Seeing Zhao Ming suddenly halt his steps, Wang Xiaoman and the others, unaware of what had happened, turned to look at him. Zhao Ming set down his backpack and addressed the three women. I have urgent business to attend to now. Please handle these things for me. I'll contact you once I return. Watching Zhao Ming hurry away, Chun Lingxue opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But the words stuck in her throat, and she couldn't find the right way to speak. Wang Xiaoman patted her shoulder. If you like him, go for it. Don't let someone else beat you to it. Startled by Wang Xiaoman's sudden appearance, Chang Lingxue flushed and protested. What, like him? Don't say such nonsense. As the three girls bickered their way into town, deep within the gloomy forest, a group of beast tamers clad in black combat suits, equipped with trackers, raced toward Longma City atop various exotic beasts. Chapter 15, The Puppet Master Support Requested. Today, Tangren was in a foul mood. After contracting a ground dragon, he'd planned to train in the shadowy forest. Little did he expect to run into Zhao Ming, his sworn enemy. And now the bastard had even awakened a beastmaster's heart. A peasant like him, how dare he share the same status as me? The thought only made Tangren even more furious. The worst part was that he hadn't even managed to show off properly in front of him. How could he possibly bear it? Ever since entering the dark forest, he'd been completely off his game. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to teach Zhao Ming a lesson and show him his true strength. Young master, it's getting late. We should head back. Seeing Tangren's lack of interest, the bodyguard behind him, unwilling to work overtime either, promptly suggested. Tangren considered it. Since he'd already been out this long, he might as well return and give an explanation. He turned and started walking back with his men. On the way back to the city, he suddenly caught sight of Zhao Ming's figure darting past in the distance. Zhao Ming? What's he rushing off to do? Tangren was puzzled, but then realized this presented a perfect opportunity. He promptly changed course with his men and gave chase after Zhao Ming. His bodyguard inwardly groaned, glancing at the time on his phone and thinking he'd likely be working overtime again tonight. They followed Tangren as he tracked Zhao Ming's trail. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming remained oblivious to the tail following him. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how he would deal with that bastard Guai Yuan Wu later. This relentless pursuit didn't feel like the work of a small-time thug. Someone was definitely pulling the strings behind the scenes. But the problem was, neither his father nor he himself were anything special as beast masters. They had no connections whatsoever to those major factions. There was no logical reason for them to target him. Recalling Guai Yuan Wu's constant insistence that he carry the pet egg wrapped in incubation jelly, Zhao Ming suspected it must be connected. Following Guai Yuan Wu's instructions, Zhao Ming made his way to a dilapidated courtyard at the edge of the dark forest. Once a rustic farmhouse retreat, it had been built with antique charm. Unfortunately, after the monsters descended, only crumbling ruins remained, whispering tales of its former prosperity. Zhao Ming. Lin Xiaowan, bound to a pillar, watched Zhao Ming slowly approach. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears welled up in her eyes. Zhao Ming walked to the center of the small courtyard but did not rush to untie the ropes binding Lin Xiaowan. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings and called out loudly. Gui Yuanwu, I'm here. Clap. 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 Gui Yuanwu emerged from the corner, his face dark and sullen, clapping his hands. Zhao Ming. I don't know whether to call you brave or foolish. You actually came alone. The blazing hound snarled at Zhao Ming's feet, its scorching breath swirling around its jaws. The beast recognized Zhao Ming as the one who had taunted it earlier that morning. Watching Gui Yuanwu and the blazing hound emerge, with no one else in sight behind them, Zhao Ming crossed his arms and remarked in a sarcastic tone. Just you? Where are your little buddies? Or did they all decide following you was a dead end and bailed? No way. Does anyone actually pull off a kidnapping alone? Zhao Ming's words stabbed like a knife into Gui Yuanwu's heart. His eyes widened with rage, and he was about to lunge at Zhao Ming to beat him up. But remembering Zhao Ming's earlier display of combat prowess, he held back. He pulled a small knife from his coat and pressed it against Lin Xiaowan's neck, roaring furiously. Cut the ing bull. Did you bring what I want? Zhao Ming gestured behind him. I've had it with me the whole time. Seeing this, Gui Yuanwu's eyes flashed with delight as he hurriedly replied. Throw that backpack over here. Remembering the trick Zhao Ming had pulled on him before, Gui Yuanwu feared he might try something underhanded and hurriedly added. Put it on the ground and toss it over. Don't move. Zhao Ming shrugged, placed the backpack on the ground, and kicked it over with his foot. An intriguing expression appeared on his face. The blazing hound approached, sniffed the backpack, then picked it up in its mouth and trotted over to Gui Yuanwu. Seeing the backpack within arm's reach, excitement flashed across Gui Yuanwu's face. He reached down to grab the backpack at his feet. Just as Gui Yuanwu bent down, Zhao Ming moved. He planted his feet firmly and charged toward Gui Yuanwu. The blazing hound reacted first, barking twice before lunging at Zhao Ming. But Zhao Ming was no longer the unarmed high schooler from earlier that morning. He pulled a collapsible baton from his chest, snapped it open with a flick, and smacked it hard against the blazing hound's snout. Gui Yuanwu, however, had eyes only for the beast egg in his backpack. Completely ignoring the blazing hound battling Zhao Ming, he snatched the bag open. Meow. The moment he opened it, a cat's meow echoed from within. A black cat with lightning-shaped markings on its head suddenly darted out from the shadows inside the bag, swiping its claw directly across Gui Yuanwu's face. Ah! You little beast! Caught off guard by the dark lightning cat's surprise attack, Gui Yuanwu couldn't react in time. He let out a piercing scream, his grip on the small knife slipping as it clattered to the ground. Though not yet fully recovered with Zhao Ming's help, the shadow lightning cat was more than capable of handling an ordinary person like Gui Yuanwu. Seeing Gui Yuanwu collapse to the ground, staring fearfully at the shadow lightning cat nearby, Zhao Ming watched as the terrified man reached for the knife lying nearby. He flicked his wrist. A green thread shot out from his hand, snapping onto the knife. The jelly-like body rapidly contracted, pulling the knife back into Zhao Ming's hand. Staring at the empty ground, Gui Yuanwu froze in shock. Zhao Ming, knife in hand, swiftly stabbed it into the blazing hound's throat. Whoa! One hand clamped down on the blazing hound's massive jaws, his entire weight pressing down on it to prevent any struggle. With his other hand, he thrust the dagger forcefully into its neck, repeatedly twisting and jabbing it. The intense agony made the blazing hound emit a pitiful howl. Zhao Ming whispered into its ear. Breathe deeply. Breathe deeply. Feeling dizzy is normal. Only when the blazing hound beneath him ceased struggling did Zhao Ming rise to his feet. He turned to look at Gui Yuanwu, who was slumped on the ground nearby. Gui Yuanwu was now utterly petrified. He never imagined Zhao Ming could be so ruthless. He'd killed the blazing hound without a word. This was a one-star demon beast. This guy was terrifying. Zhao Ming pulled out the dagger, and the hot blood from the blazing hound's neck splattered all over his face. The horrifying sight made Gui Yuanwu cover his eyes and stumble backward. Don't come any closer. Zhao Ming grinned savagely, closing the distance in 2 strides and planting his foot squarely on Gui Yuanwu's chest. The knife pressed against his throat as he barked. Talk. Who sent you here? Terrified out of his wits by Zhao Ming's vicious demeanor, Gui Yuanwu dared not withhold anything. He immediately revealed the person behind him. It was young Master Lu. The 3rd young master of the Lu family in Longha City, young Master Lu Yongbin. He sent me. He also lent me the blazing hound. Hearing Gui Yuanwu's words, Zhao Ming's heart lurched violently. Lu Yongbin. Chapter 16, Goblin King Votes Needed. Lu Yongbin, the 3rd young master of the Lu family in Longha City, had once commissioned Zhao Ming's father, Zhao Baiquan, to organize an adventuring party to search for something within a mysterious secret realm. However, after 2 attempts, Zhao Ming's father concluded the realm was too perilous. He abandoned the mission. Shortly thereafter, a demonic creature launched a surprise attack, claiming Zhao Baiquan's life. At the memorial service, Lu Yongbin visited Zhao Ming, inquiring whether Zhao Baiquan had left anything behind for him. Upon receiving a negative response, Lu Yongbin departed. Zhao Ming assumed Lu Yongbin had given up on the matter. But unexpectedly, he secretly sought out Gui Yuanwu to deal with him. Damn it, that treacherous bastard. Zhao Ming's face darkened as he prepared to find a small notebook to jot down his grievances. But why was he so fixated on his beast egg? Could there be some secret about Jello that he didn't know? Turning to look down at Gui Yuanwu at his feet, Zhao Ming snarled. What's so special about that beast egg? Gui Yuanwu flinched at Zhao Ming's fierce glare. Brother Ming, I'm just a lowly lackey. I only follow orders. I know nothing else. You don't know? Zhao Ming's eyes turned cold as he delivered a brutal kick to Gui Yuanwu's stomach. Ah! Gui Yuanwu let out a wretched scream as Zhao Ming's kick sent him flying backward. Clutching his stomach, he whimpered in pain. Brother Ming, I swear I only know this much. Gui Yuanwu trembled violently under Zhao Ming's intimidating presence, his words stumbling out. Please, spare me. I beg you, let me go. Zhao Ming stared down at Gui Yuanwu, who was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, his gaze as cold as ice. The thought of how, after his father's death, he had caused such a scene at the funeral to seize the beast egg. And caused a scene at the funeral, disturbing his father's final journey. That alone made Zhao Ming want to skin him alive with his own hands. But now wasn't the time. Lin Xiaowan was watching from behind. Zhao Ming had no intention of throwing away the rest of his life over this scum. Though beast masters held immense privilege in this era, killing a commoner or two wouldn't cause much trouble. But that only applied to high-ranking beast masters. For newcomers like them who had just become beast masters, if they committed intentional murder, the State Security Bureau's 9th Division wouldn't let them off the hook. Once proven to be premeditated murder, they'd be thrown into prison and sent to the harshest frontline bases to become cannon fodder, squeezed dry of their last ounce of value. We must find a way to eliminate him silently in the dark forest. Zhao Ming's eyes flickered as a flawless plan took shape in his mind. Zhao Ming, you're quite the big shot, aren't you? Just as Zhao Ming prepared to act, a brazen voice suddenly rang out from behind him. He turned to see none other than Tangren. Clapping his hands, Tangren let out a series of disapproving tisk sounds. Let me see our esteemed beastmaster Zhao Ming, bullying the weak in the dark forest, using his strength to torment an ordinary person. He held his phone up to Zhao Ming, a smug, twisted grin on his face. How impressive. This is the true power of our great beastmaster Zhao Ming. I'm going to film this and post it online so everyone can witness your heroic deeds. Zhao Ming stared coldly at Tangren, who had suddenly appeared, his brow thick with murderous intent. Tangren. Tangren burst into laughter. Don't worry, I'll make sure to capture you looking your best. Gui Yuanwu, lying on the ground, saw Tangren arrive with 3 bodyguards. He immediately scrambled to his feet, wailing. Help! Help! That man is trying to kill me. Before he could even reach them, the 3 bodyguards behind Tangren instantly paled. The one closest to Tangren shouted. Young master! Watch out! Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, tackling Tangren to the ground. The phone fell to Zhao Ming's feet. A spinning axe whizzed past Tangren's body, slashing violently into Gui Yuanwu's head. Gui Yuanwu didn't utter a sound as he collapsed to the ground. Gui Yuanwu was dead. Zhao Ming stared wide-eyed behind him, stunned that Gui Yuanwu had been slain by the goblin before he could even act. This was truly a stroke of luck for him. The 2 bodyguards behind Tangren reacted swiftly, instantly releasing 4 beasts from their beastmaster hearts. In an instant, 2 birds, a turtle, 4 dogs, and a wolf-8 beasts appeared before the crowd, their eyes fixed warily on the nearby jungle. Goblin. The Goblin King strode out of the woods with a ruthless gait, leading over a dozen goblin warriors. Armed with various weapons, they grinned savagely at the group. The Goblin King! Tangren screamed in shock. He never expected to encounter such a terrifying boss at the edge of the dark forest. Goblin King Monster Commander. Level, 34 3-star. Potential, 6.5 stars. Race, Goblin. Attributes, Strength 425, Constitution 397, Agility 385, Spirit 311. Innate abilities, Omnivorous, King's Might, Heavy Strike. King's Might, when leading goblin troops into battle, the Goblin King grants all goblin units plus 20% HP, plus 10% strength, and plus 30% spirit. Seeing the faint green glow emanating from the goblin warriors behind the Goblin King, Zhao Ming cursed inwardly. Damn it! He actually has an aura-type skill. This is going to be tough. Zhao Ming hadn't expected the Goblin King to catch up after such a long chase. It seemed he had underestimated these monsters. He silently thanked his luck that he hadn't encountered the Goblin King during his earlier ambush of the Goblin Camp. Otherwise, a 3-star commander-level monster like this could have sent Zhao Ming to meet his maker in a single encounter. Such a gap in attributes couldn't be bridged by equipment alone. Taking advantage of the Goblin King's absence, Tangren scrambled to his feet and reunited with his bodyguards. The bodyguard who had tackled him earlier also unleashed his own beast. A crocodile, 3 lizards, and a grizzly bear. All 3 were 2-star beast masters, capable of contracting 4 beasts each. But facing the Goblin King leading 15 goblin warriors, it still wasn't quite enough. Goblin. The Goblin King scanned his surroundings and immediately spotted the shadowy lightning cat crouched at Lin Xiaowan's feet. A look of delight instantly spread across his face. Goblin! Goblin! The Goblin King pointed at Lin Xiaowan and bellowed. Tang Ren and the others thought they were about to attack, so they hurriedly commanded their beasts to fight back desperately. But their beasts weren't very high level after all. Training beasts required massive resources. As bodyguards, money was their scarcest resource. Their beasts naturally weren't strong. They were also outnumbered. In no time, they were driven back step by step by the goblin warriors. Help! Tang Ren had never witnessed such a scene before. He immediately covered his head, threw himself to the ground, and screamed. The bodyguards behind him witnessed this scene and were so furious they wanted to curse. If you're scared, why aren't you running? Are you waiting to die here? Young master, run! Run into the forest. Fortunately, the lead bodyguard remained somewhat responsible. He ordered his men to stay behind and hold off the beasts, then the three of them dragged Tang Ren into the forest. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming saw the Goblin King launch his attack. Without a word, he turned and charged toward Lin Xiaowan. With a flick of his knife, he severed the ropes binding her. He grabbed her and dashed into the gloomy forest. The Dark Lightning Cat shot a hateful glance at the Goblin King before hastily following Zhao Ming's footsteps. Watching the fleeing figures vanish into the distance, the Goblin King roared in fury. He grabbed the grizzly bear blocking his path and tore it apart with a single, brutal rip. Several beast riders were also beaten to a pulp within seconds by the Goblin warriors' relentless assault. Chapter 17, Escape from the Abyss. Votes needed. Zhao Ming, are we going to die here today? Deep within the gloomy forest, Lin Xiaowan ran behind Zhao Ming, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Zhao Ming glanced back at the relentlessly pursuing Goblin King and whispered. No! None of us will die today. Watch out! Suddenly, Zhao Ming yanked Lin Xiaowan into his arms. The next instant, a flying axe whistled through the air and slammed into a nearby tree trunk. Startled by the sudden axe, Lin Xiaowan's body went limp, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Zhao Ming was standing nearby and caught her in time, preventing her from falling. But this also cost them their last chance to escape. A dozen goblin warriors charged forward, surrounding them in a circle while letting out savage growls. Zhao Ming glared at the goblin warriors surrounding them, cursing under his breath. Damn it, why are these beasts only chasing them? Wasn't Tang Ren running with them? Why aren't they going after Tang Ren? Sensing the goblin's aura, even the shadow lightning cat within his beastmaster's heart conveyed a palpable fear. Running his hand over the beastmaster's heart pressed against his chest, Zhao Ming soothed the little cat within while watching the goblins warily. He wondered why they hadn't attacked yet. What are they waiting for? The Goblin King emerged slowly from behind the goblin warriors, riding a black wolf. It fixed its gaze on Zhao Ming and spoke in a painfully unnatural universal tongue. Human, hand over the sacred beast, and we'll let you go. Zhao Ming's heart jolted at the Goblin King's words. Sacred beast? Was he referring to the kitten he had contracted? He'd never heard that the Shadow Lightning Cat was a goblin's sacred beast. Sacred beast? Zhao Ming shook his head, speaking earnestly. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never seen any sacred beast. He spoke as slowly as possible, afraid that speaking too quickly might confuse the Goblin King. Hearing Zhao Ming's response, the Goblin King erupted in fury. He raised his axe, pointed it at Zhao Ming, and bellowed, followed by a torrent of gibberish in Goblin. Seeing the rage on its face, Zhao Ming didn't need to guess to know it was hurling some pretty nasty insults. After ranting for a while and seeing Zhao Ming remained completely unmoved, the Goblin King gritted his teeth. He commanded the black wolf to circle Zhao Ming, then spoke slowly. You carry the scent of death. It means the sacred beast is on you. Hand it over. Then you may leave. Or else. Die. Roar. As the Goblin King's words fell, the surrounding goblin warriors erupted in a deafening roar. Their eyes blazed crimson with savage fury, fixed intently on Zhao Ming and Lin Xiaowan as if they couldn't wait to tear the pair to shreds. Startled by the sudden roar, Lin Xiaowan cowered behind Zhao Ming, trembling violently as tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing the goblins ready to attack, Zhao Ming's heart sank. His mind raced, searching for a way to escape. The goblin warriors surrounding them were all level 18 one-star monsters. One-on-one, Zhao Ming wouldn't have given a single one a second thought. But now they were abandoning fair play, resorting to ganging up on him. And with the aura bonus granted by the Goblin King, each of them could be considered a 2-star monster. This time, Zhao Ming was truly at a loss. Adding to his distress, the 3-star Goblin King stood nearby, watching them with a predatory glare, causing Zhao Ming's heart to race with panic. Damn it, is there really no way out? Watching the goblins gradually close in, he felt a pang of regret. He'd been too reckless. He should have waited until his attributes were higher before venturing out. If only I had a few more days to sacrifice more stats, these goblins wouldn't be a problem at all. Damn it! Just as Zhao Ming prepared to fight to the death, the goblins suddenly halted in their tracks. They scanned their surroundings with the vigilance of creatures facing mortal danger. Zhao Ming had no idea what trick they were up to and could only stay alert. Suddenly, the Goblin King roared, violently flinging his axe. A gray serpent was cleaved from the shadows by the blow. Hiss! 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 As the gray serpent died, more snakes emerged from all directions. Zhao Ming stared at the swarm of venomous snakes covering the ground, feeling a sudden chill run down his spine. Mutant Shadow Demon Serpent Common Monster Contract established. Level 37 3-star. Potential 5.5 stars. Species Shadow Serpent. Attributes Strength 312, Constitution 345, Agility 391, Spirit 311. Innate abilities Entangle, Venomous Fangs, Shedding. This is someone else's Beastmaster. Seeing the contracted status on these venomous snakes panels, Zhao Ming's heart leapt with joy. The presence of tamed beasts meant tamers had arrived. They were saved. Sure enough, moments later, over a dozen beastmasters clad in black combat gear emerged from the forest, each riding a different type of beast. Seeing Zhao Ming, Lin Xiaowan, and the goblins surrounded by the snake horde, the beastmasters paused in surprise. The leader glanced at the tracker in his hand, then looked at Zhao Ming not far away. Pointing at him, he shouted, "The energy signature is on him. Capture him." Hearing the Beastmaster's words, Zhao Ming's heart sank. Damn it! Another group trying to capture me. Seeing these Beastmasters suddenly appear, the Goblin King mistook them for Zhao Ming's reinforcements. Enraged, he let out a furious roar and charged toward the serpent horde, swinging his massive axe. As a fellow 3-star monster, the Goblin King's power far surpassed that of these shadow serpents. Charging into the snakes atop his black wolf, the Goblin King seemed possessed by a warlord's spirit. His twin axes whirled in a blinding storm, cleaving every charging shadow demon snake in two. Seeing the Goblin King's fierce bravery, the Beastmasters mistakenly believed he was Zhao Ming's beast and immediately commanded their serpent horde to attack him. Seeing these venomous serpents violate the code of honor by surrounding their own king, the Goblin warriors lost their composure. Infused with the king's power, they rallied their courage, letting out strange war cries as they charged forward, weapons raised. Though their strength hadn't yet reached 2 stars, these Goblin warriors fought in coordination. Armed with a variety of weapons, they managed to exchange blows with the snake swarm for a time. Zhao Ming and Lin Xiaowan stared dumbfounded at the chaotic scene unfolding before them. Though baffled by the sudden turn of events, they instantly recognized their chance. This was their chance to escape. Without a second thought, Zhao Ming grabbed Lin Xiaowan and sprinted toward the opposite edge of the battlefield. Several Goblin warriors attempted to block their path, only to be sent flying by Zhao Ming's sweeping kick, left unable to rise. Seeing Zhao Ming exploit the chaos to flee, the lead Beastmaster instantly lost his composure. Glancing at the countdown on the tracker, a flash of ruthlessness crossed his eyes as he bellowed to the surrounding Beastmasters. Summon the Serpent Folk. Eliminate these goblins. At the command, the surrounding Beastmasters swept their hands, summoning serpent men from their beast spirits one after another. Seeing these suddenly appearing, frenzied snake men, the Goblin King swallowed hard, his face contorting into a fawning smile. He stammered in broken common. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Chapter 18, Shadow Caverns of the Secret Realm. Support appreciated. The Dark Forest. Zhao Ming sprinted through the jungle with Lin Xiaowan in tow, cursing under his breath the entire time. Damn it, are these guys all crazy? It's just one shadowy lightning cat. Do they really have to chase us this relentlessly? Are there no other shadow lightning cats in the shadow forest? After sprinting non-stop, Zhao Ming finally stopped and realized something was terribly wrong. They were lost. In their panic to escape, they'd completely neglected to keep track of their direction. Now they'd run deep into the heart of the shadow forest, utterly lost. He pulled out his phone, no signal at all. Even the compass was spinning wildly. Zhao Ming sighed, stowed the compass back in his bag, and addressed Lin Xiaowan. Good news, we got out. Bad news, we're lost. Lin Xiaowan leaned on her knees, gasping for breath beside them. We couldn't have gone that far, right? We shouldn't be lost already. Zhao Ming shook his head, pulled out a paper map from his bag, and spread it on the ground to study it. Thankfully, he'd come prepared, otherwise, they'd be completely lost in this situation. Just as he was carefully studying the map, the Beastmaster's heart within him suddenly flashed with light. The dark lightning cat leapt out of the Beastmaster's heart. Whoa! Seeing the sudden appearance of the shadow lightning cat, Lin Xiaowan let out a startled cry, her eyes widening into heart shapes. Zhao Ming! Is this your beast spirit? What an adorable little cat! Can I pet it? Lin Xiaowan watched the kitten, crouching down to reach out, only for it to nimbly dodge her and leap back to Zhao Ming's side. Seeing it, Zhao Ming instantly felt his blood boil at the memory of what had just happened. He grabbed the kitten by the scruff and began rubbing its head with both hands. You sure are popular. Whether human or ghost, everyone wants to catch you. What secret do you hold? The kitten meowed at Zhao Ming, walking over to lick his palm, signaling for him to follow. Zhao Ming paused in surprise. Could this kitten actually know the way out of this place? He quickly stowed away the map and followed along with Lin Xiaowan. Along the way, the kitten leapt nimbly through the jungle, leading Zhao Ming and Lin Xiaowan to a cave glowing with a faint light. What is this? Zhao Ming stared at the cave's appearance, momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized. A secret realm. Secret realms were mysterious phenomena that appeared alongside demons and monsters. It was said to be a self-contained microcosm, sealing away countless monsters and unimaginable riches. Though the monsters within were considerably more formidable than those outside, the corresponding rewards, experience and equipment were far richer and superior. Therefore, most beast masters eagerly ventured into secret realms for adventure once their strength grew slightly. Compared to the outer adventure zones, the rewards within secret realms are undeniably greater. Gazing at the faintly glowing cave entrance nearby, Lin Xiaowan tugged at Zhao Ming's sleeve. Zhao Ming, this is a secret realm. Should we go in? A wild secret realm without a guide might be too dangerous. We should turn back. Zhao Ming shook his head, rejecting Lin Xiaowan's suggestion. Go back? This is an untouched secret realm. There might be undiscovered treasure chests inside. How could we possibly leave now? But... Lin Xiaowan tried to say more, but Zhao Ming cut her off. We can't find our way back anyway. Might as well explore the secret realm first. We might find a way back inside. As for the danger, we can go in and take a look first. If it's too dangerous, we'll just come right back out. Seeing Zhao Ming's resolve, Lin Xiaowan couldn't bring herself to argue further. She thought it through carefully. If they turned back now, they might run into those snake-wielding beastmasters or the Goblin King again. Better to take a chance on the secret realm than risk capture by them. As Zhao Ming suggested, there might be a way for them to return home inside. If they could find some high-level gear or advanced beastmaster eggs, they'd strike it rich. Alright then, let's be careful. If anything feels off, we'll make a quick escape. Zhao Ming chuckled, beckoning to the kitten. It leapt directly from the branch onto his shoulder. Pulling out his baton from his bag, Zhao Ming led the way into the secret realm. Entering secret realm, Shadow Cavern. This was Zhao Ming's first time entering a secret realm, and he couldn't help but glance around curiously. Inside the secret realm lay a pitch-black cavern. Clusters of blue glowing moss clung to the ceiling, emitting a faint, eerie light. Simultaneously, a system notification sounded in both Zhao Ming and Lin Xiaowan's ears. Hidden secret realm, Shadow Cavern hard. Maximum party size, 5. Level requirement, 20. Clear conditions, eliminate dark fire ants 0100, eliminate trolls 050, eliminate troll priests 01. Deep within the shadowy forest dwells a tribe of goblins. They live by mining, spending their days among ore deposits, and have built a vast kingdom within the gloomy caverns. After reading this dungeon description, Lin Xiaowan's face instantly drained of color. We're done for. It's a level 20 hard secret realm. Dungeons are generally categorized into 5 difficulty levels. They are easy, normal, hard, nightmare, and legendary. It's said that beyond legendary lies the cataclysmic level, a realm whose opening would bring about the world's destruction. But no one has ever seen one. While higher difficulty dungeons offer richer rewards, the dangers escalate exponentially. Therefore, adventurers typically choose dungeons matching or slightly below their own level when embarking on such quests. Though the rewards are slightly less, safety is paramount. The realm before them was a level 20 difficult realm. This meant the monsters inside were all at least level 24 2-star beasts. Zhao Ming and Lin Xiaowan, both complete novices without even a single star, simply couldn't handle it. Especially in hard mode, each monster is essentially a mini-boss from the outside world. If the pair had the misfortune of encountering a boss, they'd learn the true meaning of terror. Lin Xiaowan's face darkened as she tugged at Zhao Ming's sleeve, urging him to leave. Zhao Ming hesitated. He understood her concern. But to have a chance at entering a hidden realm and leave without even seeing a monster? That would be utterly pathetic. He refused to accept that. After a moment's thought, he addressed Lin Xiaowan. It's true that the two of us acting together isn't ideal. This area seems relatively safe. You stay hidden here while I go in to scout the situation. If anything dangerous happens, leave the secret realm immediately. Lin Xiaowan tried to say something more, but Zhao Ming had already entered with his baton in hand. Watching Zhao Ming's retreating figure, Lin Xiaowan stamped her foot. Damn Zhao Ming. I'm done with you. Chapter 19, Eternal Flame Votes Needed. Within the Shadow Cavern, Zhao Ming advanced cautiously, his senses alert to every movement around him. Meow. The Shadow Lightning Cat suddenly darted out from some hidden corner, startling him. Oh, it's you. You pop up out of nowhere, you scared the life out of me. Zhao Ming patted his chest. The kitten glanced at him, licked its paw, and gestured for him to hurry up. Zhao Ming felt a surge of curiosity, wondering where exactly it intended to lead him. Through their mental beast contract, he sensed the cat meant no harm. After a moment's thought, he set down the jelly he was carrying and instructed the cat to patrol the area, alerting him if anything unusual arose. Then Zhao Ming followed the kitten into the cave. Along the way, the kitten led Zhao Ming through various cave openings with practiced ease, navigating a maze of branching paths that made his scalp tingle. Without the kitten's guidance, who could possibly find their way out of this? Whether due to the kitten's guidance or the path's inherent nature, Zhao Ming encountered not a single monster along the way. Following the kitten's twists and turns for over 10 minutes, they reached the depths of the cavern. The walls were covered in mottled moss, and the damp air carried an indescribable, ancient scent. In the center of the cave, a peculiar boulder over 3 meters tall emitted a faint purple glow, constantly being absorbed by the moss covering the walls. It appeared that this boulder served as the energy source for the entire cave. Beside the boulder stood a white cocoon over a meter tall. The kitten leaped to the cocoon's edge, scratching at its surface with its paws while meowing persistently at Zhao Ming. Meow. Zhao Ming observed the stone and cocoon, turning to ask the shadow lightning cat. Is this why you brought me here? Meow meow. The kitten nodded, pointing its paw at the boulder, then at itself. It seemed to be saying the strange changes happening to it originated from this boulder. Feeling the energy fluctuations emanating from the boulder, Zhao Ming couldn't help but move closer. It was a warm yet powerful force, as if it could penetrate his skin and reach deep into his soul. A light screen instantly appeared before his eyes, displaying the boulder's attribute description. Sublimation Core God tier can enhance one innate skill, potentially triggering unpredictable sublimation effects. God tier or higher skills retain their original effects and generate special attributes. Upon reading the stone's description, Zhao Ming froze in shock. This thing could raise the level of innate skills. All skills in this world, whether innate talents, learned abilities, or inherited powers, were ranked by potency into 8 tiers: SSS, A, B, C, D, and E. Except for innate skills, all other skills can be upgraded through training and skill books. Special skills rated SSS or higher are termed God tier. Take Zhao Ming's Sacrificial Cultivation, it's a God tier skill. It's said that ranks exist beyond God tier, but no one has ever witnessed them. And this massive stone before him could actually enhance innate skill levels. Zhao Ming never imagined encountering such a valuable item in such a low-level secret realm. If other beast masters found out, they'd likely be green with envy. Currently, I only possess 2 skills, Vitality Boost and Sacrificial Cultivation. Vitality Boost is a D rank skill. Even if I upgrade it, it can only reach C rank, it won't change its trashy nature. But my Sacrificial Cultivation is already God tier. If I use the Sublimation Heart to upgrade it, I might even unlock additional effects without hindering my future growth. After a moment's thought, Zhao Ming had made up his mind. Alright. I'll upgrade Sacrificial Cultivation. With his decision made, Zhao Ming stepped forward and gently touched the Ascension Heart with his hand. The instant his fingertips made contact with the massive stone, a surge of intense energy erupted from within, spreading through his fingers. The entire cavern filled with a purple glow. Zhao Ming felt his body enveloped by this energy, warm and comforting. He closed his eyes, allowing the energy to flow freely through his body. Every cell within him seemed to be rejuvenated by its nourishment. Countless streams of violet light poured from the monolith into Zhao Ming's body. The immense power made him feel as though he had entered a mysterious realm. He witnessed countless flickering lights and heard distant, melodious whispers calling to him from another realm. Countless strange creatures bowed before him in submission, and innumerable worlds prostrated themselves at his feet, offering him their most devout faith. Deep. Skill sublimation successful. Sacrificial Cultivation God tier has been upgraded to Eternal Flame Creation. A creation tier skill. Seeing the notification light up before him, Zhao Ming sucked in a sharp breath. He hurriedly opened his attribute panel, determined to see just how absurdly powerful this creation tier skill truly was. Exclusive skill, Eternal Flame Creation. Upon the death of your tamed beast, you gain enhancement energy based on its attribute values. This energy can be used to strengthen base attributes and has a minuscule chance to grant beast skills. No upper limit. Trait 1, Mass Sacrifice. You may summon a cluster of sacred flames to perform a mass sacrifice on your tamed beasts. The enhancement energy gained is calculated based on the combined attributes of the sacrificed beasts. Trait 2, Rebirth through Destruction. When using enhancement energy to strengthen a beast, there's a chance it will awaken a new skill. This depends on the attributes of the sacrificed beasts. The more identical their attributes, the higher the awakening chance. Trait 3, Passing the Torch. When the sacrificial and enhanced creatures belong to the same species, there's a chance inherited attributes will yield double the effect. Holy crap! Unstoppable. Seeing the 3 trait descriptions for the new skill, Zhao Ming's mind went blank. Is this a God tier skill? This is way too powerful. Originally, his innate skill could only sacrifice 1 beast companion at a time. Even with infinite uses, he had to do it one by one. While the enhancement had no upper limit, the process was painfully slow. Now, with the unlocked group sacrifice ability, as long as Zhao Ming could find swarm-like group-type beasts, he could rapidly enhance both his own and his beast's attributes. Moreover, he could combine sacrifices of beasts with different attributes to create new skills for his beasts based on his needs. If executed well, he could even cultivate an all-around beast master with no weaknesses and countless skills. Whoa! No wonder it's a Genesis tier skill, it's seriously awesome. After reading through these skill descriptions, Zhao Ming felt a tingle of excitement in his heart, itching to begin the sacrifice immediately. He wondered how much power the new creation skill could grant him. But what exactly is this giant cocoon? Zhao Ming turned his gaze to the white giant cocoon beside the boulder, curiously examining its attributes. Dark Fire Ant Queen Monster Commander emerging from cocoon. Level 37 3-star. Potential 4.5 stars. Species, dark fire ant. Attributes, strength 325, constitution 367, agility 212, spirit 432. Innate abilities, egg laying, ant swarm command, dark fire burn. The dark fire queen is emerging from her cocoon, her soul in a weakened state. Upon reading the description of this colossal cocoon, Zhao Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Dark fire queen. What a coincidence. Chapter 20, mass sacrifice votes needed. A queen capable of commanding an entire colony. And one with egg-laying capabilities. This is absolutely perfect for a group sacrifice. Zhao Ming stared at the giant cocoon before him, his face radiating delight. Running his fingers over the white silk weaving the cocoon, he felt the immense vitality within and struggled to suppress a laugh. I still have one contract slot left. I can bind this queen ant first, then summon the colony for a mass sacrifice. Then use the enhanced energy gained from the sacrifice to boost either my own or Jelly's attributes. At this thought, he couldn't help but glance at the shadow lightning cat licking its paw nearby. Too bad your body hasn't recovered yet. Otherwise, I definitely prioritize enhancing you first. Zhao Ming opened the kitten's attribute panel. Mutant Shadow Lightning Cat Bloodline Evolution in progress. Level 242 4-star. Potential 6 stars. Species Shadow Lightning Cat. Attributes, Strength 674, Constitution 719, Agility 821, Spirit 764. Only 1% attributes remaining. Innate abilities, Shadow Stealth B, Lightning Combo B, 9 Les S. 2 levels restored. Still a long way to go before full recovery. Zhao Ming sighed and stroked the kitten's head. Calling you kitten all the time is inconvenient. Seeing how you're all black with golden lightning patterns, I'll call you Xianing from now on. Hearing her new name, the kitten tilted its head slightly and meowed twice. Taking this as consent, Zhao Ming began calling out, Xianing. Xianing. After playing with Xianing for a while, Zhao Ming remembered he had important business to attend to. Approaching the giant cocoon, he sensed the faint soul within and murmured to himself. Rest assured, following me will never be a mistake. He bit his finger and pricked the blood directly onto the giant cocoon. Blood as our bond, life and death united. With a flash of light, Zhao Ming signed a beast contract with the Dark Fire Ant Queen as she emerged from her cocoon. As the pact was sealed, the giant cocoon before Zhao Ming began to tremble slightly. Fine cracks gradually spread across its surface. As the cracks widened, an intense fragrance rapidly filled the air. One by one, dark fire ants suddenly emerged from nowhere, swarming around Zhao Ming. Dark Fire Ant Elite Monster. Level 21 2 stars. Potential 3 stars. Species Dark Fire Ant. Attributes Strength 112, Constitution 135, Agility 76, Spirit 27. Innate abilities Gnaw, Dark Fire Burn. Staring at the attribute panel of these dark fire ants, Zhao Ming's heart swelled with anticipation. The stronger these dark fire ants were, the more enhancement energy he would gain. This was going to be awesome. Finally, the giant cocoon shattered completely, and a dark fire ant queen slowly emerged from within. Over a meter long, nearly 2/3 of its body was a mass of white egg sacs. Bathed in the glow of moss above the cave, her carapace emitted a faint crimson radiance, as if she wore a dark red battle armor. Gazing at this dark fire ant queen, Zhao Ming felt an unstoppable surge of excitement. Though this dark fire ant queen was immobile, she possessed the ability to lay eggs. Given a stable environment and an endless supply of food, it could lay hundreds of eggs per minute. It was practically a god-tier unit generator. In the past, others had contracted such swarm-type beasts. They were known as bug-type beast masters. However, they discovered that swarm-type creatures like the dark fire ant and yellow-headed hornet, despite their vast numbers, require starting from level 0 after each egg-laying cycle. It was extremely troublesome. Moreover, since the contract was only with the queen ant or queen wasp, the beastmaster couldn't exert precise control over the entire swarm. They could only command it on a large scale for coordinated attacks. After a single battle, thousands of carefully cultivated insects often perish. They had to be rebuilt from scratch. Over time, no one bothered to contract such insect-type beasts anymore. But Zhao Ming was different. He possessed cultivation skills like Eternal Ember. He could fully concentrate the attributes of these dark fire ants into a few hundred ants or a queen ant. This allowed their attributes to skyrocket beyond all limits. Even if these dark fire ants perished, as long as the queen's egg-laying pace kept up, he could cultivate another batch of formidable dark fire ants in short order. Sensing Zhao Ming's gaze, the dark fire ant queen seemed to recognize him as her master. She shuffled closer, her antennae quivering gently, as if conveying affectionate feelings. Zhao Ming smiled faintly, gently stroking her carapace. From now on, we'll be comrades fighting side by side. With your fiery red body in command over the colony, I shall henceforth call you Red Queen. Upon hearing the name Zhao Ming had given her, the Red Queen's antennae quivered slightly, conveying a sense of joy. After patting Red Queen's head, Zhao Ming spoke with seriousness. Alright, now gather all your kin. It's time to begin the evolution. At Zhao Ming's command, Red Queen lifted her head. Her antennae quivered rapidly, releasing waves of strange fragrance that spread throughout the entire cavern. Immediately afterward, the ground around the cave began to tremble faintly, as if countless footsteps were approaching. Zhao Ming's eyes widened as dark red ants poured forth from every direction. They swiftly gathered around the dark fire ant queen, forming a massive army. The largest of these dark fire ants measured nearly 10 centimeters, while the smallest were still 3 centimeters in size. They densely covered the entire cave. Zhao Ming roughly estimated there were over 3,000 of them. If I sacrifice them all, just imagine the power boost I could gain. Zhao Ming thought to himself, beginning to plan his next enhancement strategy. First and foremost, he himself needed to be enhanced. Based on the previous sacrifice of the jelly, the number of sacrifices required seemed tied to his mental strength. He needed to strengthen his own spirit first to gain more enhancement opportunities. Next were the dark fire ants. He couldn't enhance them all, a few must be kept as his combat unit. Otherwise, having this beastmaster personally engage monsters every time would be downright embarrassing. Keep 20 as my combat unit. The rest can all be sacrificed. Zhao Ming silently calculated in his mind. He also needed to appropriately enhance the jelly and Xianing. Perhaps they could bring unexpected surprises. After finalizing his plan, Zhao Ming selected the 20 highest level dark fire ants from the over 3,000. The remaining 3,000 were divided into 3 groups, 500 to enhance himself, 500 to enhance jelly, 500 to enhance Xianing, and the final 1,500 to enhance those 20 dark fire ants. On average, each dark fire ant should receive the attribute energy of 75 other ants. Begin. Group sacrifice. Having thought this through, Zhao Ming summoned a golden ball of sacred fire before his chest and nodded to the Red Queen. As the tentacles atop Red Queen's head twitched slightly, the dark fire ants marched in formation into the flames. Group sacrifice activated successfully. Obtained 1 dark fire ant group attribute orb. Chapter 21, Insane leveling votes needed. As countless dark fire ants willingly sacrificed their lives, Zhao Ming gained a massive influx of enhancement energy. He channeled all these light orbs into the dark fire ants, jelly, Xianing, and himself. System notifications rang out continuously in his ears. Absorption successful. Mutant slime jelly gains base attribute bonuses, strength plus 53, constitution plus 56, agility plus 32. Mutant slime jelly awakens special skill, dark fire burn. Mutant slime jelly awakens special skill, acid ray. Absorption successful. Dark fire ant gains base attribute bonuses, strength plus 6, constitution plus 8, agility plus 4. Your dark fire ant triggers the legacy effect, gaining double attribute bonuses. Absorption successful. You gain base attribute bonuses, strength plus 51, constitution plus 42, agility plus 31, spirit plus 10. You learned the special skill during absorption, iron bones. You learned the special skill, collective consciousness during absorption. Absorption successful. Shadow lightning cat Xianing gains base attribute bonuses, strength plus 55, constitution plus 41, agility plus 28, spirit plus 9. Due to the dark lightning cat's negative status, all enhanced attributes automatically convert into healing energy. Dark lightning cat Xianing awakens special skill, dark fire scorch. Ah! Unrivaled power. As this surge of enhanced energy flooded through him, Zhao Ming felt his entire body brimming with power. After this enhancement, his overall attributes had surpassed the 200 threshold. His maximum strength approached 60. And he was only level 1. He hadn't even begun cultivating the beast taming heart technique yet, and his stats were already terrifying. Once his level increased in the future, wouldn't he become even more monstrous? Scanning the system prompts, Zhao Ming did a quick calculation. Looks like my earlier guess about sacrificing for a 1% gain needs to be scrapped. Previously, when sacrificing jelly, each offering provided Zhao Ming with a 0.1 attribute bonus. He guessed that 0.1 was the minimum value. This time, sacrificing the dark fire ants 500 ants with an average attribute of over 100 only yielded an attribute bonus of around 50. Averaging it out, it was still roughly 0.1. I wonder when I'll be able to sacrifice a beast with higher stats. That would help confirm the sacrifice ratio for attribute points. The thought crossed his mind, and Zhao Ming couldn't help but glance at Xianing beside him. At that moment, Xianing felt the injuries within its body gradually healing. It was happily licking its paw, completely unaware that its master had already set his sights on it. Xianing's attributes have recovered 3% so far. If I could sacrifice more, the recovery rate might even speed up, Zhao Ming sighed. These dark fire ants were painstakingly collected by Red Queen. To cultivate this many again would take ages. He shouldn't be too greedy. Gulp, gulp. The enhanced jelly bounced along, feeling its own body. As its attributes increased, the jelly's body continued to grow. What was once only the size of a watermelon now swelled to the size of a tire, its attribute points increasing tenfold. It had also awakened 2 new skills, Dark Fire Burn and Acid Ray, granting it preliminary combat capabilities. No longer would it be treated as mere spider silk by Zhao Ming. Watching the jelly bubble and surge on the ground, Zhao Ming smiled faintly. Keep it up, jelly. Your legendary journey has only just begun. His gaze shifted to the Red Queen on the other side. The 20-odd Darkfire ants behind her had undergone a dramatic transformation after Zhao Ming's enhancement. 7 or 8 consecutive attribute critical hits had significantly boosted their stats. Their bodies had swollen considerably, with even the smallest now as large as Zhao Ming's palm. Moreover, each Darkfire ant had grown wings, gaining the ability to fly. Beyond their enhanced attributes, what pleased Zhao Ming most were the newly awakened skills. Steel Bones and Group Consciousness undoubtedly enhanced his command over the beasts and his defensive capabilities against surprise attacks. Observing the diverse skills they had awakened, Zhao Ming speculated that these abilities were not only tied to the attributes of the sacrificed beasts but also related to the targets receiving the enhancement. For instance, Xianing hadn't awakened the acid spray skill. Similarly, Jelly hadn't awakened skills like bite or heavy strike. It seemed to be heavily tied to species traits. After reviewing his own attributes and those of his beasts, Zhao Ming couldn't help but fall into deep thought. To be honest, the attributes of these Darkfire ants weren't particularly strong, strictly speaking. They could only be considered above average. But the attributes they provided him were undeniably massive. Because they were numerous, they could yield tremendous benefits. So, going forward, I'm not really looking for powerful beasts to tame. But rather, I'll be looking for beasts that can reproduce, right? With this sudden realization, Zhao Ming felt as though the world had opened up before him. Exactly. With the eternal flame in his hands, why bother seeking out powerful beasts? As long as his beasts reproduced enough and fast enough, he could cultivate an all-purpose monster. Powerful? What good is that? In this game, it's all about power. Zhao Ming finally understood. So what if each sacrifice only yields attributes in the 50s? With enough sacrificial beasts, couldn't he still soar to new heights? At this thought, Zhao Ming's eyes lit up as he looked at Red Queen. If possible, I should strengthen Red Queen too. Maybe the stronger her stats, the stronger the insect eggs she produces. As Zhao Ming pondered this, he suddenly spotted Jelly waddling over. He recalled that Jelly hadn't exhausted its daily respawn count yet. He beckoned to it, causing it to split open on the spot. Split. Sacrifice. Split. Sacrifice. After dozens of cycles of splitting and rebirth, the Jelly began to show signs of fear toward Zhao Ming. When Zhao Ming tried to make it split again, it shook its body violently, refusing outright. Alright, that's enough for today. Zhao Ming shrugged, thought for a moment, then tossed all the energy orbs into his own body. Absorption successful. You have gained the following base attribute bonuses: Strength plus 0.1, Constitution plus 0.1, Spirit plus 0.1. Fine. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. After completing the sacrifice, Zhao Ming stood up and surveyed the cavern, now empty and vast without the Ascension Heart. He waved his hand, summoning the Red Queen back into the Beastmaster's heart, then smiled at Xianing. Time to deal with this secret realm. Hidden Secret Realm, Shadow Cavern Hard. Clear conditions: eliminate 3,100 dark fire ants, eliminate 050 dog-headed men, eliminate 01 dog-headed priest. Thus, guided by over 20 dark fire ants, Zhao Ming began his advance into the depths of the Shadow Cavern. With the coordinated efforts of the dark fire ants, Xianing, and Jelly, every goblin they encountered was instantly obliterated without even a chance to resist. Even mining squads comprising dozens of goblins met a gruesome end at Zhao Ming's hands. As he and his beasts plowed through the cave, Zhao Ming arrived at a chamber filled with candles. Deep within the cavern, a goblin clad in priestly robes and wielding a staff bellowed at them. Behind it, a gleaming golden treasure chest caught Zhao Ming's attention. Chapter 22: The Golden Treasure Chest Support Appreciated. A treasure chest. Zhao Ming's eyes lit up. All public secret realms were now developed by relevant authorities and thoroughly tested countless times to ensure safety before opening to the public. While this ensured the safety of many low-level beast masters to a certain extent, it also meant that basic rewards within the realms offered nothing else. Not to mention so-called treasure chests or special rewards. Those had long been plundered by the beast tamers from the relevant departments. Originally, Zhao Ming had come here merely to complete the secret realm quest. He never expected such an unexpected bonus. Chest drops in level 20 hard difficulty secret realms have a chance to yield skill books. Online communities had long developed intricate formulas for calculating secret realm treasure chest drop rates. Depending on the dungeon's difficulty, the number of monsters, and the boss's strength, different types of rewards could be obtained. These could be monster materials or beastmaster equipment. The most valuable reward, without a doubt, is the skill book. It's said that some players specifically train stealth specialized treasure hunting rats to enter high-level dungeons and open chests. In one level 60 hard dungeon, a player once obtained an S-rank skill book, Fire Phoenix Incinerates the Heavens. It made them rich overnight. Zhao Ming's current dungeon, however, was a level 20 hard difficulty instance. Forget an S-rank skill book, even AB rank would be a welcome find. His innate skill, Vitality Boost, was utterly useless. He really needed more skills to rely on. Woof woof woof, gurgle gurgle. The dog-headed priest waved his staff wildly and bellowed at Zhao Ming as he burst in. Zhao Ming turned to face him. Almost forgot about you. With a flick of his wrist, a glob of green goo shot out. It was jelly. The jelly flew through the air, its body gurgling and tumbling as it shot a burst of acidic liquid that splattered onto the goblin priest, burning it and making it wail in pain. Wielding his staff, a massive fireball rapidly formed at its tip. Boom! The fireball hurtled toward the jelly on the ground, only to be shattered into a shower of sparks by Zhao Ming's sword as he charged forward. Seeing Zhao Ming suddenly charge forward, the dog-headed priest panicked. It pulled out a half-burned candle, its mouth spewing furious growls. The piercing, high-pitched barks echoed relentlessly through the cavern. After the call, the goblin priest shot Zhao Ming a smug look. This was the kingdom of the goblin chieftains, whose numbers were endless. Did Zhao Ming and his few little karamis really think they could defeat him? What a pipe dream! But after waiting for ages, he heard no response from the goblins within the cave. He had no idea that Zhao Ming had already purged all the goblins in the vicinity. He'd be damned if he could summon any goblins now. Watching the goblin priest seething with frustration, Zhao Ming sneered coldly. Oomph! Still trying to summon reinforcements? Kill him! Zhao Ming pointed his sword at the goblin priest before him. The dark fire ants behind him scurried swiftly across the ground, quickly surrounding the goblin priest. Don't let their small size fool you, their bites pack a real sting. Their attacks not only inflicted persistent burning damage but also injected a special acidic fluid into their victims, causing negative effects like slowness, numbness, and confusion. Moreover, thanks to Zhao Ming's prior enhancements, the dark fire ants' defenses had been significantly boosted. The goblin priest's fireballs bounced off them without leaving a mark. Within moments, the dark fire ants swarmed the ogre priest, relentlessly gnawing at its flesh. Woof woof woof, gurgle gurgle. The ogre priest let out a shrill, agonized scream, flinging aside his staff as he frantically swatted at the dark fire ants swarming his body. His health bar plummeted like a floodgate bursting open. Hidden nearby, Shadowcloak seized the moment, leaping out of the shadows. Swish! A claw slashed clean through the goblin priest's throat, instantly wiping out its last shred of health. The dog-headed priest stared in disbelief toward Zhao Ming, its hand still clutching a half-burned candle. It couldn't fathom that it would fall to Zhao Ming's few tamed beasts. Approaching the goblin priest's corpse, Zhao Ming picked up the half-burned candle from its hand. Kyriel's candle, common upon use, summons 3 1-star goblins to assist in battle. Resets daily upon the goblin's death. You can't take my candle. Seeing this item, Zhao Ming's eyes lit up. He wondered if the summoned dog-headed men could be sacrificed. If so, that would be fantastic. Stowing away half a candle, Zhao Ming rubbed his hands together as he approached the treasure chest. Opening it, 5 or 6 glowing orbs instantly burst forth, scattering across the floor. You opened a golden treasure chest. You obtained 300 magic crystal shards, skill book 1, space bag 1, scorched earth boots 1, ring of Andre 1. Zhao Ming gathered the light orbs and began examining them one by one. Magic crystal shards were a standard drop from every secret realm, not particularly useful except for feeding beasts or trading for money at the beast market. Generally, one magic crystal shard could fetch around 10 yuan. I never expected to actually get a skill book. Zhao Ming picked up the skill book and examined it closely. Skeleton Summon, B summons 3 level 1 skeletons to assist in combat. Skeleton attribute scale with skill level. New skeletons cannot be summoned until existing ones are defeated. Small skeletons benefit from all beast master skill effects. Great skill. For other beast tamers, this skill might be useless. But for Zhao Ming, it's incredibly useful. The small skeletons benefit from all beast master skill effects. This means these little skeletons function as Zhao Ming's tamed beasts. And Zhao Ming can sacrifice his beasts. This is absolutely perfect. Other beast tamers might hesitate upon seeing this skill. Because the little skeleton's attributes scale with the skill's level. And this skill cannot be reused until the little skeleton dies. To level it up, one must keep fighting. But Zhao Ming is different. He could farm it. Not only could he grind the skill's proficiency, but he could also boost his own attributes. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So the moment he saw the skill description, Zhao Ming immediately slapped it onto himself. The subsequent space bag and scorched earth boots were both fine-grade equipment. The space bag allowed Zhao Ming to carry essential supplies. Though its capacity was only 5 cubic meters, it was more than sufficient for his current needs. The scorched earth boots provided Zhao Ming with bonuses to health and speed, plus the ability to move faster while walking on flames. Unfortunately, it was a level 10 item, meaning Zhao Ming would have to level up before he could equip it. What surprised Zhao Ming most was the final piece of equipment. The ring of Andre. This golden bracer bore 4 holes and emitted a faint glow. Andre's ring. Slot, bracers. Quality, gold. Level, 20. Attributes, Constitution plus 33, Strength plus 45, Spirit plus 37. Magic slots, Andre's ring features 4 magic sockets. By inserting enchanted runestones, the bracelet can activate spells, instantly unleashing magical effects. After reading the item description for Andre's ring, Zhao Ming sucked in a sharp breath. Whoa! What a powerful gold tier item. Chapter 23, The Secret Realm Vanishes. Support requested. A bracelet capable of instantly activating enchanted runestones. It was as if Zhao Ming had gained 4 additional skill slots. As long as he had enough magic runes, wouldn't he essentially become a master of all professions? To use any skill, he simply swaps out the corresponding magic rune. Magic runestones are special materials sourced from high-level secret realms. They possess the miraculous ability to imprint skills. Simply hold the rune while casting a skill, and it will be recorded within the rune. Activated by channeling energy, they serve as a protective measure for younger members within most organizations and clans. Extremely rare and precious, they are often priceless and unavailable on the market. Even when a few occasionally surface, they fetch astronomical prices at auctions, fetching millions. Zhao Ming ran his fingers over the golden bracer and sighed softly. Too bad magic talismans are so expensive. Otherwise, I could have bought a few to keep on hand. This bracer requires level 20 to use, so he still had time. Perhaps he could acquire some magic runestones by then? He waved his hand, stowing the items into his spatial pouch. Zhao Ming walked toward the cave entrance. Just as Zhao Ming ventured into the shadow cavern for his adventure, Tangren, being carried away by 3 bodyguards, also fled back to Lanhe City. Tangren clung to the back of the bodyguard captain, glancing back repeatedly. His earth dragon had just sacrificed itself to cover their retreat, brutally slain by the claws of goblin warriors. Uncle Wang, have those monsters caught up yet? Old Wang, carrying Tangren on his back, closed his eyes to sense the situation. Through the beast he had left behind, he learned the movements of the Goblin King. Those goblins seemed to have gone after Zhao Ming. Hearing Old Wang's words, the group instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Though these goblin warriors weren't particularly strong, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Caught off guard, they could only flee in disarray. Given time to prepare, they wouldn't fear even double the number of goblins. The other 2 rookie bodyguards patted their chests, still trembling with fear. Young master, we should be safe now. The reason they chose to become bodyguards for the wealthy. It's all about stability. No one wants to risk their life in the danger zone, hunting monsters for a pittance. Little did I expect that after only a few days as a bodyguard, I'd run into something like this. He'd lost all the tamed beasts he'd painstakingly raised. The thought of his 4 beasts being surrounded and slaughtered by goblin warriors instantly filled him with bitter sorrow. Seeing the situation was now safe, Tangren climbed down from Old Wang's back. His face darkened as curses spilled from his mouth. Damn it, that bastard Zhao Ming. If it weren't for him, how would I have gotten into this mess? He failed to recognize that it was his own stubborn insistence on meddling that had led him into this mess. He reached into his pocket and his expression suddenly changed. Where's my phone? Old Wang thought for a moment. Probably left it back at that place. Tangren froze, his expression shifting between frustration and resignation. After a long moment of internal struggle, he finally sighed. Forget it. He got off easy this time. The 2 bodyguards behind him exchanged glances, their faces grim as they reported. Young master, our beast tamers are all dead. Hearing this, Tangren's mood sank even further. Cry, what's there to cry about? Haven't you seen my earth dragon is dead too? Old Wang, when we get back, give each of them 4 new beasts. The cost is on me. Old Wang hesitated. Young master. Thinking his beasts had also suffered losses, Tangren patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, yours will be compensated too. Old Wang gave a wry smile and spoke up. No, young master, you're out of money. A while back, the old master wanted you to focus on your studies and froze your card. Have you forgotten? Hearing Old Wang's words, Tangren's expression froze instantly. That did happen. Damn it. Damn it. Meanwhile, after eliminating all the goblins, Rocco stared at the vanished tracking point and slammed his helmet onto the ground. So close. So damn close to catching the test subject. Damn those goblins for blocking the way. Boss, the battlefield's been cleared. A subordinate came over to report. Rocco nodded and dismissed the snakemen he had summoned moments before. A few got away earlier. Find out who they are. Leave not a single one alive. With that, he mounted a giant wolf and charged deep into the gloomy forest. He had to notify the doctor immediately. The test subjects were now untraceable. In the shadow cavern, Zhao Ming made his way toward the exit. Suddenly, the shadow creature perched on his shoulder leapt to the ground and began retching violently. Moments later, a small, round disc that flashed red light continuously emerged from its mouth. Meow. Staring at the small disc on the ground, Zhao Ming froze for a moment before crouching down to examine it closely. What is this? A tracker. Meow. Xianying nodded, confirming Zhao Ming's suspicion. Zhao Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed Xianying's identity wasn't simple either. Those heavily equipped special forces earlier were probably here to capture it. You really know how to stir up trouble. Zhao Ming sighed, tossing the small disc onto the ground. It seemed he'd have to be more careful when using Xianying from now on. Whoever those guys were, if they found out Xianying was in his possession, endless trouble would surely follow. Staring at the tracker lying at his feet, Xianning recalled the memories of being locked up for experiments, a flicker of disgust crossing his eyes. Fiery flames ignited on his claws as he swatted at the disc, shattering it completely. At the cave entrance, Lin Xiaowan still waited anxiously in the same spot. Seeing Zhao Ming emerge unscathed, she hurried forward. "Zhao Ming, are you okay?" Zhao Ming shook his head with a smile. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I just went in to take a look around. When I encountered the monster, I came right back out." Hearing his explanation, Lin Xiaowan breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew it. This is a difficult secret realm. Just surviving the two of us is impressive enough. Let's not even think about tackling it just yet. Once we grind up our levels, we can explore properly later." Watching Lin Xiaowan act like a little teacher, Zhao Ming couldn't help but smile. All right, don't worry, Teacher Lin. I wouldn't risk my own life for a joke." Hearing Zhao Ming's teasing, Lin Xiaowan flushed crimson but stubbornly retorted. "Teacher Lin? That sounds awful. I'm just worried about you. You're taking my good intentions the wrong way." The two emerged from the cave entrance, leaving the secret realm behind. Beep. Secret Realm Settlement, eliminated 3211-100 Dark Fire Ants, eliminated 32750 Dog-Headed Men, eliminated 11 Dog-Headed Priest. Quest rating, SSS. Rewards, Darkfire Longsword 1, Darkfire Armor 1, Darkfire Boots 1, EXP 340. Swish. The moment they exited the secret realm, a white light flared around Zhao Ming. He leveled up. The experience gained from grinding goblins and slaying the goblin priest, combined with the dungeon completion bonus, propelled him up 2 levels instantly. Seeing the white light radiating from Zhao Ming, Lin Xiaowan's mouth fell open. "Zhao Ming, how did you level up?" Zhao Ming scratched his nose awkwardly and chuckled. "Guess I got lucky. I ambushed and killed a goblin earlier, and the dungeon settlement gave me some XP, so I leveled up." Lin Xiaowan nodded in agreement. "True. The first few levels go by pretty fast, but it gets tougher later on. Our experience points are tied to our Beastmaster ratings, so leveling up will be much slower." Zhao Ming nodded silently. Lin Xiaowan turned to look at the cave where the light had vanished, her expression filled with surprise. Why did the secret realm vanish? A sharp gleam flashed in Zhao Ming's eyes. The secret realm vanished. Whether it was related to his absorption of the Ascension Heart or the dog-headed priest remained unknown. But this was for the best. His secret wouldn't be discovered by others. Scratching his head, he feigned surprise. No idea. Maybe it was a one-time secret realm. A single-entry secret realm refers to those realms that can only be entered once. Regardless of whether you complete it or not, it vanishes after you exit. Hearing Zhao Ming's explanation, Lin Xiaowan sighed. Probably. What a shame. We're too weak, otherwise we could really explore properly. They say these single-use secret realms are packed with good stuff. Zhao Ming smiled but didn't respond. The best treasure within the secret realm was already in his possession. Nothing else mattered now. Let's go. It's getting late. We should hurry back. Walking in the fading light of the setting sun, Zhao Ming and Lin Xiaowan reoriented themselves. They headed toward the city gates of Longha City. Chapter 24, The Mystic Beast Order and the Dragon Egg Votes Needed. On their way back to the city, Zhao Ming first accompanied Lin Xiaowan to locate the Moonlight Owl that Gui Yuanwu had driven away, guided by their Beastmaster contract. Then the two arrived at the Beastmaster Market. Cheng Lingxue had previously messaged him that most matters at the Goblin Camp had been settled. She had set aside some high-quality magic gems for him as keepsakes, stored in a locker at the Beastmaster Market. She also transferred the final proceeds of 1.3 million from processing those materials directly to Zhao Ming. Following the instructions in Cheng Lingxue's text, Zhao Ming located the storage locker. After entering the password to open it, seeing the 4 or 5 magic gems and a magical necklace inside, Zhao Ming chuckled to himself. These guys. Zhao Ming shook his head as he retrieved the gems and necklace. Dawnlight's Protection. Slot, necklace. Quality, fine. Level, 0. Attributes, Constitution +3, Spirit +7. Dawnlight Shield, channel energy to activate a defensive shield, absorbing 100 points of magical damage. A fine piece of equipment, it served as a decent lifesaver for novice beast tamers. It must have cost the 3 of them a pretty penny. Zhao Ming smiled faintly, accepting their kindness without refusal. He fastened the necklace around his neck and departed the Beastmaster Market alongside Lin Xiaowan. Upon returning to Longha City, Zhao Ming didn't head straight back to school. Instead, he chose to go home. This misfortune had turned into a blessing. With Gui Yuanwu's threat eliminated, he could finally return home. Besides, he wanted to go home and properly search through his father's belongings. He needed to find out what exactly had prompted Lu Yongbin to send Gui Yuanwu after him. Could it really be because of that jelly-like beast egg? That couldn't be. The Lu family was so powerful, could they not tell the quality of a beast egg? Even if it was a 4-star demon beast, it shouldn't mean much to the Lu family. So what exactly was Lu Yongbin searching for? Zhao Ming rapidly reviewed his memories with his father in his mind. Nothing came to mind. Leaning against the bus window, he exhaled heavily and let out a bitter laugh. Dad, what secret are you hiding? Back home, he fumbled for his keys and unlocked the door. The room had been thoroughly ransacked by Gui Yuanwu and his men. The spirit altar on the table had been smashed to pieces. His father's ashes were scattered across the floor. Seeing the utter devastation, rage instantly ignited within Zhao Ming's heart. Damn Gui Yuanwu. To let you die like this. That's far too easy for you. He strode quickly to his father's memorial altar, carefully gathering the scattered ashes from the floor and placing them into a small urn. Brushing the dust from his father's portrait, Zhao Ming sighed. Kneeling before the altar, he bowed deeply. Though I still don't know what secrets you hid. Since I've crossed over into your son's body, his affairs are now mine. Rest assured, I will take good care of your son. As he bowed before Zhao Baichuan's portrait, Zhao Ming suddenly noticed something amiss with the shrine. After placing the urn inside, he couldn't shake the feeling that its dimensions seemed slightly different from the exterior of the shrine. Zhao Ming suddenly recalled that Zhao Baichuan had commissioned this niche specially made. After receiving it, he had even joked with Zhao Ming that this niche must hold his ashes after his death. At the time, Zhao Ming had thought it was unlucky and scolded him for it. The thought made Zhao Ming quickly reach up to remove the urn, his hand fumbling around inside the niche. Suddenly, his hand paused as he felt a switch at the bottom of the niche. A sharp gleam flashed in Zhao Ming's eyes. Just as I thought. There's a hidden compartment. He pressed the switch firmly, and a click sounded. A lid at the base of the shrine suddenly swung open, revealing a black token and a letter tumbling out. Picking up the black token from the floor, Zhao Ming examined it closely. The token was entirely black, with silver-white patterns along its edges. It was diamond-shaped, featuring countless exotic beasts carved on its reverse, roaring fiercely toward the heavens. On the front was engraved the character Xian. Running his fingers over the cold, intricate patterns, Zhao Ming felt a surge of surprise. Just who is this cheap old dad of mine? This token seems to have quite the pedigree. After turning it over and over for a long while without discerning any clues, Zhao Ming set the token aside for the moment and opened the envelope he had just found. Pulling out the letter, it was indeed a letter from Zhao Baichuan to Zhao Ming. My son, Zhao Ming, by the time you find this letter, I may no longer be here. As he read the contents, Zhao Ming's expression grew increasingly somber. The letter detailed Zhao Ming's origins and the history of this token. It turned out that Zhao Ming's father, Zhao Baichuan, was originally a collateral descendant of the Zhao family in the capital, while his mother, Mu Xueqing, was a collateral direct descendant of the Mu family. Historical animosity between the two families had made their marriage deeply unwelcome. In a fit of rage, Zhao Baichuan resolved to elope with Mu Xueqing, even if it meant being cast out of his own household. After fleeing to Longhe, Mu Xueqing became pregnant. Tragically, she died during childbirth while giving birth to Zhao Ming. Consumed by grief, Zhao Baichuan attempted to return to the Zhao family with his son, only to be driven away once more. They declared that unless Zhao Baichuan could cultivate a 7-star beast, he would never be allowed to set foot in the Zhao family compound again. To prove himself, Zhao Baichuan trained relentlessly, even joining a wilderness adventuring guild. This black token was something he had stumbled upon in a hidden realm. The Mystic Beast Token. Within the token lies a miniature space where beasts can roam freely, ideal for cultivating beast tamers. Unlike the Beastmaster's heart, within the Mystic Beast Token, the beast could move freely without falling into slumber. Moreover, through special Beastmaster techniques, the token could synergize with the beast to unleash various Beastmaster skills. At the end of Zhao Baichuan's letter, he informed Zhao Ming that after years of arduous adventures, he had finally discovered a beast egg with potential of at least 7 stars. He hoped Zhao Ming would nurture it, proving to the Zhao family that Zhao Baichuan was no good for nothing. Holding the letter in his hand, Zhao Ming shook his head gently and sighed. Love-struck fools are their own worst enemies. Remembering that Zhao Baichuan and Mu Qingxue were, after all, his parents, Zhao Ming couldn't bring himself to say much. He simply sighed and said no more. He carefully tucked the letter away and picked up the Xian Beast token from the table once more. Following Zhao Baichuan's instructions, he squeezed a drop of blood onto the token. Instantly, a beam of light erupted from it. He probed it with his mental energy and found a space over 50 cubic meters in size, containing a fiery red beast egg. As he lifted the half-meter-tall beast egg, a holographic display materialized before Zhao Ming's eyes. Blazing flame dragon egg incubating. Potential, 7.5 stars. Species, fire dragon. This incubating dragon egg requires substantial experience points and fire attribute magic crystals to hatch successfully. Slaying dragon blood monsters accelerates the incubation process. Staring at the system panel before him, Zhao Ming's jaw dropped wide open. Holy crap! It's actually a dragon egg! Chapter 25, The 4 Imperial Academies Votes Needed. Zhao Ming had always thought Zhao Baichuan was pretty awesome. But he never imagined he'd be this awesome. He actually kept a dragon egg for himself. You see, even the most worthless dragon beast, as long as it's pure-blooded, starts at 5 stars at minimum and can grow to become a 9-star demonic beast. Ordinary people couldn't even hope to contract one, let alone lay eyes on it. Monsters with even a trace of dragon blood in their veins were unmatched among their peers. Lu Yongbin probably doesn't even know this is a dragon egg. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent just Gui Yuanwu. Zhao Ming carefully stored the dragon egg within his mystic beast order. Until he possessed sufficient strength, he had no intention of hatching it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to protect it. After all, even dragon beasts possessed limited combat prowess in their early stages, demanding Zhao Ming invest vast resources in their cultivation. But this mystic beast token arrived just in time. The Red Queen was precisely in need of a safe place to lay her eggs. Zhao Ming toyed with the Black Shin beast order, waving his hand to summon the Red Queen and her minions, the Dark Fire Ants. After sealing them within the Shin beast order, he instructed them not to approach the dragon egg carelessly and left it be. The next day, armed with a large sum of money, Zhao Ming first headed to the beast tamer market. He purchased a large quantity of monster meat, over 50 pounds, as food for Xianing and the Red Queen, spending over 1 million yuan. He then proceeded to the trading center to acquire 3 goblin claws, fulfilling the requirements of his trial quest. With that task complete, he departed the Beastmaster market and returned to Longhua First High School. His top priority now was attending the Beastmaster training at school. Much of the knowledge required to become a Beastmaster could only be acquired through formal schooling. Most crucially, individuals couldn't register for the Beastmaster college entrance exam independently. Without passing this exam, one couldn't gain admission to the specialized higher education institutions dedicated to training Beastmasters. After 3 centuries of development, the Beastmaster profession had long shed its former image as a weakling class solely capable of summoning beasts for combat. Through 6 generations of refinement, beast tamers had evolved into a complex professional system centered around cultivation, training, evolution, combat, command, and husbandry. By resonating with the Beastmaster's heart and their beasts, practitioners cultivate Beastmaster techniques. Even ordinary individuals can gradually master formidable power through this path. Knock knock knock. Come in. Fu Xing was reviewing the latest stock market trends before starting work. The sea of green numbers made his teeth grind. Director Fu, I've completed my trial mission. Zhao Ming entered the office and placed his apprentice Beastmaster insignia and the goblin claw on the desk. Oh, Zhao Ming. You finished the trial task so quickly? Fu Xing was slightly taken aback by Zhao Ming's arrival. He hadn't expected Zhao Ming to finish so quickly. After all, this trial task was one he'd specifically chosen, no easy feat for a novice. On one hand, someone had slipped him money to assign Zhao Ming the most difficult trial task possible. On the other hand, with the Beastmaster college entrance exam approaching, he wasn't exactly thrilled about Zhao Ming transferring into his class right now. After all, Zhao Ming only possessed a D-grade talent and had joined the class in the final 3 months. If he actually took the Beastmaster college entrance exam, his results wouldn't be particularly impressive. In the end, he dragged down their class's advancement rate and affect Fu Xing's bonus. So, truthfully, Fu Xing hadn't been keen on Zhao Ming transferring from the start. But there was nothing he could do. According to national regulations, any student who awakened a Beastmaster's heart had the right to apply to the school for a class transfer, request specialized Beastmaster training, and ultimately take the Beastmaster college entrance exam. Deep down, Fu Xing secretly hoped Zhao Ming could delay his transfer by another year. If Zhao Ming could take next year's exam, he'd surely achieve a decent score. That was why, when selecting trial tasks, Fu Xing deliberately chose the 10 Goblin Claws mission. His plan was to wait until Zhao Ming was on the verge of failing, then persuade him to postpone the exam until next year. In return, he could extend Zhao Ming's trial period to 3 months. But he hadn't expected Zhao Ming to finish so quickly. He knew Zhao Ming's family background wasn't affluent, so it was impossible for him to have bought the materials with money. That meant he had hunted them down himself. And in just a few days, he'd already crafted 10 Goblin Claws. The drop rate for Goblin Claws wasn't high, not every goblin dropped one. It usually took killing 7 or 8 to get just one. Moreover, goblins were timid, gregarious creatures. Just locating them required considerable effort. Even when found, they appear in large groups. An ordinary novice beast tamer without ample combat experience could easily suffer heavy losses. Even if Zhao Ming sought help from a high-level beastmaster, it wouldn't be practical. Because goblins are extremely timid, the moment they sense trouble, they flee immediately. They simply won't engage in a life or death struggle with a high-level beastmaster. Moreover, given Zhao Ming's circumstances, he likely couldn't afford to hire a high-level beastmaster anyway. Based on this reasoning, Zhao Ming must have hunted at least 70 or 80 goblins over the past 2 days. That level of difficulty is no small feat for a novice beast tamer. If Zhao Ming possessed advanced talent, it might be understandable. But with only a D-rank talent, how could he possibly manage it? Whoa! Could this kid actually be a prodigy? Fu Xing thought to himself as he picked up the goblin claw from the table for inspection. It was fresh material, clearly obtained not long ago. Could this kid have raided a goblin camp? Fu Xing pondered silently, deciding to bring him to class first and observe him closely. If this kid truly was a Beastmaster prodigy, their school might just be in the running for top honors this year. All Beastmaster academies were categorized into key academies, first-tier academies, second-tier academies, and third-tier academies based on their founding dates and faculty strength. Among the key institutions, the four most renowned were collectively known as the four pillars of the nation. They were the Capital Academy in Central Province, the Mountain Sea Academy in Blue Province, the Dragon Guard Academy in C Province, and the Cold Sky Academy in G Province. If Zhao Ming truly possessed such talent, he might even have a shot at securing a spot in one of the four pillars of the nation. The thought alone sent a surge of excitement through Fu Xing's heart. Zhao Ming, is it? Correct. You've done an excellent job with the assignment. It's clear you put in a lot of effort. Well, morning is nearly over. I'll take you to process your class transfer paperwork shortly. You can attend your new class this afternoon. Zhao Ming nodded, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and followed Fu Xing to the Academic Affairs office to complete the transfer paperwork. At 2 p.m. sharp, the bell rang for class at Longhe City First High School. Students in the Beast Master class were chatting and laughing in the classroom. Fatso, you didn't go online yesterday. You have no idea about my nocturne, holy crap. Hey, how's your beast taming beginner's manual coming along? What do you expect? I just achieved resonance. I'm still miles away from the first layer. Holy crap, I saw this gorgeous schoolgirl beauty on Wujiang Road yesterday. Let me show you the pic. A girl in uniform tapped Lin Xiaowan's shoulder and whispered the gossip. Xiaowan, did you hear? It seems like we're getting a transfer student in our class? Lin Xiaowan was still lost in thoughts of her time with Zhao Ming a few days ago when she was suddenly interrupted, her expression still dazed. Ha? I didn't know. For some reason, Zhao Ming's image suddenly popped into her mind. Could it be him? The more Lin Xiaowan thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Wonder who the new transfer student is? Is he handsome? A male classmate beside her snorted derisively. What era are we in? The Beastmaster College entrance exam is only 3 months away. Transferring now is just asking for trouble. Just achieving beast resonance takes a month, plus all that theoretical knowledge to learn. Looks like he's here just to mess around. Another boy chimed in with a laugh, exactly. Beastmaster training isn't something you master overnight. From selecting a beast to building rapport, and finally mapping out its evolution path, it all takes considerable time. Honestly, he'd be better off focusing on academics this year, taking the college entrance exam, repeating the year, and then joining the Beastmaster class for next year's exam. The girl, her illusions shattered, retorted defiantly, Wang Dafu, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Does transferring into this class mean he can't be a genius? The boy tried to say something more. At that moment, Fu Xing entered the room with Zhao Ming in tow. The room instantly fell silent. Glancing at the unremarkable Zhao Ming beside Fu Xing, the boy chuckled softly before turning to the girl next to Lin Xiaowan. A genius? Him? Chapter 26, Beastmaster School Votes Needed. Clap. 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 Fu Xing clapped his hands on the podium to capture everyone's attention. Today, we have a new student joining our class. For the next 3 months, he will study alongside us and participate in the Beastmaster College entrance exam together. Zhao Ming, please introduce yourself. Zhao Ming stepped forward and bowed to the class. Hello everyone, my name is Zhao Ming. I look forward to your support over the next 3 months. Fu Xing pointed to an empty seat in the back row. Sit next to Qian Feng for now. If you have any questions, you can ask him after class. Now, let's begin class. Please take out your copy of Beast Taming Fundamentals and turn to page 43. Zhao Ming nodded, walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down. His desk partner, Qian Feng, was a boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, somewhat handsome in a boyish way. His speech and laughter carried a hint of mischief. Hello, Qian Feng. Zhao Ming gave a slight nod in response. Hello, Zhao Ming. As he spoke, Zhao Ming pulled out his textbook and flipped to the section Fu Xing was currently lecturing on. Last class we covered the origins of beast masters. Today we'll discuss the different schools of beast mastery. Everyone, please pay close attention, these are all essential topics for the annual Beastmaster entrance exam. Zhao Ming listened to Fu Xing's lecture while reading his textbook. The so-called schools of beast taming referred to the distinct styles formed by beast tamers through contracts with different beasts. Broadly speaking, the current mainstream schools of beast taming primarily consist of 3 types: battle beasts, artifact beasts, and spirit beasts. War beasts refer to beast masters who contract various magical creatures for combat. This category encompasses all manner of beasts, flying creatures, beasts of the earth, insects, fish, and monstrous beasts. Any beastmaster who summons physical entities falls under the combat beast category. This is the path most beast tamers currently follow. Practitioners of this style rarely engage in combat themselves. After binding a beast through the beastmaster's heart, they command their beasts to fight. Even if a beast perishes, the damage to the master is minimal, they simply train a new one. However, practitioners of this style are often physically fragile, with most of their combat power residing in their beasts. The artifact binding school, on the other hand, uses the beastmaster's heart to contract with artifact-type magical beasts such as spirit swords or demonic blades. Any artifact imbued with spirit can be contracted. These tamers wield their contracted spirit artifacts in battle, achieving a powerful unity between human and artifact that often allows them to fight opponents of higher tiers. These beast masters closely resemble the sword cultivators Zhao Ming had encountered in the online novels of his previous life. They stake their very lives on their spirit weapons, cultivating both weapon and self to achieve peerless combat prowess. However, if the contracted artifact is damaged, the beast master suffers severe backlash, potentially endangering their life. Spirit magic, however, represents a different path for beast masters. It combines elements of both beast mastery and artifact mastery, specializing in elemental-type beast contracts. In battle, they fuse with these beasts to become spellcasters, unleashing diverse skills and magic for ranged attacks. This path demands exceptional innate talent, requiring immense mental strength and mastery of both beast taming techniques and diverse magical skills. After hearing this, Zhao Ming reflected inwardly, I currently fall under the battle beast category. But judging by combat effectiveness, the hierarchy is artifact spirit magic battle beast. I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to obtain a spirit artifact and transition into an artifact type beast master. According to the textbook, all beast masters follow the battle beast path before the Beastmaster College entrance exam. After establishing resonance with their beasts through the Beastmaster's heart and a binding contract, they continuously absorb energy to strengthen themselves, laying the groundwork for future class changes. Whether it's spirit artifacts or elemental lifeforms, these are beyond the reach of novice beast tamers. Many paths demand exceptionally high standards from the Beastmaster themselves. Only those of sufficient strength can successfully form a contract. Only when a Beastmaster is sufficiently powerful can they contract stronger beasts, forming true combat prowess. Zhao Ming understood this clearly. It held crucial significance for unleashing the potential of his eternal flame talent in the future. After achieving resonance with a Beastmaster's attributes steadily increase, their vitality surges, and their sensitivity to energy heightens. Naturally, they would then be able to contract more powerful beasts. Sacrificing a slime yields far fewer attributes than sacrificing a dragon. Whether it's a single sacrifice or a group sacrifice, both consume my mental energy. Currently, my mental energy is the biggest bottleneck limiting my growth. Zhao Ming pondered inwardly. He could currently perform about 15 single sacrifices daily, while group sacrifices consumed varying amounts of mental energy depending on the targets and numbers involved. He wondered if mastering beast taming techniques could boost his mental energy. Since the textbooks didn't cover this, Zhao Ming decided to seek out Qian Feng. Qian Feng, what's the deal with this beast taming heart technique and beast taming resonance? Qian Feng had been listening idly, but his interest perked up the moment Zhao Ming approached him with his question. You've come to the right person for that. Beast resonance is when you form a mental bond with your contracted beast through the Beastmaster's heart, creating an energy channel. Since humans lack cultivation abilities, we can only absorb energy by borrowing the body of our contracted beast. Fu Xing lectured up front while Qian Feng whispered the explanation to Zhao Ming below. The resonance here refers to the compatibility between you and your contracted beast. Those with high compatibility can achieve resonance quickly, then begin cultivating the beast taming heart sutra. Zhao Ming's heart stirred. This concept of compatibility seemed rather mysterious. What if the compatibility was low and resonance never occurred? He promptly asked. What if the compatibility is low? Qian Feng chuckled and held up 2 fingers. 2 solutions. First, switch beasts. Every 1-star beast master has 3 contract slots. Find one with a higher affinity for resonance. If that fails, dissolve the contract and seek out new beasts. The second is to keep trying to boost the compatibility until you achieve resonance. Zhao Ming nodded. So it was about grinding that compatibility up no matter what. Then what about the beast taming sutra? Qian Feng continued. After achieving beast resonance, you can absorb energy floating in the air. However, the elemental attributes of the energy you can absorb are closely tied to the attributes of your resonant beast. For example, if you resonate with a fire attribute beast, you cannot absorb water attribute energy. The beast taming sutra is used to refine that energy. Generally, practitioners choose a sutra that matches their own elemental affinity for cultivation. This allows you to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Beast resonance, beast cultivation techniques. After hearing Qian Feng's explanation, Zhao Ming began to grasp the concept. If this were set in a cultivation novel, the so-called beast resonance would essentially be developing a spiritual root gaining the qualification to cultivate. The so-called beast taming heart method was the cultivation technique itself. Through beast taming resonance, practitioners cultivated and continuously enhanced their attributes. Beyond differing attributes, beast mastery techniques possess numerous other characteristics. Some enhance physical constitution, others accelerate life recovery speed, while certain ones boost strength values. In short, you can select a beast control heart sutra that suits your actual circumstances. Qian Feng turned his head, tilting it slightly as he looked at Zhao Ming. Unfortunately, you joined too late. Most of our class has already completed resonance, and some have even begun cultivation. If you want to catch up to them within 3 months, you've got your work cut out for you. Qian Feng's implication was clear. Zhao Ming's late awakening suggested mediocre talent. Expecting to surpass those top students and achieve a good score on the Beastmaster College entrance exam was nothing short of a pipe dream. Hearing this, Zhao Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Talent? Wasn't his eternal flame the ultimate talent? As long as he sacrificed enough beasts, no so-called genius could stand against him. Chapter 27, The Sacred Beast Heart Sutra of Mystic Spirit Votes Needed. Zhao Ming. Xian Feng. I'm up here talking, and you're down there arguing, right? Why don't you come up here and lecture us yourselves? Fu Xing slammed his fist hard on the lectern. Zhao Ming and Xian Feng, who had been whispering below, immediately fell silent, ducking their heads and daring not to utter another word. Once the classroom fell silent, Fu Xing continued, in short, after returning home, you must complete the beast resonance as soon as possible. Those who successfully achieve resonance may come find me. I will take you to the Education Bureau to exchange for the beast cultivation technique. This is one of the few opportunities you have to freely choose a Earthgrade technique. Make the most of it. Ideally, tell me your beast attributes and future development plans beforehand. The teachers can offer some advice. Beast taming techniques are classified into 4 tiers based on their attribute bonuses: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. Heaven ranks highest, while Yellow ranks lowest. Each tier further divides into high, middle, and low grades. However, even the lowest tier Yellow grade Beast Taming Heart Sutra can enhance 3 to 4 attributes for a beast tamer. Consequently, the Dragon Nation government enforces extremely strict controls over beast taming heart sutras. Private dissemination of Beastmaster Heart Sutras is punishable as severely as arms smuggling. Only certain official institutions and factions possess access to them. Students admitted to the Beastmaster class may apply to the Education Bureau for a Beastmaster's Manual of Xian grade intermediate or lower after completing Beast Resonance. This beast taming scripture often becomes one of the few opportunities in a beast tamer's life where they can freely choose their path. After class, Zhao Ming declined Xian Feng's dinner invitation and returned home alone. Earlier, when Fu Xing mentioned the Beastmaster scripture, Zhao Ming recalled that the back of his Mystic Beast token seemed engraved with a short text of about 100 characters. He wondered if that might be the Beastmaster's scripture. He jogged home, and the moment he entered the door, Zhao Ming eagerly rubbed his hands together as he retrieved the Mystic Beast order from beneath the spirit niche. He carefully examined the small characters engraved on its back. Sacred Beast Talisman of Mystic Spirit, commanding myriad beasts, revering mystic arts. As Zhao Ming murmured the words, the Xian Beast order in his hand suddenly glowed with a faint blue light, instantly embedding itself into his brow. A massive surge of memories flooded into Zhao Ming's mind, nearly causing his head to explode. It took him quite some time to sort through all this information. It turned out the small characters on the back of the Xian Beast token were an activation incantation. Anyone with the heart to command beasts could recite the incantation to activate the Xian Beast order's inheritance and obtain the beast commanding techniques hidden within. Sacred Beast Heart Sutra, Fragment. Grade, Earth Tier, Intermediate. Level, 0. Attributes: Constitution +3, Strength +5, Spirit +6, Life Recovery Speed +3, Energy Recovery Speed +4. Heart Sutra Special Effect, Mystic Spirit Beast Arts. The Heart Sutra's level is unaffected by Beastmaster Resonance Bond attributes. All attributes can activate the Heart Sutra's level. Heart Sutra Special Effect, Universal Beast Communication. Transfers mental damage suffered by the user to tamed beasts via the Beastmaster's heart. Depending on the Heart Sutra level, damage can be transferred to 135 tamed beasts. Whoa! It's the Beastmaster Heart Sutra. And a mid-tier Earth Grade 1 at that. Too bad it only has the first 3 layers. After reading the information transmitted by the Mystic Beast Order, Zhao Ming sucked in a sharp breath. This Beast Taming Sutra boasts 5 attribute bonuses and 2 special effects. Truly worthy of an Earth-tier intermediate Beast Taming Sutra. Damn impressive. The first special effect allowed the Beastmaster to operate without being restricted by the attributes of the resonant beast. Any resonant beast, regardless of its attributes, could activate the attribute bonuses of this Heart Sutra. This alone was incredibly powerful. Many beast masters never change their contracted beasts precisely because they haven't found a suitable beast taming sutra. If they rashly switch to a new beast with incompatible attributes and low affinity, it could cause their beast taming sutra activation to fail, resulting in a drop in combat power. This technique allows Zhao Ming to freely change his contracted beast without interference from its attributes. Even if a beast falls in battle, it won't affect his combat strength. The second special effect of this scripture is even more incredible for Zhao Ming. Currently, his growth is only limited by his mental strength. If he could distribute the mental strain caused by Eternal Ember to his beasts, he could perform at least a dozen more rituals daily. This would further enhance his beast attributes, allowing for greater mental strain distribution and more sacrificial offerings. This creates a virtuous cycle, rapidly boosting Zhao Ming's strength. Moreover, according to the information transmitted by the Mystic Beast Order, mastering the Mystic Spirit Sacred Beast Heart Sutra would allow him to refine the Mystic Beast Order and absorb it into his body. This not only solved the issue of carrying the Xian Beast Order but also effectively granted Zhao Ming an additional portable storage space. This discovery thrilled him immensely, making him eager to begin cultivation immediately. Regardless, I must first master the Beast Resonance technique. Zhao Ming returned to his room and summoned Jelly, Xianing, and Red Queen. Which one should I start with? Zhao Ming rubbed his chin, his gaze shifting between the three beasts. Beastmaster resonance tested the level of harmony between the Beastmaster and their beast. It had nothing to do with the beast's star rating or quality, the key lay in whether the tamer and the beast could truly achieve a meeting of minds. Although signing a contract through the Beastmaster's heart allowed the Beastmaster to communicate mentally with their beast. But this could only be considered a form of mental communication. It was still a long way from true mutual understanding. Zhao Ming pondered for a moment and decided to start with Jelly. For one thing, Jelly had a lower level of sentience and fewer distracting thoughts within it, making it suitable for initial resonance attempts. Additionally, as his first contracted beast and the one he'd spent the most time with, its compatibility might be higher. Knock. 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 After stowing away Xin Ying and Red Queen, Zhao Ming was just about to begin the beast resonance process as described in the book when a sudden knock sounded at the door. Zhao Ming frowned. He had few friends. Since his father's death, aside from Gui Yuanwu, almost no one had ever knocked on their door. Could it be Lu Yongbin, discovering Gui Yuanwu's death, sending people to cause trouble again? He got out of bed with impatience, tucking the jelly into his arm. Zhao Ming thought to himself that if it really was Lu Yongbin's men, he'd make them pay. Click. He cautiously opened the door a crack and peered outside. Outside stood a woman still possessing her former charm, accompanied by a timid little girl. It seemed she was the one who had knocked earlier. Zhao Ming froze slightly upon seeing her. "Aunt Xiao, what brings you here?" As soon as Zhao Ming opened the door, the little girl at the woman's side rushed forward and hugged his leg tightly. "Xiao Pot Pot, you're finally back. Xiao Yuan thought you'd abandoned her." Xiao Yan flicked a strand of hair behind her ear and gave Zhao Ming a gentle smile. "I heard movement in your house and wondered if you were back, so I came to take a look." Xiao Yan was a close friend of Zhao Ming's father and the previous owner of this apartment. Living in apartment 603, not far from Zhao Ming, she was a single mother raising her daughter alone. She had always played a motherly role in Zhao Ming's life. Through Zhao Ming's body, Xiao Yan glimpsed the room behind him, turned upside down and in disarray. A flicker of concern crossed her eyes. "How's it going? That Gui Yuanwu and his crew didn't give you any trouble, did they?" Chapter 28, 10-star resonance votes needed. Zhao Ming felt a warm surge in his heart at Xiao Yan's caring words. Holding Xiao Xiaoyuan close, he ruffled her hair and gave Xiao Yan a sheepish grin. "It's fine. There was just a misunderstanding between us, but we've cleared it up now." Xiao Yan nodded. "Good to hear. Those guys are good for nothings. Stay away from them if you can." Zhao Ming smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, Aunt Xiao. I'll keep that in mind." Xiao Yan smiled gently. "Have you had lunch? Your place looks like it's not in a state to cook. Would you like to come over to Auntie Qiu's for a bite?" Zhao Ming shook her head. "No need. I ate at the school cafeteria before coming back." Glancing at the messy state of the room, Zhao Ming scratched his head sheepishly and said to Xiao Yan, "I'll tidy up the place over the next few days. Once it's presentable, I'll invite Aunt Xiao over for a proper visit." Xiao Yan didn't respond. Instead, she turned to Lu Xiaoyuan, who was still in Zhao Ming's arms, and said sternly, "Lu Xiaoyuan, you're old enough now. Get down from Ming's arms immediately." Lu Xiaoyuan buried her face in Zhao Ming's chest, squirming and protesting loudly. "No, no. I want Uncle Zhao to hold me." Zhao Ming chuckled and said to Xiao Yan, "It's fine. I haven't seen Xiao Yuan in ages either." He extended his palm, letting the jelly extend from his arm and transform into shapes like kittens and puppies. Lu Xiaoyuan stared at the bouncy jelly in Zhao Ming's hands, her eyes sparkling like little stars. "Wow. Zhao Pot Pot, what is this?" Zhao Ming tucked the jelly away and pinched Lu Xiaoyuan's cheek affectionately. "This is your Zhao brother's beast companion. Pretty impressive, huh? Amazing. Amazing." Lu Xiaoyuan clapped his hands excitedly. "Do it again. Do it again." Xiao Yan, standing nearby, eyed the jelly in Zhao Ming's hand with a peculiar expression. She never imagined old Zhao's son had awakened the Beastmaster's heart. And he'd even contracted a slime. It seemed like the right moment to reveal the truth to him. "It's still too early. Let's wait until after his Beastmaster entrance exams. If his grades aren't good, it's probably best not to involve him in these conflicts." Thinking this, Xiao Yan sighed and shook his head with a wry smile. Seeing Xiao Yan suddenly sigh, Zhao Ming felt puzzled. "Aunt Xiao, what's wrong?" Xiao Yan replied, "Nothing. Have you awakened the Beastmaster's heart?" Zhao Ming nodded. "Yes, I luckily awakened a D rank skill a few days ago." Xiao Yan's tone carried a hint of wistfulness. "If old Xiao knew, he'd be so proud of you." "Alright, since we know you're fine here, we won't disturb your rest any longer. When you have time, remember to come over for a meal at Aunt Xiao's place." Zhao Ming smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I've been looking forward to it." After handing Lu Xiaoyuan over to Xiao Yan, the little girl clung to Zhao Ming's arm, wanting to play with the jelly again. It wasn't until Xiao Yan gave her a light smack on the bottom that she finally settled down. "Little girl, where does all this curiosity come from? Now go practice your piano." Zhao Ming. After seeing off Xiao Yan and her daughter, Zhao Ming returned to his room. He sat cross-legged on the bed, placing the jelly in front of him. Zhao Ming calmed her mind and began attempting to sense the jelly's thoughts through the Beastmaster's heart. Beastmaster resonance allowed a Beastmaster to connect their spiritual energy with their contracted beast through the Beastmaster's heart, achieving a profound mental bond. As Zhao Ming's focus gradually sank into the Beastmaster's heart, he felt his spiritual energy spread like a tentacle toward the jelly nearby. Upon connecting with the jelly, a cool, refreshing surge of spiritual energy flowed through the Beastmaster's heart into Zhao Ming's mind. Along with it came the jelly creature's thoughts. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. What is Master doing? Jelly is hungry again. That dark thing looks so delicious. Jelly wants to take a bite. Hungry, 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 I'm starving. Zhao Ming. Wait, didn't he just feed Jello something? He pulled a piece of monster meat from his spatial pocket and tossed it to Jelly. The next moment, a wave of joy washed over the jelly. Wow, earth pig meat. Master, you're the best. Jelly rolled its body, wrapping itself around the meat, and let out a contented gurgle. Delicious, delicious, so delicious. So much earth energy. Jelly is so happy. Jelly feels like she's gotten stronger again. Ah, feeling so full and content. Zhao Ming. Feeling as though he could empathize with Jelly's emotions, Zhao Ming scratched his head in confusion. Did I successfully resonate? He grabbed his backpack and flipped open General Beastmastering, reading the explanation on Beastmaster Resonance. Upon successful Beastmaster Resonance, the Beastmaster can perceive the contracted beast's emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness through the Beastmaster's heart. They can instantly understand the beast's intentions and distinctly sense the free-floating energy in the air. Closing the book, Zhao Ming murmured to Jelly. Whether resonance succeeded or not, I'll know by whether I can sense energy. He closed his eyes again, focusing his entire being through the Beastmaster's heart onto Jelly. The next moment, Zhao Ming felt tiny yellow and blue specks of light suspended in the air around him. Attempting to draw one in with his mental energy, he quickly pulled a small, earth-toned speck into his body. But without any heart sutra circulating, the tiny speck circled within Zhao Ming's body once before vanishing just as quickly. Opening his eyes, Zhao Ming stared at the bubbling jelly before him with a peculiar expression. It actually worked. I recall that Beast Resonance has a grading system based on completion speed. Achieving it within a month is called 3-star resonance, and within a week is 9-star resonance, the highest level of Beast Resonance. Then what should mine be called? Completed in under a minute? 10-star resonance? Holding the jelly in his hands, Zhao Ming gently tapped its soft little belly, murmuring curiously. Is our bond really that strong? Or is it because you're my very first beast? The first contracted beast of every Beastmaster possesses an innate advantage in resonance. Since their bond formed earliest, accumulated daily interactions naturally fostered some level of mutual understanding. But Zhao Ming and Jelly had only formed their contract 4 days ago. Such a bond shouldn't be possible yet. Zhao Ming pondered for a moment, then waved his hand to seal Jelly back into his Beastmaster's heart. He released the sleeping Xianing. He attempted to establish a beast resonance connection with it through the Beastmaster's heart once more. The next moment, Zhao Ming felt a surge of icy cold psychic energy flow through the beast tamer's heart into his mind. Xianing's thoughts echoed through his mind. Meow, I really want to sleep under the sun. This dark little room is so uncomfortable. Meow. Meow. Yesterday's dried fish was so delicious. Wonder if there's any today? Meow. Feeling the black light point hovering beside him, Zhao Ming's face lit up with delight. It worked. Could this be my true talent? The ability to instantly achieve beast resonance. Chapter 29, could this kid really be a genius? After discovering he could instantly resonate with Jelly and Xianing, Zhao Ming couldn't wait to summon Red Queen again. Upon testing, resonance succeeded once more. Red Queen possessed both fire and earth attributes, and the number of light points she could sense far exceeded Jelly's. According to the book, this meant Red Queen had a higher elemental affinity than Jelly. Indeed, I can instantly achieve resonance with any beast I command. Zhao Ming's heart surged with excitement as he eagerly began practicing the Mystic Spirit Beast Heart Sutra. Holding the Mystic Beast token in his palm, Zhao Ming silently recited the Sacred Beast Heart Sutra. Drawing upon the resonance formed with Red Queen, he began absorbing the fire-attributed energy drifting through the heavens and earth. Mystical spirits abound, beast spirits' wondrous methods draw from the distant to replenish the void, calm the heart and guard the intent. With eyes closed, Zhao Ming felt his spirit guided by an invisible force, involuntarily drawing fiery energies from the cosmos into his body. These energies began circulating along an arcane trajectory. As the technique unfolded, a faint white glow emanated from both Zhao Ming and the Red Queen. The Mystic Beast token slowly rose from his palm, hovering midair as it burst into a blinding radiance. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhao Ming felt a colossal surge of energy pour into his body from the void. This power surged and churned within him, enhancing his attributes. Beep! Xianling's Sacred Beast Heart Sutra activated. Attributes gained: Constitution +3, Strength +5, Spirit +6, Life Recovery Speed +3, Energy Recovery Speed +4. Name: Zhao Ming. Level: 2 unclassed. Beasts, mutant slime, mutant shadow lightning cat, dark fire ant queen. Attributes, strength 67, constitution 66, agility 52, spirit 70. Innate abilities, vitality boost D, eternal flame creation, iron bones D, group consciousness D, skeleton summoning B. Beastmaster Sutra, mystic spirit beast sutra level 1. Zhao Ming beamed with delight at his drastically boosted stats. Switching his beast taming to jellyfish kept the beast taming heart sutra active. This technique is seriously awesome. Switching mounts doesn't affect the heart sutra's activation. Zhao Ming felt a surge of excitement. He summoned the Xian beast token from midair, absorbed it into his body, then summoned it again. He repeated this process over and over, thoroughly enjoying himself. This feels amazing. The space inside this Xian beast token is perfect for building a nest for Red Queen. With the monster meat I have now, I should be able to hatch over 5,000 dark fire ants. Over 5,000 dark fire ants, however, remained underleveled with low attributes. Sacrificing 5 of them would only equal one of the previous ones. But 5,000 combined would yield terrifyingly high stats. Based on this calculation, sacrificing 500 should yield 10 attribute points. 5,000 units equals 100 points, 50,000 units equals 1,000 points. At this thought, Zhao Ming couldn't help but gasp. Whoa! Level 1, attribute breakthrough 1,000 points. Doesn't that make me invincible? Zhao Ming made up his mind. He would absolutely grind all his stats and those of his tamed beasts above 1,000 points before venturing out into the world. I'll head to the market after school to buy some monster meat. Too bad I've almost spent all my money from last time. I'll have to figure out a way to get some more cash. Zhao Ming waved his hand, summoning Red Queen into the Mystic Beast Order. He commanded her to lead over 20 dark fire ants in building a nest within the order and to begin mass-producing dark fire soldier ants at full capacity. Upon receiving Zhao Ming's command, the Red Queen led her minions to select a prime location within the Xian Beast Order. Dragging over a dozen chunks of monster meat, they plunged into a frenzied construction mode. One by one, the Queen laid her eggs. The 20-odd dark fire ants divided their tasks clearly, gradually starting to build the nest, scout for resources, and cut up the meat chunks. The entire dark fire ant nest was being constructed in an orderly fashion. Zhao Ming withdrew his gaze and glanced at the time, only to realize it was nearly 2 p.m. He was going to be late for afternoon class. With no time to tidy up, Zhao Ming stowed the jelly and Xianing into his beast tamer's heart before grabbing his bag and dashing out. He jogged all the way to school and finally made it to the classroom just before class began. Longha City, Lu Family Manor. Lu Yongbin finished his day's cultivation and let out a long sigh. Opposite him lay a black tiger over 2 meters long, snoring deeply in slumber. Taking the towel handed to him by the butler, Lu Yongbin wiped the sweat from his face and asked casually, "Any news from Gui Yuanwu's side?" The old steward bowed respectfully and replied, "Not yet. A few days ago, they said Zhao Ming had gone into hiding at the school, making it difficult to act." Hearing this, Lu Yongbin snorted coldly. "Oomph. Bunch of useless fools. Can't even handle some orphan student." Tossing the towel back into the old butler's hands, Lu Yongbin signaled to Black Tiger to prepare to leave. While putting on his gear, he turned back to the old steward. "I don't know what kind of demonic beast that egg belongs to, but since it's something my sister wants, we must seize it. Tell Gui Yuanwu that if I don't see that beast egg in 3 days, he'd better never show his face to me again." Hearing Lu Yongbin's orders, the old steward's smile remained unchanged as he bowed slightly and replied, "Yes, young master." Swiveling onto Black Tiger's back, Lu Yongbin patted its neck. "Let's go, Black Wind. We're heading to the Baiming Mountains." Black Wind's hooves kicked up dust as it galloped out of the estate, carrying Lu Yongbin into the distance. The afternoon classes ended quickly. Zhao Ming, relying on his formidable mental strength, rapidly absorbed the knowledge from the textbooks. During the break, Zhao Ming went to Fu Xing's office and told him about his successful beast resonance. "What? You say you completed beast resonance in just 1 afternoon?" Fu Xing's hand holding the thermos trembled slightly as he exclaimed in disbelief. It was fortunate he had a private office, otherwise, that outburst would have drawn a crowd. He stared at Zhao Ming with a strange look on his face. How long had this guy been in the Beastmaster class? Not even half a day, right? And now he claims to have achieved Beastmaster resonance? Impossible. Could this kid really be a genius? Fu Xing hesitated inwardly for a moment, taking a sip from his thermos. He stood up, peered down the corridors on either side of the office, and after confirming no one was around, closed the door. "Quick! Show me the resonance now." Fu Xing rubbed his hands together, impatiently urging Zhao Ming to demonstrate the resonance right in front of him. Zhao Ming wasted no words, summoning Xianying directly. He then sat cross-legged on the sofa. Seeing Xianying's form, a hint of surprise flashed in Fu Xing's eyes. Who knew this kid's beast would be a shadow lightning cat? Within mere seconds, a faint glow began to emanate from Zhao Ming and Xianying. Weak streams of energy continuously surged from the air into their bodies. Watching Zhao Ming achieve resonance in a single breath, Fu Xing's jaw dropped. So proficient. Ordinary beast tamers need at least a month of practice to achieve this resonance speed. And he's already instinctively absorbing elemental energy. Looks like his resonance level is pretty high. Zhao Ming, be honest, how long did it take you to finally succeed in resonance? Fu Xing gripped Zhao Ming's shoulders, his excitement making him stumble over his words. Seeing his friend's flustered state, Zhao Ming dared not reveal it took him less than a minute. He feared Fu Xing might faint from the shock. Instead, he awkwardly pinched his cheek and said sheepishly, I was thinking about it during dinner. From the first attempt to finally succeeding, it probably took about 2.5 hours. Whoa! 2.5 hours. A wave of wild excitement washed over Fu Xing's face. Ha 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 ha. I, Fu Xing, am going to make it big. Chapter 30, Beast Taming Sutra, Deceptive Thunder Support Requested. Zhao Ming, do you realize what achieving beast resonance in 2.5 hours means? Fu Xing grabbed Zhao Ming's arm excitedly, his face flushed crimson. Zhao Ming replied weakly, it means. I spent 2.5 hours? Fu Xing. Clearing his throat, Fu Xing adopted a serious tone. I assume you've seen the grading system for beast resonance in your textbooks. Zhao Ming nodded in response. I know. It's graded from level 1 to level 9 based on how long it takes each person to achieve resonance with their beast. Those who completed within a week are called 9-star resonance. Fu Xing returned to his seat and continued, the higher the resonance grade, the greater the compatibility between you and your beast and the more efficient your energy absorption becomes. And for those who achieve resonance within a week, surpassing the 9-star level, there's a specific term used within the industry. As he spoke, Fu Xing lifted his head to look at Zhao Ming, his eyes flickering. They are known as Chosen Beast Masters. Zhao Ming's heart skipped a beat. Divinely chosen Beastmaster. Fu Xing nodded and explained to him. Exactly. It's said that a chosen Beastmaster can achieve beast resonance at an astonishing speed. Even when switching contracted beasts, they can restore their power in an instant. Moreover, their efficiency in absorbing elemental energy is several times that of ordinary Beastmasters. But the most crucial part is. Fu Xing stood up excitedly as he spoke. For every chosen Beastmaster recommended to the Ministry of Education, the recommender receives a 30,000 yuan bonus. Zhao Ming. Seeing the peculiar expression on Zhao Ming's face, Fu Xing laughed heartily. Don't worry, I'll split half of that money with you when the time comes. Zhao Ming waved his hand. It's fine. You should keep it all. Fu Xing chuckled and pulled the car keys from the drawer. Let's go. There's no time to waste. I'll take you to the Education Bureau to apply for the Beast Taming Manual and get that bonus approved while we're at it. Zhao Ming nodded and followed Fu Xing out of the office. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the Longhua City Education Bureau in Fu Xing's car. After filling out several application forms, Zhao Ming was led by a staff member into a small room. Fu Xing sat beside him, ready to advise him on which type of beast taming scripture to choose. But none of that mattered to Zhao Ming. Regardless of which beast taming sutra he chose, his main focus would inevitably be the Mystic Spirit Sacred Beast Sutra. Since it was free, he figured he could just pick one for the sake of it. They didn't wait long before a female beast tamer, dressed in a golden-trimmed embroidered robe, entered the room and sat down across from Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming, right? She smiled at him. Zhao Ming nodded. My name is Li Xiaotong, staff member of the Beast Taming Scripture Distribution Center, employee ID 85541. I will now begin distributing the Beast Taming Scripture to you. She placed a tablet in front of Zhao Ming and began asking him some basic questions. What exactly is your contracted beast? What are its attributes? Zhao Ming summoned Xian Ying and replied, it's a shadow lightning cat. Dark and lightning attributes. Observing Xian Ying's elegant demeanor, Li Xiaotong raised an eyebrow slightly. Dark lightning cat? Lucky fellow. Her fingers moved swiftly across the tablet. As a first-time Heart Sutra applicant from Longhua City First High School, regulations allow you to request a Beastmaster Heart Sutra of Xian Tier Intermediate or below. Dark and thunder attributes. Let me see. These are all Heart Sutras related to dark and lightning attributes below the intermediate Xian tier. Li Xiaotong handed the tablet to Zhao Ming, and hundreds of different beast-taming Heart Sutras instantly appeared before his eyes. Shadow Ripples. 300 Thunder Movements. Night Shadow Companion. Thundercloud Tempest. Reading through the descriptions of these beast-taming sutras, Zhao Ming was momentarily overwhelmed by the choices. The Shadow Lightning Cat is a dual attribute beast darkness and thunder, so we should prioritize dark and thunder attribute techniques for its cultivation. In terms of attributes, a Heart Sutra that boosts agility or provides special combat skills would be most suitable for you. Entering these criteria instantly whittled down the list of hundreds of manuals by more than half. Fu Xing carefully studied the descriptions of these beast-taming sutras before clicking on one after a moment. Xian Tier Low-Grade Beast-Taming Heart Sutra, Deceptive Thunder. Though only a low-tier Xian grade technique, it offers 3 attribute effects, increased agility, mental power, and energy recovery speed. This perfectly aligns with the Shadow Lightning Cat's attributes. Moreover, after cultivation, you'll gain a passive skill, Deceptive Thunder Explosion. This will further enhance your combat capabilities. Fu Xing explained to Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming studied the skill description on the tablet. Deceptive Thunder Explosion. Each attack leaves deceptive thunder energy within the enemy. Upon accumulating 10 layers, it detonates instantly, dealing magical damage and inflicting a 0.3-second stun effect. Though the stun duration was brief, when used in specific situations, it could become the decisive factor in a battle. After carefully reviewing this Beastmaster's Heart Sutra, Zhao Ming felt that from Xian Ying's perspective, this technique was indeed the most suitable for him. Alright, I'll take this one. After making his choice, Zhao Ming handed the tablet back to Li Xiaotong. Li Xiaotong smiled and nodded. Good choice. Though this manual is only low-tier Xian grade, its actual effectiveness rivals that of a typical mid-tier Xian grade manual. Moreover, if you get the chance later, try to find the advanced version of this beast taming Heart Sutra, the 10,000 Thunder Prison Seal. Its combat power is incredibly formidable. Hearing this, a flash of delight crossed Zhao Ming's eyes. How does one obtain the 10,000 Thunder Prison Seal? Li Xiaotong put away the tablet and stood up, giving him a faint smile before uttering a name. State Security Bureau, 9th Division. Zhao Ming. Fu Xing patted his shoulder. Alright, don't get ahead of yourself. This Heart Sutra will carry you all the way to level 40. Wait until after you graduate college to think about advancing your Heart Sutra. Zhao Ming nodded and followed Fu Xing out. After exiting, he followed the staff to the claim counter and received his Heart Sutra USB drive, completing the application process for the Beastmaster Heart Sutra. He then proceeded to another workstation to complete his certification as a chosen Beastmaster. Using the specialized equipment on site, Zhao Ming's exceptionally high beast resonance level drew gasps of astonishment. With Fu Xing's assistance, they collected their bonuses and quickly departed the venue. Back home, Zhao Ming sat cross-legged on his bed. He released both Jelly and Xianing to get some fresh air outside. Clutching the USB drive in his hand, Zhao Ming began to ponder. Now that Red Queen possesses the Xianling Sacred Beast Sutra and Xianing has the Mysterious Thunder, should I arrange a Beast Taming Sutra for Jelly too? Although only one Beast Control Sutra can be activated at a time, each beast has a distinct combat style. Most sutras aren't universally applicable. At this thought, Zhao Ming couldn't help but sigh. Ah, if only I could fuse two different Beast Control Sutras together. Shaking his head, Zhao Ming prepared to begin today's beast taming ritual. Absorption successful. You gain the following base attribute bonuses: Strength plus 0.1, Constitution plus 0.1, Spirit plus 0.1. While absorbing the enhanced energy, you gained a special bonus, Earth Affinity plus 1. Chapter 31, Future Enhancement Strategies Votes Needed. The sudden system notification snapped Zhao Ming back to reality. Though he couldn't fuse with the Beast Taming Sutra, he could harness beast attributes. Through the sacrifice of Eternal Embers, the enhanced target had a chance to inherit the attributes of the sacrificed beast. Given enough time, he could cultivate a beast mastery with all attributes. Then, after resonating with it, wouldn't he be able to switch between any Beast Control Sutra at will? Taking it further, what if he could transfer these attributes onto himself? The thought made Zhao Ming's heart skip a beat. The reason humans cultivate Beastmaster Sutras through resonance with beasts. It was precisely because humans themselves possess no inherent elemental effects. They had to borrow the body of a beast through the Beastmaster's heart to complete energy absorption. But if he could absorb energy attributes himself, why would he need any beasts at all? Wouldn't he become the ultimate being? Enhancing beasts? Nothing beats enhancing yourself. Regardless of their school, all beast masters face the same fundamental issue. As tamers, their physical bodies are far too fragile compared to the diverse beasts evolved from monsters. Therefore, ensuring their own safety in battle has always been a long-standing research topic for beast tamers. To this end, many beastmasters incorporate defensive beasts into their systems specifically for protection, or equip life-saving skills to achieve self-preservation. But what if a beastmaster themselves were stronger than their beasts? Imagine the day when enemies, after exhausting every effort to break through the barriers of countless beasts, finally reached Zhao Ming's side. Zhao Ming abruptly cast aside his cloak, revealing his imposing physique. Seizing their heads with one hand, he grinned savagely. Welcome to the lane of confrontation. The mere thought of such a terrifying scenario sent a shiver down Zhao Ming's spine. Too terrifying. Too brutal. But I love it. Allowing the jelly to continue splitting, Zhao Ming once again obtained a cluster of enhanced energy after performing the eternal sacrifice ritual. Just as he prepared to channel this enhanced energy into his own body, his hand froze mid-motion. Indeed, the prospect of enhancing himself was enticing. But relying solely on the jelly to obtain this enhanced energy was still too slow. He still needed to utilize group sacrifices. Moreover, compared to his own minuscule attribute gains, it would be better to give it to Xianing to help it recover its injuries swiftly. If Zhao Ming was lucky enough, Xianing might even inherit the jelly's segmented rebirth ability. What incredible synergy would arise from combining S-rank 9 deaths and 1 birth with a rank segmented rebirth? The thought lingered persistently in Zhao Ming's mind. The mere thought of that magnificent scenario made Zhao Ming lick his lips in excitement. Alright. Next, I'll sacrifice jelly to enhance Xianing. Once Red Queen cultivates enough dark fire ant queens, I'll use a group sacrifice to enhance myself. Having settled on his enhancement plan, Zhao Ming immediately sprang into action. He summoned both Xianing and Jelly simultaneously, instructing Jelly to begin splitting. To increase the chances of Xianing inheriting the splitting and rebirth ability, Zhao Ming didn't concentrate the enhancement energy gained from sacrificing the jelly for Xianing to absorb all at once. Instead, he had Xianing absorb it after each individual sacrifice. May quantitative changes lead to qualitative transformation. Absorption successful. Shadow Lightning Cat Xianing gains base attribute bonuses, strength plus 0.1, constitution plus 0.1, agility plus 0.1. Absorption successful. Shadow Lightning Cat Xianing gains base attribute bonuses, strength plus 0.1, constitution plus 0.1, agility plus 0.1. Absorption successful. Shadow Lightning Cat Xianing gains base attribute bonuses, strength plus 0.1, constitution plus 0.1, agility plus 0.1. Due to the Dark Lightning Cat's negative status effect, all enhanced attributes automatically convert into healing energy. While absorbing enhancement energy, Shadow Lightning Cat Xianing gains a special bonus, Earth Affinity plus 1. Attributes activated. As a flash of brown light flickered across Xianying's body, a hint of excitement flashed in Zhao Ming's eyes. His idea had indeed worked. Previously, Xianing possessed only dark and lightning attributes. After absorbing the jelly's enhanced energy, it gained an earth attribute. At this rate, acquiring the jelly's water attribute and the fire ant's fire attribute wouldn't be difficult either. Then, Xianing would become a terrifying monster possessing 5 elements: dark, lightning, water, fire, and earth. If Zhao Ming could later contract beasts with attributes like gold, wood, light, and wind, concentrating their elements within Xianing wouldn't be impossible either. Got it. As long as my elemental attributes are diverse enough, the Beast Taming Sutra won't impose any limitations. Confirming his hypothesis, Zhao Ming grew even more excited, sacrificing the jelly at an accelerated pace. Jelly. Absorption successful. Dark Lightning Cat Xianing gains base attribute bonuses, strength plus 0.1, constitution plus 0.1, agility plus 0.1. Absorption successful. Shadow Lightning Cat Xianing gains base attribute bonuses, strength plus 0.1, constitution plus 0.1, agility plus 0.1. Absorption successful. Shadow Lightning Cat Xianing gains base attribute bonuses, strength plus 0.1, constitution plus 0.1, agility plus 0.1. Due to the Dark Lightning Cat's negative status effect, all enhanced attributes automatically converted into healing energy. Thanks to cultivating the Xianling's Sacred Beast Heart Sutra, the spiritual energy consumption of Eternal Ember was shared with Xianing. Zhao Ming completed over 30 sacrifices in a single night. After the 20th sacrifice, Jelly looked utterly drained. No matter what Zhao Ming said, not a single drop more could be squeezed out. With no other option, Zhao Ming resorted to summoning a skeleton, attempting to use the small skeleton he conjured for the sacrifice. To his surprise, it actually worked. After a night of sacrifices, Xianying's injuries were finally restored by 20%. With a few more days, he should be fully recovered. Mutant Shadow Lightning Cat Bloodline Evolution in progress. Level 842 4-star. Potential 6 stars. Species Shadow Lightning Cat. Attributes: Strength 674, Constitution 719, Agility 821, Spirit 764. Only 20% attributes remaining. Innate abilities: Shadow Stealth B, Lightning Combo B, 9 Les S. After swallowing the last globule of enhanced energy, Xianing gazed curiously at its own paws, already distinctly sensing its strength returning. Master, I want more. Meow. Zhao Ming chuckled as he ruffled its head. That's all for today. I'll give you more tomorrow. Don't forget, Master. Meow. Meanwhile, several dark figures crept through the shadows from the depths of the gloomy forest, steadily closing in on Longha City. Carefully avoiding adventurers entering the woods, these figures slipped through gaps in the city walls, infiltrating the city and gathering in the shadows. Remember, our primary objective here is to locate the sacred beast. No unnecessary complications. If you encounter the 9th Division of State Security, retreat immediately. Under no circumstances reveal our identities. One of the shadows spoke in a low, hushed tone. The others nodded, their voices hissing like venomous snakes. Gazing at Longha City beneath the night sky, a bloodthirsty desire flickered in their eyes. Moonlight spilled down, revealing their faces. They were a group of scaled, fanged, vertical-pupiled serpentine monsters. Chapter 32, The 7th City Joint Exam Support Requested. Early the next morning, Zhao Ming rose before dawn to go jogging. He jogged around the residential complex, breathing in the crisp morning air. He took the opportunity to familiarize himself with the surroundings. This neighborhood is too remote. It's too close to the city walls, making it vulnerable to monster attacks. If I had the money, I'd move somewhere closer to the city center. After completing a lap, Zhao Ming had a basic grasp of the neighborhood's layout. The neighborhood he currently lived in was called Yulong Garden. Despite its name, it had absolutely nothing to do with dragons. It was an old neighborhood located outside the 4th Ring Road of Longha City. Built over 50 years ago, it lacked any real amenities. The only advantage was its low cost. Its proximity to the city walls was both a disadvantage and an advantage. While it increases the risk of monster attacks, it also makes venturing outside the city for adventures more convenient for Zhao Ming. This very advantage had prompted Zhao Baiquan to purchase the Yulong Garden property from Chiu Yishuo. If time permits, I can spare 2 hours each night to hunt monsters in the adventure zone. After all, the Red Queen and the others needed large quantities of monster meat daily. Buying it indefinitely wasn't sustainable, they had to learn to fend for themselves. Zhao Ming pondered these thoughts as he ran, unconsciously arriving beside the neighborhood kindergarten. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyuan stood frowning at the eggs in his hands. Xiao Yan was nearby buying egg pancakes. Mommy said we shouldn't waste food, but what if Xiaoyuan doesn't want to eat eggs? Suddenly, she spotted a figure jogging in the distance, and her face lit up instantly. Zhao Pot Pot! Zhao Pot Pot! Lu Xiaoyuan skipped over to Zhao Ming, waving her arms to stop him. Seeing Lu Xiaoyuan, Zhao Ming froze, realizing he'd somehow ended up at the kindergarten gate. He crouched down and pinched the chubby cheeks on Xiaoyuan's face. Good morning, little roundy. Lu Xiaoyuan pouted, wiggling her hand free from Zhao Ming's grasp. Blinking her eyes curiously, she asked, Zhao Pot Pot, are you a beast master? Zhao Ming smiled and nodded. Yes, big brother Zhao is a very powerful beast tamer. Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up. Then can you help Xiao Yuan tear down the kindergarten? Xiao Yuan really doesn't want to go to school. Zhao Ming. Stao Yuan. Stao Yuan. Xiao Yan's anxious voice rang out from the other side, startling Lu Xiaoyuan. She quickly shoved the egg in her hand into Zhao Ming's palm. Zhao Pot Pot, here's an egg for you. By then, Xiao Yan had spotted Lu Xiaoyuan running toward Zhao Ming. Rushing over, she smacked Xiao Yuan's bottom. You little brat. Why did you run off without saying a word? What if someone kidnapped you? Lu Xiaoyuan clutched her bottom, tears welling in her eyes. I saw brother Zhao hadn't eaten breakfast, so I brought him some eggs. Xiao Yan finally noticed Zhao Ming crouched on the ground and apologized awkwardly. Sorry, Zhao Ming. This kid must be causing you trouble. Zhao Ming waved it off with a smile, taking a bite of the egg in his hand. Not at all, not at all. I really hadn't eaten breakfast. Xiao Yuan is adorable. Sorry about that. I spoil her too much sometimes. Glad everything's okay. I'll take her to kindergarten now. Xiao Yan took Lu Xiaoyuan's hand and gave Zhao Ming an apologetic smile. He picked her up and headed toward the kindergarten. In Xiao Yan's arms, Lu Xiaoyuan waved goodbye to Zhao Ming, her expression full of playful cuteness. Zhao Ming smiled, finished the egg in his hand, and slowly jogged back to his own home. After showering, she slung her backpack over her shoulder and hurried off to school. The morning classes flew by as each subject teacher delivered their lessons. Soon, it was time for the last class of the morning. After Mr. Li finished teaching the course on beast selection and basic tactical arrangements, Fu Xing quickly walked to the center of the classroom. He tapped the lectern, asking those preparing to head home or to the cafeteria to wait a moment while he made an important announcement. Class, quiet down. With 3 months left until the Beastmaster College entrance exam, this year's reform means we'll no longer have provincial unified exams. Instead, it will be a national unified exam. Therefore, in 2 weeks, Longha City will host a joint examination with 6 neighboring prefecture-level cities. Students who have completed Beast Resonance and mastered the Beast Taming Sutra should register with me this afternoon. This joint exam is rumored to be held in a secret realm, and provincial dignitaries will be in attendance. Prepare thoroughly. Moreover, the top scorer will receive a 1 million yuan scholarship and a lightning leopard's lightning tibia. I urge everyone to strive for excellence and achieve outstanding results. Fu Xing's announcement instantly sent the classroom into an uproar. Holy crap, a joint exam for 7 cities? Our entire Yunchuan province only has 10 prefecture-level cities. This is basically a provincial-level exam. Damn, that's insane. First place gets 1 million? If I could get that, I'd never have to worry about food or drink again. 1 million yuan is nothing. There's also a lightning leopard's lightning tibia that's an essential evolution material for lightning attribute beast tamers. If you refine it, rumor has it you can acquire the lightning leopard's lightning rush skill. Holy crap, that's insane. How much is that worth? Hard to say. In the right hands, it's priceless. Useless to others, it's worthless. But evolution materials on the market aren't cheap. Even the lowest grade ones should fetch 3 to 5 million. 3 to 5 million. That adds up to 6 million altogether. Why even bother with college if we win first place? I'm just gonna chill out. Hearing his classmates' discussion, Zhao Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. Lightning tibia. Xianying happens to be lightning attributed, what a coincidence. Plus there's a 1 million yuan prize. Zhao Ming had been fretting over where to get money. This was perfect, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This first place? He's got it in the bag. Meanwhile, at Lu Yongbin's estate. Lu Yongbin frowned as he looked at the old butler before him. Hui Yuanwu is dead? What does that mean? The old butler bowed respectfully. A few days ago, Gui Yuanwu borrowed a blazing hound from the estate, claiming he needed it for the young master's business. When we went to check yesterday, we found the dog's life tag shattered. Gui Yuanwu was nowhere to be found. Eventually, we discovered his body in the dark forest. Judging by the wounds on the body and the evidence left at the scene, it appears to be the work of goblin warriors. Hearing the old steward's report, Lu Yongbin furrowed his brow slightly. The dark forest? What was Gui Yuanwu doing in the adventure zone? He's not an adventurer, is he? The old steward replied with a smile. This servant suspects he went for Zhao Ming. Our investigation indicates Zhao Ming recently awakened his beastmaster's heart and entered the shadowy forest to complete his trial quest. It's likely that he used the goblin warriors to kill Gui Yuanwu back then. Lu Yongbin's expression darkened upon hearing the old steward's words. Zhao Ming? Zhao Baichuan's son? That brat actually awakened. I wonder if that old fool Zhao Baiquan left him that beastmaster egg. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongbin lifted his head and looked at the steward before him. Hold off for now. Find someone to thoroughly investigate Zhao Ming's background. I need to know what skill he awakened, what beast he contracted, and what his current strength is. The old steward bowed slightly, acknowledging the order. Lu Yongbin paused, then added. Find someone to relay this information to my eldest sister through other channels. At these words, a look of surprise flashed across the old steward's face. Young master, what are you planning? Lu Yongbin tossed the meat chunk to Black Tiger beside him, clapped his hands, and let out a cold chuckle. Nothing much. Just looking for someone to scout the way for us. Chapter 33, The Ruins of the Beast God Temple Seeking Gold Tickets. Yunchuan Province, Yuzhou City. Zhuo Gaoyang, chief of the intelligence section at the 9th branch of the Provincial State Security Bureau, took a deep breath before knocking on the director's office door. The director's secretary opened the door, nodded to him, and asked him to wait a moment. A few minutes later, 3 beast masters in green military uniforms pushed open the door and saluted inside. Director Yu, we'll be relying on you to oversee the National Unified Examination in South China this time. Yu Mingyu laughed heartily, escorting the 2 non-commissioned officers out while continuing the conversation. Rest assured, the National Unified Examination is a matter of national importance. Our 9th Division of State Security will not let you down. The 2 beast masters nodded and exited the office. At his secretary's gesture, Zhuo Gaoyang entered the office. Yu Mingyu smiled at him. Old Zhuo, what's got you in such a rush to see me? Zhuo Gaoyang's expression was grave as he handed the tablet in his hands to Yu Mingyu. Director Yu, the Energy Monitoring Bureau detected a high-density reaction of law energy near Longhua City a few days ago. This is the detailed data report. Based on our preliminary calculations, it might be the law of death. Upon hearing this, Yu Mingyu's expression instantly darkened. Laws. That was a power only divine beasts could wield, usually confined to the depths of extremely dangerous secret realms. How could a law fluctuation suddenly appear near Longhua City? And the most dangerous one at that, the law of death. If this isn't handled properly, the entire population of Longhua City, 34 million people, could be plunged into danger in an instant. Yu Mingyu asked in a low voice. Has the exact location been pinpointed? Zhuo Gaoyang shook his head. No. The law energy appears only briefly each time, vanishing before we can pinpoint its exact location. However, based on the energy decay data, we've determined it should be near the dark forest in Longhua City. I suspect it might be the work of those bastards from the Beast God Temple. At the mention of the Beast God Temple, Yu Mingyu slammed his palm hard onto the table, his face darkening with murderous intent. The Beast God Temple? Those vermin dare show their faces again. The overwhelming aura of a 7-star Beastmaster erupted, nearly crushing Zhuo Gaoyang across the table until he could barely breathe. Fortunately, Yu Mingyu caught himself in time and reined in his aura. Otherwise, poor Zhuo Gaoyang might have ended up in the hospital before he could finish his report. Tap tap tap. Yu Mingyu's fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk. Typically, when dealing with the Beast God Temple, their standard procedure was to report directly to the military district, which would then dispatch troops to apprehend them. But this time, with the fluctuations of law energy, Yu Mingyu couldn't guarantee they didn't possess a fragment of the law. If that were the case, and they were cornered into desperation, triggering the law fragment, the entire city of Longhua might be buried with them. The resulting uncontrolled surge of law energy could trigger unpredictable secret realm mutations, potentially igniting a full-scale secret realm uprising. Especially with the National Beastmaster College entrance exam imminent, the 9th Division of Yunchuan Province's State Security Bureau bore the responsibility for overseeing the unified examination across the entire South China region. They absolutely could not falter at this critical juncture. They must not alert the enemy prematurely. A cold gleam flashed in Yu Mingyu's eyes as a plan began to form. Zhuo Gaoming said in a low voice. With the National Beastmaster College entrance exam approaching, I fear they may target the students participating this time. 50 years ago, the Beast God Temple's madmen kidnapped a group of students taking the exam, transporting them to an overseas experimental base to conduct half-beast experiments. They exploited the symbiotic resonance between beastmasters and their contracted beasts to alter bloodlines, creating mindless half-beasts that caused immense social upheaval at the time. This led to a nationwide crackdown on cult activities. Upon hearing Zhuo Gaoyang's conjecture, Yu Mingyu took a deep breath. This Beastmaster College entrance exam is unlike any before. It's tied to the opening of the Celestial Dragon's secret realm in 3 years. We absolutely cannot let those bastards from the Beast God Temple ruin things. Alright, I'll call Old Su shortly. You assemble a special task force from various branches to investigate this matter exclusively. Remember, this must be handled discreetly. Even if we lose the trail, we absolutely cannot alert the enemy prematurely. The National Beastmaster College entrance exam takes absolute priority. Receiving the orders, Zhuo Gaoyang stood at attention and saluted Yu Mingyu. Yes. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Rest assured, Teacher Fu, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. After finishing class that afternoon, Zhao Ming rushed to Fu Xing's office to sign up for the 7-city joint exam. However, Fu Xing felt that since Zhao Ming had only just completed his beast resonance and hadn't even begun cultivating the Beast Mastery Sutra, he shouldn't participate in the Beast Mastery College entrance exam. Fu Xing pleaded earnestly. Zhao Ming, don't rush things. This 7-city exam is just a preliminary test. It's not the final Beastmaster College entrance exam. What you should focus on now is diligently cultivating the Beastmaster Heart Sutra. First, boost your attributes. Then head to the adventure zone to slay monsters while honing your combat skills. Once you level up, you'll surely achieve a solid score on the Beastmaster College entrance exam. Zhao Ming dismissed the concern, pounding his chest in assurance. Teacher Fu, I'll master the basics of the Beastmaster's Heart Sutra in just a few days. You said I'm a chosen Beastmaster. My energy absorption is faster than others, so mastering the sutra won't be a problem. And about the leveling, don't worry. I can start grinding monsters in the adventure zone tomorrow. I'll hone my skills while leveling up. 3 weeks is plenty of time to hit level 10. Fu Xing rubbed his temples in exasperation. So you're saying that after enrolling, you plan to take leave? Head straight to the adventure zone to grind levels? You won't attend academic classes? No, I can't agree to that. Zhao Ming gave a wry smile, realizing he'd have to show some real strength to get past Fu Xing's objections. He summoned Xianing and opened his attribute panel for him. Teacher Fu, look, this is my contract beast. Fu Xing waved his hand impatiently. What tamed beast? Contracts? None of that matters. But when he glanced at Xian Ying's attribute panel, he froze. Attribute soaring into the 600 to 700 range, coupled with its staggering level 42 rank, made him gasp in shock. This beast of yours. He stared at Zhao Ming with excitement, his eyes sparkling with delight. A 4-star beast. Zhao Ming must have hit the jackpot to contract such a beast. It was outrageous. Compared to when he first awakened his Beastmaster heart and could only contract 1-star or 2-star beasts, he felt utterly worthless. Though this dark lightning cat was severely injured, its attributes hadn't fully manifested yet. But according to the attribute panel's description, it could continuously recover by slaying monsters, so there was no need to worry too much. Given that, if Zhao Ming had a little time, this might just work out. The teacher who secures first place in the 7-city joint exam will receive an additional 1 million yuan bonus. The principal's words from the faculty meeting suddenly echoed in Fu Xing's mind. Gazing at Zhao Ming's earnest, smiling face, Fu Xing clenched his jaw. Fine. I'll approve your leave. But you must return at least 1 day a week to teach. I'll arrange for a teacher to cover your academic subjects. The Beastmaster College entrance exam places significant emphasis on academic subjects too. Hearing Fu Xing relent, Zhao Ming immediately nodded excitedly. Don't worry, Teacher Fu, I'll study hard at home too. Chapter 34, The Dark Monastery Votes Needed. After settling things with Fu Xing, Zhao Ming decided to skip the rest of his classes altogether. He grabbed his backpack and headed straight for the school gate. After all, with the Mystic Beast Order in hand, all his combat gear was stored within it. The spatial pouch at his waist had become nothing more than a useless accessory. Stepping outside the gates, he hailed a cab and sped toward the shadowy forest. At this stage, the dark forest remained the most suitable place for Zhao Ming to level up. Other adventure zones were either too distant or populated by monsters of excessively high levels, posing too great a risk for Zhao Ming. This time, Zhao Ming planned to head to the other side of the dark forest to farm level 12 skeletons. The Dark Monastery was the area within the Shadow Forest teeming with the most monsters. Levels 1 through 3 were primarily populated by low-level grunts like zombies and skeletons ranging from levels 9 to 15. Levels 4 to 6 were home to level 18 to 24 undead mages, zombies, and abominations. Rumor had it that below the 6th floor lurked elite monsters like level 30 plus ghosts and skeleton kings. This variety caters to the leveling needs of beastmasters across all tiers. The only drawback was the scene itself utterly terrifying, pitch black, with the occasional wail of the undead echoing through the darkness. But none of that mattered to Zhao Ming. His primary goal now was to heal Xian Ying's injuries as quickly as possible. The key factor was the density of monsters. The Dark Abbey was just right. He took a taxi to the entrance of the Dark Forest. Following his usual routine, he first stopped at the Beastmaster Market near the entrance to stock up on supplies. Based on the strategy guide he'd just looked up, Zhao Ming bought a little bit of everything: potent holy water, fire sticks, flash grenades, garlic, black donkey hooves, black dog blood, and so on. After all, the Xian Beast Order had ample space to store everything. He piled up a heap of adventuring supplies, spending over 100,000 gold coins. Fortunately, he still had some funds left over from selling the treasure chest from the goblin camp, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to afford all this. Once ready, Zhao Ming set off toward the Dark Monastery following the latest map. Along the way, he frequently encountered small groups of beast masters traveling together with their various beasts. The monsters along the road had been mostly cleared out by the beast tamers heading to the Dark Abbey. The path was spotless, not even a cockroach was in sight. After briskly walking for over half an hour, Zhao Ming arrived at the entrance of the Dark Abbey. The crumbling monastery gates were crowded with beasts of all sizes and beastmasters clad in diverse gear. The air buzzed with constant cries of vendors, shouts of haggling, and calls for party members. Super strength holy light potions on sale. 3,000 per bottle while supplies last. Seeking party for level 18 Firebird and level 13 Water Arrow Turtle. Need a skilled frontline fighter, no cowards please. Speedrun team for dungeon level 4. Bring elemental tamers for all-out damage, ultimate experience guaranteed. Dungeon tour group. 700 per person. 5 2-star beasts escort you, safety guaranteed. Staring at the bustling entrance resembling a marketplace, Zhao Ming tapped his cheek. No wonder he hadn't seen anyone in the Beastmaster Market, they'd all come here instead. Since the Dark Monastery was an underground labyrinth where monsters lurked beneath the surface, adventuring beastmasters commonly referred to it simply as the dungeon. Hey, young man. Planning to head down into the dungeon? A crisp female voice suddenly rang out beside Zhao Ming. He turned to see 3 young men and women clad in leather armor. 1 man and 2 women, all looking to be in their early 20s, likely students from the Beastmaster University. Seeing Zhao Ming turn, the girl who had spoken first scratched her head sheepishly. Young man, we're students from the Beastmaster department at Yuchuan University. The Beastmaster we had arranged to go with us had to cancel at the last minute. Were you planning to go into the underground caverns alone? Would it be possible for us to team up with you? At the girl's inquiry, the male companion crossed his arms in annoyance, muttering under his breath, his words inaudible. Zhao Ming paid it no mind, as teaming up wasn't part of his plan anyway. Rule number 1 of wilderness adventures. Unless absolutely necessary, never team up with strangers. This was a mantra Zhao Baiquan repeated daily. Throughout his adventuring career, he'd heard countless tales of young beast tamers trusting others only to be betrayed and left with nothing but bones. Therefore, Zhao Ming would never team up with anyone unless he knew them inside and out. Sorry, I'm not looking to team up. Zhao Ming politely declined the young woman's invitation. Hearing Zhao Ming's refusal, the young man immediately spoke up with impatience. See? I told you so, Xiaoqing. He won't team up with us. Besides, it's just the Dark Monastery. The 3 of us are more than enough. We have 3 level 23 beasts between us, we can easily sweep through the first 4 floors. Why bother bringing this kid along? We'll just have to waste our energy looking after him. The girl named Xiaoqian, upon receiving Zhao Ming's refusal, didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled understandingly and nodded at him. Sorry to bother you. With that, she turned and shot the boy a glare. She pulled her best friend along to find another Beastmaster team. As they walked, she continued chatting. Forget it. With our combat experience, we'll probably wipe before even reaching the 4th floor. It's safer to find more people to join us. Watching their retreating figures, Zhao Ming's gaze flickered slightly. It wasn't that he held a grudge against the boy. Rather, he thought the girl named Xiaoqian was the more level-headed one. She understood that a Beastmaster's rank didn't define everything. Many beast tamers had been overly sheltered by their families since awakening. Even when leveling up, they did so in completely safe environments. They had no combat experience whatsoever, living their entire lives in an ivory tower. Once they ventured out on their own, they were highly susceptible to ambushes by low-level monsters. The fortunate ones might only pay a price and preserve their lives. The unlucky ones, however, may pay with their very lives. Every year, countless beastmasters meet their end in the shadowy forest. Zhao Ming could only shake his head at this, wishing them luck. Then he quickened his pace and entered the Dark Monastery. Upon entering the Dark Abbey, a massive church staircase came into view, leading down to a vast labyrinth. The entrance to the 2nd level lay at the very heart of the maze. Torches on the cathedral walls illuminated the entire 1st level. Numerous beastmasters commanded their beasts to slaughter skeleton monsters one after another. Some skeletons were torn apart by dozens of beasts before they could even rise, reduced to piles of bone fragments. Wow, wow, wow. On this entire floor, there are more beastmasters than monsters. Zhao Ming sighed in admiration, waving his hand to summon Jelly and Xianing. Jelly clung to his arm, ready for any unexpected danger, while Xianing concealed himself in the shadows, poised to strike at a moment's notice. Guided by the torchlight, Zhao Ming made his way to the entrance of the 2nd floor. Upon entering the second floor, the number of beast tamers visible was less than half that of the first floor. Monsters were sparse near the entrance, though the occasional growl of zombies and beasts echoed from deeper within. Chapter 35, One Slash at a Time, Rapid Leveling. Gazing down the pitch-black passageway, Zhao Ming took a deep breath and retrieved a miner's lamp from his spatial pouch, securing it to his head. Actually, the Dark Monastery Guide didn't recommend using headlamps for illumination. This was because they easily attracted monsters lurking in the shadows to ambush beast masters. After all, the miner's lamp had limited illumination range and couldn't cover every possible spot. Instead, guides generally recommended using moonlight potions. Not only did it grant the user night vision, but it also imparted a faint holy light effect during attacks, dealing additional damage to necromantic monsters within the Dark Abbey. Unfortunately, moonlight potions are prohibitively expensive. A single bottle costs 30,000 yuan and lasts only half an hour. Zhao Ming had spent all his money on adventure supplies, with the remainder reserved for future living expenses. Consequently, he purchased only one bottle to carry as a precaution. For other times, he had to settle for the headlamp, a more affordable alternative. Though its illumination range was somewhat limited, as long as he remained cautious, it posed little real problem. They pressed forward a little further. Gradually, the presence of beast masters faded. Instead, faint, almost inaudible growls filled his ears, accompanied by the creaking sounds of bones shifting. Zhao Ming waved his hand, summoning over a dozen dark fire ants onto the ground. Using his group consciousness, he commanded them to surround him, serving as his eyes and ears. Hive mind, you can simultaneously connect with the consciousness of dozens of beasts, commanding them collectively and briefly sharing their vision. As creatures that relied on scent and sound for communication, the dark fire ants remained completely unaffected by the surrounding darkness. Under Zhao Ming's command, accompanied by the rustling sounds of their crawling, dozens of dark fire ants gradually penetrated deeper into the darkness. A blurred topographical map gradually formed in Zhao Ming's mind. The monsters on the second layer are mostly necromantic creatures around levels 11 to 13. Test their strength first, then decide whether to proceed to the third layer. Referencing the guide's keypoints, Zhao Ming followed the dark fire ants, scouting to locate a lone zombie. Corrupted zombie common monster. Level 11 1 star. Potential 1.5 stars. Race zombie. Attributes strength 88, constitution 67, agility 25, spirit 3. Innate abilities corpse poison, bleeding. This thing packs a punch. After reviewing the zombie's basic stats, Zhao Ming felt slightly more confident. After a moment's tactical consideration, he made his decision. These zombies, lacking agility, relied primarily on brute strength rather than speed. As long as he could dodge their attacks, he could even take them down without taking a scratch. With his initial plan set, Zhao Ming retrieved a small round shield and a one-handed axe from his pack. In such complex terrain, a longsword, a weapon designed primarily for disabling thrusts, was actually quite impractical. A one-handed axe proved far more practical. After all, Zhao Ming's swordsmanship wasn't polished. It'd be awkward if he accidentally swung into a wall during combat. Better to stick with the simpler one-handed axe. Gripping the one-handed axe modified from a fire axe, Zhao Ming took a deep breath. He circled slightly, then crouched low and charged from behind the zombie. Spotting Zhao Ming behind it, the zombie snarled, whirling around and lashing out with a claw. Before it could fully turn, Zhao Ming had already closed the distance. The one-handed axe in his hand came down hard on the zombie's neck. Swish! A head flew high into the air, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Weak point struck. The zombie's health bar above its head instantly emptied, and its entire body stiffened as it collapsed to the ground. You have defeated a level 11 corrupted zombie, gaining 46 EXP. Your beast taming jelly gained EXP 32. Your beastmaster shadow gained 21 EXP. Your beastmaster red queen gained 10 EXP. One-shot kill. Spinning the one-handed axe in his grasp, Zhao Ming's eyes flashed with sharp focus. If you hit a vital spot, it'll usually go down in one strike. Hitting elsewhere probably takes 2 swings. Let's test its attack power next. After a moment's thought, Zhao Ming selected another zombie. This time he charged straight at it head-on, raising his round shield to block the zombie's claw swipe. Thud! The immense force sent a surge of blood rushing through his body. His health bar above his head dropped by nearly 1/10. Not bad, I can handle it. Glancing at his status bar, he saw that thanks to the round shield, he hadn't been clawed directly by the zombie. Thus, he avoided the negative status effects of poisoning and bleeding. Zhao Ming thought to himself as a green beam shot from his shoulder, instantly coiling around the zombie's wrist and binding it tightly. It was jelly. Using the slime's ability to stretch and contract at will, he transformed himself into a rope, binding the zombie in front of Zhao Ming. Though it quickly broke free with a violent struggle. Zhao Ming seized the moment, delivering 2 axe blows to its head that instantly emptied its health bar, sending it crashing to the ground. You have defeated a level 10 corrupted zombie. Gained EXP 43. Your beastmaster jelly gained EXP 29. Your beastmaster shadow gained 18 EXP. Your beastmaster red queen gained 8 EXP. As long as it doesn't hit me directly, I can tank about 10 hits. With Xianing and the Dark Fire Ants attacks factored in, I should be able to handle 4 zombies at once without issue. Too bad these monsters give such meager XP. Having to split it among 3 tamed beasts means leveling up won't be fast. While waiting for the jelly creature to reform, Zhao Ming mentally assessed the strength of the monsters on the second floor. After a moment's thought, he decided to grind here for now. Once he'd leveled up a bit, he'd head down to the 3rd floor to take a look. After all, the 2nd floor is considerably safer than the 3rd. There's no need to risk it all for a mere 10 or so extra experience points. Alright. Next. The hunt begins. Using the Dark Fire Ants scouting, Zhao Ming began a frenzied slaughter on the 2nd floor. He ignored the larger zombie groups and specifically targeted smaller clusters of only 4 or 5 zombies. Those zombies were slow and had low health, no match for Zhao Ming. Within minutes, he and Xianing would cut them down. Experience notifications flashed continuously in Zhao Ming's ears. You have killed a level 11 corrupted zombie. Gained EXP 46. You have killed a level 12 corrupted zombie. Gained EXP 48. You have killed a level 13 corrupted zombie. Gained EXP 50. After over an hour of relentless combat, Zhao Ming sat down panting heavily in a crater. He pulled a bottle of drink from his spatial bag and chugged it down in one go. Ah! I'm finally alive. That was terrifying. Zhao Ming patted his chest, still feeling a chill from the recent ordeal. It turned out that after successfully eliminating a few small zombie groups, Zhao Ming had foolishly attempted to challenge a larger horde of over a dozen zombies. Before he could eliminate many, he triggered a zombie uprising. Their furious roars echoed throughout the entire tunnel. Zombies surged out from every direction. Terrified, Zhao Ming took off running. Fortunately, the Dark Fire Ants scouted ahead, allowing him to find the safest route in the shortest time possible and avoid plunging headlong into the zombies' embrace. Taking advantage of the intricate terrain of the subterranean labyrinth, Zhao Ming zigzagged through twists and turns, running for over 10 minutes before finally shaking off the zombies. He kept reminding himself he couldn't afford to be overconfident anymore. Monster grinding still required caution. Just a few dozen more experience points to reach level 4. One more zombie should do it. After resting sufficiently, Zhao Ming stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and opened his attribute panel. The experience bar at the bottom was just a hair's breadth away from filling up. He decided to kill one more zombie, level up to 4, and then head back. It was about time anyway. He could head back for dinner and start practicing the Beast Taming Sutra. He released the Dark Fire Ants to scout for stray zombies nearby. Not far away, a sudden burst of blue light caught Zhao Ming's attention. Chapter 36, Treasure Goblin Votes Needed. Gurgle gurgle, no one can take my treasure. The shrill cry echoed through the gloomy cavern. Zhao Ming perked up at the sound. It was the treasure goblin. Peering around the bend, he spotted a portal glowing blue light ahead. At the entrance, a goblin strapped with a large backpack was excitedly counting the treasures inside. Treasure goblins were a variant of the goblin race, often lurking in ruins and deep caverns. They are obsessed with collecting and hoarding all manner of precious treasures, ranging from magical gems to equipment materials. However, due to their abilities to warp through space and carry their treasures with them, their whereabouts are often difficult to pinpoint. Yet, once spotted by a beastmaster, successfully defeating these treasure goblins not only promises vast riches but also the potential for unexpected rewards. I recall online guides mentioning these creatures are extremely timid. They flee at the slightest disturbance and might even summon other monsters to aid them in battle. Zhao Ming stroked his chin in thoughtful contemplation. The key to defeating a treasure goblin was preventing it from escaping through its portal. Most beastmasters would choose to use control skills to forcibly interrupt the treasure goblin's spellcasting. Then they'd aim to overwhelm it with massive damage during the control duration. But this approach held no value for Zhao Ming. He possessed no control skills. The only thing that could barely be considered a control effect was Jelly's binding ability, but that merely restrained the goblin. It couldn't forcibly interrupt its portal. Meow. Xianying seemed to sense Zhao Ming's frustration. It poked its head out from the shadows and gently nudged his arm. Zhao Ming looked at it, sensing its thoughts in his heart. You mean you've mastered the trick mine? Zhao Ming stared at Xianying in surprise. Seeing it nod gently, his face lit up with delight. The passive skill of the Deceptive Mind Sutra, Deceptive Mind Explosion, could accumulate stacks within an enemy's body. Once 10 stacks were reached, it would detonate instantly, inflicting a 0.3-second stun effect on the target. Though this effect couldn't compare to some control skills, it was more than sufficient to interrupt the treasure goblin's spellcasting. The treasure goblin required 1.5 seconds to cast its portal. If interrupted during this time, it would have to restart the cast. To trigger the stun effect of Deceptive Mind Explosion, Zhao Ming must apply 10 passive stacks to the treasure goblin before it opens the portal. Xianying's lightning combo can unleash 5 strikes instantly. I'll go out first, start with basic attacks, then chain in Xianying's lightning combo. Maybe that'll interrupt its casting. Zhao Ming mulled it over in his mind, finding the plan increasingly feasible. Well done. You'll earn major credit this time. Zhao Ming smiled, ruffling Xin Ying's head. Closing his eyes, he silently channeled energy within his body, switching the Beast Taming Sutra to the Deceptive Thunder technique. These Beast Taming Sutras were relatively easy to grasp at the beginner level as long as one's attributes aligned. Most ordinary beast tamers could learn them after just a few glances. Mastery, however, demanded considerable effort. Feeling the energy shift within him, Zhao Ming turned his gaze back to the corner not far away. Treasure Goblin was still there, excitedly counting the contents of his backpack. Completely unaware that a Beastmaster had already set their sights on him from behind. Nodding to Xianing, the black cat melted back into the darkness. Zhao Ming moved with light, stealthy steps, slowly closing in on the treasure goblin. Suddenly, the goblin, engrossed in counting its treasures, twitched its ears as if hearing an unusual sound. It jerked its head up, glancing toward the dark passageway beside it. It saw nothing. Zhao Ming had already switched off his miner's lamp and consumed the moonlight potion he had prepared. Now completely immersed in darkness, he held his breath, pressed himself against the wall, and strained every fiber to suppress his presence. Scanning its surroundings warily, the treasure goblin detected no sign of Zhao Ming. Though it detected no abnormalities, its inherently timid nature prompted it to begin gathering the treasures before it, preparing to flee at any moment. Through the dark fire ant's perspective, Zhao Ming observed the treasure goblin's movements. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. I can't let it escape. Zhao Ming's resolve hardened. I've already downed the moonlight potion. If I let you get away now, I'd be losing big time. Like a cheetah, he burst around the corner and charged straight at the treasure goblin. Geez. Gulp. The treasure goblin was startled by Zhao Ming's sudden charge. He frantically scrambled to gather his backpack before him. While gathering, it chanted incantations, summoning a spatial portal. A dazzling blue light appeared before the treasure goblin's eyes, slowly taking the shape of a portal. Just as the treasure goblin was about to flee, Zhao Ming swung his round shield with all his might, hurling it directly at the goblin's back. Thud! The whistling shield slammed into the treasure goblin's back, sending it stumbling backward. Unfortunately, the shield was primarily a defensive weapon with low offensive power, inflicting little damage. Squeak 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 squeak. Grr! Caught off guard by Zhao Ming's sneak attack, the treasure goblin turned around in fury, snarling and baring its teeth at Zhao Ming. But it dared not charge forward. In terms of level and attributes alone, the treasure goblin was no pushover. It was over level 20, more than 16 levels higher than Zhao Ming, and its stats were significantly superior. Yet the treasure goblin was utterly cowardly. Combat was never an option in their minds. When attacked, their sole instinct was to flee. It had long since become second nature. Therefore, when level 3 Zhao Ming suddenly launched an attack, though the treasure goblin was furious, its first instinct was to flee. Swish! A portal opened beside the treasure goblin. The green-skinned creature slung its backpack over its shoulder, flashed Zhao Ming a vicious grin, and prepared to slip through the portal and leave. You think you can run? Stay right here. Zhao Ming roared. A green tentacle suddenly shot up from the ground, violently wrapping around the backpack on the goblin's back and forcibly pulling the treasure goblin back just as it was about to enter the portal. It was jelly. Earlier, Zhao Ming had used the motion of throwing his round shield to stick the jelly to its back before hurling it forward. After the shield struck the treasure goblin, the jelly adhered to its body. When Zhao Ming gave the command, it immediately sprang into action, immobilizing the treasure goblin for an instant. Gibble. Gibble. Gurgle. Seeing its backpack seized by the jelly, the treasure goblin panicked. These were treasures painstakingly gathered from various ruins and dungeons. There was no way it could leave them behind. The treasure goblin shrieked in fury, yanking hard on the backpack and instantly snapping the jelly's body that had been wrapped around it. But in doing so, it lost its best chance to enter the teleportation gate. Zhao Ming, nearby, seized the moment and charged forward. His axe, trailing a streak of dark purple lightning, struck the treasure goblin with a fierce blow. Thud! The axe struck true. A flash of dark purple light flickered, and then Xianing darted swiftly from the shadows. A claw swiped at the treasure goblin. Meow! Before landing, Xianing let out a meow mid-air, transforming into a streak of lightning. It circled the treasure goblin, unleashing 5 claw strikes in an instant. 1. 1. 1. 2. 1. Damage numbers kept flashing above the treasure goblin's head. 1 + 1 + 5, just 3 more hits. Zhao Ming silently counted in his mind, then swung his axe again, slashing the treasure goblin's arm. He spun around and delivered a powerful kick, sending the treasure goblin crashing into the wall, denying it any chance to approach the portal. Squeak! 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 The treasure goblin's shrill cries echoed through the cavern. Its eyes blazing red, it wildly flailed its claws and charged toward the portal. This human was despicable, attacking it without honor. Once it passed through the portal and summoned the goblin army, it would come back and finish him off. The treasure goblin thought to itself. It secretly rejoiced that Zhao Ming wasn't very high level. After unleashing a combo, it had barely scratched him. As long as it ignored them and charged straight for the portal, they couldn't touch it. Damned humans! I remember your scent. I will have my revenge. Treasure Goblin thought viciously, ignoring Zhao Ming and Xian Ying's attacks as he charged toward the portal. Just as it was about to touch the portal, a smug grin spread across the Treasure Goblin's face. Zhao Ming and Xian Ying's final strike landed on the Treasure Goblin. Trick mind. Explode. Meow. With a cat's cry, a dark purple lightning bolt erupted around the Treasure Goblin, instantly freezing its entire body in place. His mind went completely blank. Chapter 37, Beast Taming Bead, Sea of Fire Technique Support Appreciated. With the Treasure Goblin out of control, the pale blue portal in midair gradually dissipated. Stiffened in place by Xian Ying's passive skill, Deceptive Thunder Explosion, the Treasure Goblin could only watch helplessly as its portal vanished. 0.3 seconds flashed by. The Treasure Goblin regained its freedom. Its first thought wasn't to retaliate against Zhao Ming. Instead, it bolted toward the dark cavern. Fighting was out of the question. With their goblin arms and legs, what if they got hurt? They'd never fight in this lifetime. The Treasure Goblin took off at full speed, catching Zhao Ming completely off guard. The guidebook never mentioned Treasure Goblins could run like this. And it was incredibly fast. As the Treasure Goblin vanished into the darkness, Zhao Ming suddenly snapped to attention. Damn it! If it got away, he'd never catch it. Jelly! Zhao Ming bellowed. Another green tentacle shot out from the ground, instantly snapping around the Treasure Goblin's ankle. Though it only held for a moment before being torn to shreds as the creature broke free, it successfully delayed the goblin for a few crucial seconds. Jelly! Seizing the chance, Zhao Ming charged forward again, unleashing a flurry of swings at the Treasure Goblin. Xian Ying seized the moment too, charging forward and relentlessly attacking the Treasure Goblin with claws and fangs. Crack! The Deceptive Thunder exploded on the Treasure Goblin once more. This time, Zhao Ming had learned his lesson. He summoned 20 Darkfire ants to completely block the passageway. Xian Ying and he then closed in on the Treasure Goblin in the confined space, trapping it like a cornered dog. Squeak! 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 The Treasure Goblin, seeing the dozen or so dark fire ants blocking the entrance, let out sharp, piercing screeches, trying to tear them apart with its claws. But the dark fire ants remained unmoved, each burning with crimson flames, sealing the passage completely. The Treasure Goblin couldn't get through. As Zhao Ming and Xian Ying charged up behind it once more, a flicker of despair crossed the Treasure Goblin's eyes. It began chanting the incantation for summoning a portal once more, only to be interrupted again by Xian Ying's Deceptive Thunder. Thus, half an hour later, the resentful Treasure Goblin watched helplessly as Zhao Ming snatched the backpack from its grasp. It let out a final, despairing shriek before its entire body dissolved into a pale purple flash of lightning, fading into nothingness. You have defeated a level 22 Treasure Goblin. Gained EXP 165. Your Beastmaster Jelly gained EXP 87. Your Beastmaster Shadow gained 103 EXP. Your Beastmaster Red Queen gained 94 EXP. A massive surge of experience flooded into Zhao Ming's body. A flash of white light enveloped his body. Leveled up. The experience granted by the Treasure Goblin instantly propelled him to level 4. What a score! Hearing the experience notification echo in his mind, Zhao Ming's heart leapt with joy. Though he hadn't checked the goblin's backpack yet, this bountiful experience alone was worth every penny. After all, he'd only used one Moonlight Potion throughout the entire encounter. As the battle ended, the Moonlight Potion's effects faded from Zhao Ming's body. Reactivating the miner's lamp above his head, Zhao Ming eagerly prepared to inventory the Treasure Goblin's large personal pack. 15 broken magic gems, 11 various monster materials, and hey, 2 magic items too. Zhao Ming pulled out 2 glowing blue orbs from the bundle with delight. He crushed the orbs, revealing 2 high-quality pieces of equipment inside. Noble trousers. Slot pants. Quality, fine. Level, 5. Attributes, Constitution +6, Agility +7. Agility boost, wearing this item enhances your presence and makes your movements more nimble, granting +2 agility. Restoration ring. Slot, accessory. Quality, fine. Level, 5. Attributes, Constitution +4, Strength +5. Robust physique, the recovery ring enhances your health regeneration rate, restoring 3 HP per second. Zhao Ming nodded with satisfaction as he examined the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment. They weren't top tier, but they were far superior to the standard gear available outside. He now possessed quite a few magical items. Among them were the Darkfire Longsword, Darkfire Armor, and Darkfire Boots obtained from the Shadow Caverns, all level 15 fine equipment. The Ring of Andre was even a level 20 golden grade item, though he had no immediate use for it and could only store it in his Xian Beast token. However, the level 0 necklace, Dawn's Protection, gifted by Chang Lingshui and the others, was perfectly suited for him and was currently worn around his neck. Now, having looted the noble trousers and the recovery ring from the Treasure Goblin, he could finally boost his combat effectiveness. Just one more level up, and I can equip these 2 pieces. With joy filling his heart, Zhao Ming stowed both items into his spatial pouch. His gaze then fell upon the last item, a small, dark red orb. A flash of astonishment crossed his eyes. This thing. Could it be? He picked up the orb and opened its attribute panel. Beast Taming Orb Sea of Fire Technique, a special skill orb that grants the fire attribute Beast Taming Technique Sea of Fire Technique. It vanishes immediately upon use. If used on a beast with conflicting attributes, it may cause energy backlash. Use with caution. Whoa! It really is a beast taming orb. Beast taming pearls precious items that allow tamed beasts to learn new skills. They are the skill books of the beast mastering world. At the Beastmaster market, even ordinary Beastmaster orbs could easily fetch astronomical prices exceeding 4 million. If the skill inside is slightly better or particularly suited to a Beastmaster's needs, it's not impossible for them to fetch tens of millions. After all, beasts can only acquire new skills when they advance in rank. Gaining an extra skill significantly boosts combat effectiveness. It could even profoundly impact a Beastmaster's overall tactical arrangements. Consequently, spirit beast orbs remain perpetually in high demand yet scarce on the trading market. The moment one appears, it's snapped up instantly. The one in Zhao Ming's possession allows fire attribute beasts to learn a skill called Sea of Fire, though the specifics of the skill remain unknown. Judging by its name, it should be an area of effect damage skill. A fire attribute beast. I think I happen to have one. Zhao Ming clutched the beast bead, his mind torn. For someone possessing eternal embers, Beastmaster skills weren't particularly crucial. As long as he kept sacrificing, the skills on his beast would only keep increasing. This beast bead wouldn't boost him as much as he'd hoped. But if he sold it for other cultivation resources, it might instantly boost his combat power significantly. To put it simply, even if he sold it for 7 million and converted the entire sum into monster meat, it would allow the Red Queen to breed thousands of dark fire ants. And those dark fire ants bred from it? For Zhao Ming, they were pure, tangible attributes. No matter how powerful a skill might be, could it ever surpass the value of raw stats? Thus, Zhao Ming found himself torn over how to handle this beast taming orb. Should he give it to the Red Queen? Or sell it outright? Chapter 38, Burning Corpses Votes Needed. After much deliberation, Zhao Ming ultimately decided to use the beast taming orb. The reason was that he currently lacked any area of effect AoE skill capable of inflicting widespread damage. The Sea of Fire spell might just fill that gap. If Zhao Ming's hunch proved correct, he might even level up today. Alright. Let's see what this Sea of Fire spell is all about. Zhao Ming waved his hand to summon Red Queen. He held the beast taming bead to the edge of Red Queen's mouth. Red Queen sniffed it lightly, then crushed the bead between her upper jaws before swallowing it whole. A crimson glow flickered across Red Queen's body as the skill description for Sea of Flames appeared before Zhao Ming. Sea of Flames summons a vast expanse of burning flames ahead, inflicting sustained fire damage on enemies. Skill duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Reading the skill description, Zhao Ming nodded slightly. Not bad. Now that I have an AoE skill, I can try out that plan. His eyes lit up as he envisioned his strategy. Maybe he wouldn't even need a week to reach level 20. Minutes later, Zhao Ming peered cautiously around the corner of the cavern, his miner's lamp in hand. He'd already deployed all the dark fire ants to set up the battlefield. Now, he was on his own. He watched the wandering horde of zombies in the distance. Zhao Ming gritted his teeth in frustration. No honor in combat. Can't beat me, so you call for backup? This time, I'll make sure every last one of you dies. Scanning the area, he picked up a stone of just the right size and hurled it with all his might, striking a wandering zombie nearby. 1. The zombie scratched its head, staring at the stone at its feet in confusion, unsure where it had come from. Zhao Ming. Seeing that the test shot was useless, Zhao Ming thought for a moment, moved closer, and shouted at the zombie nearby. Hey! I'm your daddy! Catching Zhao Ming's scent, the dozen or so zombies nearby erupted into chaos. They let out frenzied roars. Roar! The frenzied screams echoed through the cavern. As if in response, deep within the darkness came waves of low, angry growls from the zombies. Hey, you bastard son! Got the guts to chase me? Zhao Ming beckoned them with a flick of his finger, then turned and sprinted backward. Seeing the fresh meat they had almost devoured escape, the zombies couldn't bear it. With a furious roar, they gave chase. More zombies poured out from several forks in the path, joining the surging tide of the undead. In mere moments, Zhao Ming found himself pursued by a massive horde of zombies. Holy! There are so many zombies! Are there this many people in this cave? Turning to look at the horde behind him, Zhao Ming was startled. His pace quickened. After rounding several corners, he dashed headlong into a circular chamber. A stone pillar over 4 meters tall had broken off from the cave ceiling, plunging into the ground to form an elliptical platform. 4 or 5 sinkholes formed openings around the chamber's perimeter, continuously spewing out terrifying, hideous zombies. Ducking to avoid a zombie's lunge, Zhao Ming suddenly reached out. The jelly-like creature shot from his wrist like lightning, coiling around a stalactite hanging from the cave ceiling. With a sudden tug, it hoisted Zhao Ming upward like Spider-Man, depositing him on the central platform. Surveying the ever-widening circle of zombies closing in, Zhao Ming made a rough count over 50 of them. If he had to fight them all alone, who knew how long it would take? He chuckled softly and shook his head slightly. He snapped his fingers at the zombies below. Hold your horses. Barbecue party, coming right up. He waved his hand, summoning Red Queen from behind. Roar. Accompanied by Red Queen's roar, over 20 dark fire ants crawled onto the cave ceiling, gnawing at the crevices of the stalactites. Dozens of massive stalactites crashed down from above the zombies' heads, smashing near the cave entrances. Scattered rocks instantly sealed off several caves. A few didn't make it in. Consider yourselves lucky. Watching the zombies clinging to the rocks outside the cave, Zhao Ming shook his head regretfully and pointed down at the horde below. Red Queen. Fire Sea technique. Hiss. Red Queen strained her jaw upward. A crimson glow flashed around her body, instantly igniting a 3 meter by 3 meter zone of flames before Zhao Ming. The zombies within the zone burst into roaring flames, their bodies scorched as they let out agonized howls. The searing flames scorched their flesh, triggering violent physical reactions that sent them scrambling in panic. As they scrambled, the flames spread to other zombies. Gradually, the entire horde was engulfed in flames. The intense flames roared through the horde, thick smoke gradually filling the entire chamber. Zhao Ming, prepared in advance, had already stowed away Xin Ying and Jelly. He pulled a gas mask from his Xin Beast order and secured it over his head. As for the Red Queen, her dark fire ants were fire attribute monsters by nature, accustomed to dwelling in scorching volcanoes. This fire was nothing to them. They even took advantage of the chaos to continuously spew dark fireballs at the zombies. Standing atop the high platform, Zhao Ming directed the Red Queen to continuously unleash sea of fire spells. Wherever the undead hordes lost their flames, he immediately fired another blast, reigniting them and setting them back into motion. You have slain a level 13 corrupted zombie. Gained EXP 52. You have slain a level 14 corrupted zombie. Gained EXP 56. You have killed a level 12 corrupted zombie. Gained EXP 49. You have killed a level 11 corrupted zombie. Gained EXP 46. After a dozen minutes, a flood of experience notifications instantly filled Zhao Ming's screen. He had anticipated gaining massive amounts of experience, so he had turned off the experience notifications beforehand. He didn't want to be deafened by all those system notification sounds. Over 50 zombies contributed more than 2,300 experience points to Zhao Ming and his beasts. This instantly propelled him from level 4 to level 8. His attributes also saw a significant boost. Name, Zhao Ming. Level, 8 unclassed. Beasts, Mutant Slime, Mutant Shadow Lightning Cat, Dark Fire Ant Queen. Attributes, Strength 93, Constitution 120, Agility 104, Spirit 98. Innate abilities, Vitality Boost D, Eternal Flame Creation, Iron Bones D, Group Consciousness D, Skeleton Summoning B. Beastmaster Sutras, Mystic Spirit Beast Sutra LVL1, Deceptive Thunder LVL1. Meanwhile, Jelly ascended to level 6 thanks to this massive experience gain. Mutant Slime, Jelly. Level, 6 Scattered. Potential, 4 stars. Species, Mutant Slime. Attributes, Strength 65, Constitution 72, Agility 58, Spirit 65. Innate abilities, Split and Regenerate A, Dark Fire Burn D, Acid Ray D. Gazing at the jelly that had swollen another size, Zhao Ming couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Finally, it has some combat potential. This sacrifice should mean its stats aren't just a fraction of a point anymore. Jellyfish. Chapter 39, National Security Division 9 in action votes needed. While Zhao Ming ventured deep into the Dark Monastery, Xiao Qingxue, captain of the Longha City National Security Bureau Branch 9 Special Operations Team, stood in a residential complex not far from Zhao Ming's residence, her brows deeply furrowed. Before her lay the horrifying corpse of a man whose internal organs had been completely removed. Surrounding her, team members wielded various instruments, conducting meticulous professional examinations. Captain, we have results, a beastmaster in combat gear jogged over, handing her a phone. Xiao Qingxue took it and saw footage from the residential complex's entrance surveillance. According to the autopsy report, the victim's time of death was between 3 o'clock and 5 a.m. yesterday. We reviewed all the complex's surveillance footage and spotted these individuals at 3:45 a.m. Xiao Qingxue stared at the figures in dark cloaks on the phone screen and demanded sharply. They're all black as night, how the hell are we supposed to make them out? The team member gave a wry smile. We're lucky to have this at all. We checked every surveillance feed in the vicinity and only found this one clip. Hearing this, Xiao Qingxue couldn't bring herself to scold them further. Staring at the phone screen, she wondered who these people were and why they'd suddenly committed murder. And why would they go so far as to remove their victims' internal organs? But another team member soon provided the answer. Captain, the monster detector is reacting. A team member, strapped with a massive backpack, stared at the screen before him with excitement. Xiao Qingxue promptly dropped her phone and walked over to him. Any idea what kind of signature it is? The team member swiped across the screen as streams of data scrolled rapidly, quickly revealing the result. Level 42 Elite Monster, Corrupted Silver Thread Snake. Gazing at the monster's image on the screen, a flicker of rage ignited in Xiao Qingxue's eyes. This monster, she would never forget it for the rest of her life. The team member carrying the monster detector read the description on the screen with curiosity. The corrupted silver thread snake is treacherous and cunning, possessing both water and dark attributes. It can lurk in darkness and feeds on internal organs. Could this be an accidental monster intrusion case? Xia Qingxue stood up, forcing down the rage in her heart. Shaking her head, she replied in a low voice. Not necessarily. It could also be premeditated murder. The other team members looked at Xia Qingxue in confusion. Her expression darkened considerably, clearly recalling some unpleasant memories. Those people could very well be from the Beast God Temple. The Beast God Temple has struck again. Lu Yongbin stared in surprise at the old steward before him, who nodded with a wry smile. They approached me yesterday, saying they were searching for some sacred beast and wanted our assistance. Lu Yongbin rubbed his temples in frustration. Why are those lunatics back again? Didn't they say the experiment was at a critical stage and they couldn't leave the dark forest? This is the critical moment, don't mess things up for me. Lu Yongbin couldn't stand these people more. For the sake of some so-called beast god's descent, they'd do anything. A bunch of complete lunatics. Deep down, Lu Yongbin disliked collaborating with them. Plus, with the crucial battle for the Lu family inheritance between him and his eldest sister underway, he didn't want any unnecessary complications. But what could he do? His very position depended on the Beast God Temple's backing. He was too deeply entangled with them now, there was no way to break free. Any other clues about their so-called sacred beast? Lu Yongbin frowned as he asked the old steward. The old steward gave a bitter smile and shook his head. They only mentioned it was a sacred beast, carrying the aura of death within its body and suffering severe injuries. It requires vast amounts of souls to recover. They did mention, however, that you might try looking in the direction of the Shadow Lightning Cat. Hearing this clue that was practically useless, Lu Yongbin's frown deepened. Dark lightning cats? There must be at least 800, if not 1,000, of them in the entire city of Longha. How are we supposed to find it? He muttered under his breath, rising to pace the room. But Lu Yongbin's tone shifted abruptly. A sacred beast bearing the scent of death, gravely wounded. He lowered his head in deep thought before suddenly lifting his gaze to look at the old steward. Old Wang, what do you think the Beast God Temple would do to me if I were to bind a contract with it? The old steward's heart skipped a beat, utterly taken aback that his young master would entertain such a notion. This old servant cannot say for certain. It is rumored that this sacred beast is regarded as a divine envoy by the Beast God Temple. If the young master truly succeeds in binding it, there might even be a chance to bring the entire Beast God Temple under your command. Lu Yongbin's heart surged at the steward's words. The Beast God Temple had once been a colossal power dominating the entire dragon nation, though it had endured years of official suppression. But even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. If he could seize control of the Beast God Temple, what need would he have for the damn Lu family? The thought sent a surge of excitement coursing through Lu Yongbin's veins. He immediately ordered the old steward, from now on, assist the Beast God Temple's people in searching for this sacred beast with all your might. Mobilize every connection we can muster. But make it clear to our people, if they spot any trace of the sacred beast, don't tell them, report it to me first. The old steward nodded, his expression one of understanding. Rest assured, young master. Yuchuan University, Beast Master Academy Teaching Building. Cheng Lingxue, clutching her books, was about to return to the dormitory with Wang Xiaoman. Lingxue. Wait a moment. The teacher suddenly called out to them from the podium. Cheng Lingxue, puzzled, pulled Wang Xiaoman to stay behind. Ning Wuxuang carefully stowed her books into the spatial pouch at her waist, then nodded to the pair. Come with me to my office. I need to ask you something. The two girls had no idea why Ning Wuxuang wanted to see them, but sensing the chill in her tone, they couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Teacher Ning, if you have something to ask us, could you please tell us in advance? That way we can prepare, Wang Xiaoman cautiously ventured. Ning Wuxuang glanced at her, shook her head, and said nothing. They walked all the way to Ning Wuxuang's office. As a specially appointed professor at the Beastmaster Academy, Ning Wuxuang had her own private office. After entering, Ning Wuxuang gestured for the two girls to sit down. She settled into her office chair and pulled a folder from a drawer. A few days ago, the three of you from your dormitory, along with Li Hongyuan from Class 3, went to the Dark Forest for training. Only the three of you returned. According to your report, Li Hongyuan was killed by a group of goblins, and you were rescued by a high school student named Zhao Ming. I want to know the truth. Ning Wuxuang lifted her gaze, her eyes cold and piercing as she fixed them on Wang Xiaoman and Cheng Lingxue, her expression unmistakably interrogative. Cheng Lingxue trembled under Ning Wuxuang's gaze, too nervous to speak. Wang Xiaoman, however, offered a wry smile. Teacher Ning, everything in our report is true. After all, Li Hongyuan is dead. We wouldn't joke about someone's life. Ning Wuxuang didn't believe it. She shook her head and slammed the report onto the table. All three of you, plus Li Hongyuan, are level 20 plus 2-star beast masters. How could you be ambushed by a group of goblins? And a high school student who just awakened his beast master's heart venturing deep into the dark forest alone? That defies logic. If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. Her finger tapped the tabletop. Let me be blunt, something happened deep in the dark forest. The Ninth Department of State Security is investigating now. Tell me the truth, and I might still find a way to help you. If anything does come back to haunt you, I won't be able to protect any of you. And after returning from the dark forest, you spent a huge sum buying new beasts. That's highly unusual. Hearing Ning Wuxuang's words, Cheng Lingxue and Wang Xiaoman exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Teacher Ning. Cheng Lingxue tried to speak further, but Wang Xiaoman pulled her back. Wang Xiaoman stepped forward and smiled at Ning Wuxuang. Teacher Ning is right. The truth is actually this. Chapter 40, Such an Adorable Black Cat Support Appreciated. Emerging from the crypts of the dark monastery. Gazing once more at the azure sky, Zhao Ming suddenly felt as if he had been transported to another world. No wonder so many people are addicted to adventure. This feeling of growing stronger is truly addictive. Zhao Ming clenched his right fist, feeling the surging power within him, wishing he could turn back and grind in the dark monastery for just a little longer. Truly worthy of its reputation as a leveling mecca. That afternoon, Zhao Ming had climbed from level 3 to level 8 in just 3 hours. As he emerged, he casually incinerated a few groups of corpses, boosting his experience points further. He was now 2/3 of the way to level 9. He estimated another day of grinding would likely do the trick. Unfortunately, the power in his miner's lamp was running low. Unable to see in the darkness, Zhao Ming risked being ambushed by monsters if he continued. This forced him to leave the dark monastery early. Still, this trip had been profitable. Running his hand over the spatial pouch at his waist, Zhao Ming couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After selling all the monster materials inside, he should have over 1 million. If he sold the magic gems dropped by the treasure goblin too, he might even make over 2 million. That would cover a week's worth of provisions for Xianing and the others. Man, the Red Queen sure can eat. I'll have to capture some self-reproducing monsters for the Xian Beast Order soon, so those dark fire ants can fend for themselves. Zhao Ming pondered aloud as he stepped out of the cave entrance. Xianing leapt from the shadows, landing on his shoulder and yawning widely. As Zhao Ming had hunted so many monsters within the dark monastery, Xian Ying's injuries gradually healed. Its level had risen to 15, and it began refusing to enter the beast taming space or the Xian Beast Order. It grew increasingly attached to Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming decided to leave it outside. After all, with its current strength, it was more than capable of protecting itself. At the beast market, he sold all unnecessary items at the official recycling center for 1.84 million credits. He then spent 1.3 million to buy over 10 pounds of monster meat, stocking up on provisions for Xianing and Red Queen. The money he'd just gotten his hands on hadn't even had time to warm up before it was almost all gone. Sitting on the bus home, Zhao Ming gazed out the window. He wondered if it was time to buy a car. Riding the bus all the time felt like a hassle. Having a car would make things much more convenient. After all, cars weren't expensive anymore. With the widespread adoption of beast taming, many industrial products had lost their market share. A practical hybrid vehicle could be had for just over 200,000 yuan these days. Zhao Ming's savings were more than sufficient to cover it. I'll go check it out tomorrow morning. With the Xian Beast Order, I can always put it away anyway. Having a car would still be more convenient. Having made up his mind, Zhao Ming pulled out his phone and began searching online for car buying guides. He had no other particular strengths, but he did enjoy reading guides. Emerging from Ning Wuxuan's office, Cheng Lingxue remained silent. She turned to look at Wang Xiaoman beside her. Why did you lie just now? Zhao Ming clearly saved us. Why did you say we saved him? And why did you claim he's a rich kid who gave us all that money just to thank us? Wang Xiaoman clutched her head, shrugging indifferently. You saw it yourself. Teacher Ning didn't believe a word of our report. She's already convinced we're lying. Nothing we say will change her mind. It's better to just go along with her so we don't get dragged into more trouble later. Cheng Lingxue's face flushed red. But, isn't that lying? Wang Xiaoman waved it off nonchalantly. What do you mean deceiving? This is a white lie. Besides, didn't Teacher Ning say something's going on in the dark forest? If we stick to our original story, we might even drag Zhao Ming into this mess. You don't want your sweetheart getting investigated by the authorities, do you? Wang Xiaoman continued, winking at Cheng Lingxue repeatedly. This made Cheng Lingxue's pretty face flush bright red, and she awkwardly explained. What, sweetheart, what nonsense are you talking about? She quickened her pace toward the dormitory. By the window, Ning Wuxuan crossed her arms over her chest, her ample curves pressed into a perfect curve by her arms. The Bluetooth earpiece in her ear emitted the sound of a call connecting. Hey, it's me, Ning Wuxuan. I've checked. It shouldn't have anything to do with those three. Their reports should be truthful. Right, the demonic energy detector showed no reaction. They probably haven't had any contact with the Beast God Temple. We should focus our investigation on Zhao Ming next. After a brief exchange, Ning Wuxuan hung up the phone. Watching the figure below grow increasingly distant, a flicker of curiosity crossed Ning Wuxuan's eyes as she murmured a name. Zhao Ming. Who exactly are you? After half an hour on the bus, Zhao Ming finally stumbled home. This bus ride was more exhausting than fighting zombies. Massaging his shoulders, Zhao Ming made his way toward his apartment, planning to take a good shower before diligently practicing the Beast Taming Sutra and completing his daily ritual offerings that evening. As he entered the gate, he spotted Lu Xiaoyuan squatting by the community entrance, playing with mud. His face was smeared like a kitten's, yet he played happily. Uncle Zhao. Lu Xiaoyuan stood up, his face lighting up with joy at Zhao Ming's return. She skipped over to him, arms outstretched for a hug. Zhao Ming smiled gently, lifted Lu Xiaoyuan up, and pulled out a wet wipe from his spatial pouch to clean her hands. Xiaoyuan, why are you playing here all by yourself? Where's your mom? Lu Xiaoyuan answered in her babyish voice. Mommy went to buy groceries. She told me to play here by myself for a bit and not to wander off. Mom specifically told me not to talk to strangers. Zhao Ming chuckled, pinching her nose. Then why did you call out to me? Aren't you afraid I'll kidnap you? Lu Xiaoyuan looked at him with complete sincerity. Because Uncle Zhao is a good person. Hearing her words, Zhao Ming felt a warm glow in his heart. He rummaged in his pocket. He pulled out a lollipop and handed it to Lu Xiaoyuan. Xiaoyuan's such a good girl. Zhao Guoguo will give you candy. Xiaoyuan's eyes lit up instantly at the sight of the lollipop, sparkling with eager anticipation. But remembering her mother's words, she hesitated. Mom said I can't eat lollipops. If you eat them, the bugs will eat all your teeth and you'll turn into a toothless old lady. Wah, Xiaoyuan doesn't want to become an old woman. Xiaoyuan's face fell into a pout as she turned her head away, trying hard not to look at the lollipop in Zhao Ming's hand. Suddenly, she spotted the shadow on Zhao Ming's other shoulder, and her eyes lit up. Wow, what an adorable black kitty. She reached out to pick up Xianing. This action startled Zhao Ming. How could she see Xianing? Since beast tamers couldn't summon their beasts in the city, Zhao Ming had kept Xianing hidden within her own shadow to avoid trouble. Logically, as an ordinary person, Xiao Yuan shouldn't be able to see him. But how did she know Xianing was perched on her shoulder? And even reached out to hug him. Before Zhao Ming could process it, Lu Xiaoyuan had already scooped Xianing out of the shadows, cradling him affectionately in her arms. Kitty, let's be friends, okay? Kitty, you feel so cozy. I love you so much. Seeing Xian Ying's pleading gaze, Zhao Ming shook his head slightly, signaling for it to endure a little longer. Qiuyan would be back soon. Chapter 41, Cultivation Heart Sutra Votes Needed. Zhao Ming didn't have to wait long. A few minutes later, Qiuyan walked through the community gate carrying a bag of vegetables. Lu Xiaoyuan, you've been bothering brother Zhao Ming again. Qiuyan playfully tugged at Lu Xiaoyuan's collar, trying to pull her down. Spotting Qiuyan approaching, Lu Xiaoyuan flung Xianing aside and threw her arms around Zhao Ming's neck, wailing loudly. No! No! Xiaoyuan wants to play with Zhao Pot. Qiuyan grabbed her collar, but seeing Lu Xiaoyuan stubbornly refusing to let go, she shook her head helplessly at Zhao Ming. Xiao Ming, why don't you come over for dinner tonight? It's been ages since Xiaoyuan played with you. Zhao Ming nodded with a smile, still holding Xiaoyuan. Sounds great. It's been ages since I've tasted Aunt Xiu's cooking. I'm in for a treat tonight. You're such a sweet talker, always saying the right thing. Chatting and laughing, the two carried Xiaoyuan toward Qiuyan's home. That evening, after dinner at Qiuyan's house, they played with Xiaoyuan for a little while longer. Only after Xiaoyuan had fallen asleep did Zhao Ming return to his own home. Xianying? Why can Xiaoyuan see you? Could she be one of those legendary special constitutions? Zhao Ming sat cross-legged on his bed, curiously asking Xianying before him. Meow meow. Xianying didn't know the reason either, so it could only shake its head and meow twice. Seeing no answer from Xianying, Zhao Ming suppressed his doubts for now and prepared to focus on cultivating the Beast Taming Sutra. The Beast Taming Sutra, serving as the sole bond between a beast tamer and their beast, required constant cultivation by the tamer. By circulating the Beast Taming Heart Sutra, a beast tamer could borrow their beast's body to absorb energy particles floating in the air, enhancing both their own and their beast's attributes. Furthermore, as the level of the sutra increased, various skill imprints could form on the beast, awakening new beast taming abilities. It was said that some special beast taming sutras, when cultivated to profound depths, could awaken unique beast techniques released jointly by the tamer and their beast. But all this felt distant to Zhao Ming. Both of his beast taming sutras were still at the beginner level. To awaken new beast taming skills, he would need to reach at least level 50, and the only way to advance the sutras was through cultivation. Moreover, because the Divine Spirit Beast Heart Sutra he possessed was an incomplete text, he could only cultivate it up to level 30. To advance further, he would need to find the subsequent techniques. Focus your spirit on the spiritual platform, let your thoughts follow your heart. Zhao Ming recited the mantra in his mind, casting aside distractions as he immersed himself entirely in cultivating the Mystic Spirit Beast Heart Sutra. Opposite him, Xianying closed its eyes, prostrate before Zhao Ming. A shimmering glow enveloped its form as specks of light continuously materialized in the air, drawn into its body. These points were then channeled through the Beast Control Sutra to Zhao Ming. You have completed one cycle of Beast Control Sutra cultivation. Sutra experience +1. You have completed one cycle of Beast Control Sutra Cultivation. Sutra Experience +1. You have completed one cycle of Beast Taming Sutra Cultivation. Sutra Experience +1. Half an hour later, Zhaoming slowly withdrew his energy and opened his eyes. This Mystic Spirit Beast Control Sutra truly lives up to its reputation as a mid-tier Earthgrade Beast Control Sutra. The experience gain is incredibly fast. I've only practiced for half an hour and already gained 300 Sutra experience points. Compared to the low-grade Xian tier Mysterious Thunder, which only granted 1 point of Heart Sutra experience after 10 minutes of cultivation yesterday, this efficiency is simply incomparable. However, upon seeing the experience bar beneath the Mystic Spirit Beast Heart Sutra, Zhaoming sighed again. The cultivation speed is fast, but the experience requirements are ridiculously high. The Mysterious Thunder only needs 500 experience points to level up, while this requires 5,000 points, a full 10 times more. At this rate, cultivating the Gilious Thunder might actually be faster. Zhaoming stood up to stretch, pulling out the Xian Beast token. He probed it with his spiritual energy. The Red Queen was already quietly laying eggs. The entire Dark Fire Ant colony had now multiplied into hundreds. These newborn ants, led by over 20 elders, were relentlessly expanding their territory outward. Still a bit too few. Let's accumulate for a while longer. Withdrawing from the beast talisman, Zhaoming summoned 2 small skeletons. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a small candle stub from his backpack and waved his hand to summon a dog-headed man. If the skeletons summoned from skills can be sacrificed, then the dog-headed men summoned with items should work too. Zhaoming thought to himself as he conjured a ball of golden flame, intending to sacrifice the dog-headed man directly. But when the flame touched the dog-headed man, it vanished like a phantom, leaving no trace. The dog-headed creature didn't even seem to notice, staring blankly at Zhaoming as if waiting for his command. It really doesn't work. Zhaoming sighed inwardly at the disappointment. It seemed exploiting the bug wasn't going to work. After all, compared to summoning skills and contract beasts, summoning items were relatively easier for Zhaoming to obtain. Many low-level summoning items like the Candle of Kyriel were plentiful in the Beastmaster market. The one that left the deepest impression on Zhaoming was a summoning item called Abyssal Horsebone. It summoned an abyssal bone horse with abysmal stats and minimal combat power. However, the creature would instantly resurrect at its death site and relentlessly pursue anyone who harmed it. Its specialty? If it can't kill you, it'll drive you mad. Unfortunately, Zhaoming had already discovered through the goblin test that he couldn't sacrifice these summoned creatures. His plan to use summoning items for quick sacrifices was dead on arrival. No choice, he sighed. Guess I'll have to trouble Jelly and Little Skeleton again. With no other choice, Zhaoming waved to recall the dog-headed man. He beckoned to the Little Skeleton and Jelly, preparing to begin today's sacrifice. Jelly, help me. Is no one going to speak up for me? Absorption successful. You have gained base attribute bonuses, Strength plus 0.2, Constitution plus 0.2, Spirit plus 0.2. The sacrifice Jelly's stats have increased. Zhaoming's heart skipped a beat as he opened the Jelly's attribute panel. Just as he'd suspected, the recent level ups had pushed all the Jelly's attributes above 80, thereby enhancing the sacrificial energy stats. By this calculation, the sacrifice yields attributes at roughly a 400-to-1 ratio. Over 400 points of attributes can be exchanged for 1 point of enhanced attributes. This realization brought a surge of excitement to Zhaoming's heart. The Jelly was only level 6 now, yet it already possessed 80 points in attributes. Reaching 400 points didn't seem too difficult after all. Moreover, his talent was a late-game talent. The further he progressed, the higher his beast-taming attributes would become, and the stronger the attributes gained through sacrifice would be. The stronger the attributes gained, the higher his beast-taming attributes would become. This cycle would make him unstoppable. Excellent. 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 The future looks bright. Zhaoming's heart raced with excitement as he repeatedly split and reborn Jelly, sacrificing the little skeletons and channeling waves of sacrificial energy into Xianying's body. Absorption successful. Dark Lightning Cat Xianying gains base attribute bonuses, Strength plus 0.2, Constitution plus 0.2, Agility plus 0.2. Absorption successful. Shadow Lightning Cat Xianying gains base attribute bonuses, Strength plus 0.2, Constitution plus 0.2, Agility plus 0.2. Due to the Dark Lightning Cat's negative status effect, all enhanced attributes automatically convert into healing energy. While absorbing enhancement energy, Shadow Lightning Cat Xianying gains a special bonus, Water Affinity plus 1. It's a hit. Chapter 42, Skill Upgrade Votes Needed. Originally, I only intended to help Xianying recover from his injuries, but unexpectedly, there was an additional bonus. Xianying already possessed Dark and Lightning attributes, and now gained Water as well. It brings him one step closer to becoming a full attribute beast tamer. I recall the books stating that the more attributes a Beastmaster awakens, the higher the chance of unlocking new skills. If I could cultivate Xianying into a full elemental beast tamer, I wonder just how powerful it would become. The mere thought of that magnificent scene filled Zhaoming with longing. Shaking his head to clear these wild fantasies from his mind, Zhao Ming continued sacrificing jelly to steadily enhance Xian Ying's attributes. After half an hour of sacrifice, the jelly lay limp on the floor, utterly unable to split any further. Seeing the jelly had reached its limit, Zhao Ming didn't push it further. He turned his attention to sacrificing his little skeleton. He sacrificed them while simultaneously summoning new ones. Before long, he gathered the sacrificial energy from over 100 more little skeletons. Absorption successful. Shadow Lightning Cat Xian Ying gains base attribute bonuses, Strength +5, Constitution +4, Agility +2. Due to the Dark Lightning Cat's negative status effect, all enhanced attributes automatically convert into healing energy. Beep. Your skeleton summoning experience has maxed out, upgrading to level 2 skill. Skeleton Summoning LV2, B summons 3 level 5 skeletons to assist in combat. Skeleton attribute scale with skill level. Skeletons cannot summon new combatants until they are defeated. Skill upgraded. The system voice in his mind jolted Zhao Ming awake. If you keep this up, I won't be sleepy anymore. He summoned again. This time, the little skeletons that appeared were noticeably sturdier than before, wearing steel helmets on their heads. The small hammers in their hands had transformed into swords and shields. Leveled up to 5. Attributes have improved significantly, and it gained the Iron Will passive skill. It can barely serve as cannon fodder now. Glancing at the little skeleton's stats, Zhao Ming felt a surge of satisfaction. He hadn't held much hope for the skeleton's summoning skill to begin with. He'd learned it purely to have extra sacrificial material when jelly couldn't be used. But unexpectedly, it had leveled up while grinding. Though the little skeleton's stat boosts were modest, it was at least a promising start. With the Eternal Ember's sacrifice, he could repeatedly use the Summon Skeleton skill. He wondered what kind of skeletons he'd be able to summon once he leveled the skill up to 20, 50, or even 100. A Skeleton King? Or a Death Knight? Or perhaps a Frost Dragon? Zhao Ming's mind filled with anticipation as he envisioned those terrifying undead creatures. Keep going. Keep going. While Zhao Ming diligently performed sacrifices at home, grinding to increase his proficiency in summoning skeletons, a group of people had already arrived near the residential complex where Zhao Ming lived. On the rooftop of a high-rise building, over a dozen figures cloaked in black stood together, coldly observing the nearby Yulong garden. The tracker indicates traces of death fragments erupted in this area. The sacred beast is likely nearby. A black-robed figure from the Beast God Temple held a specialized tablet, speaking in a cold tone. The leader of the black-robed figures looked down, scanning the surveillance cameras scattered throughout the streets. His vertical pupils gleamed coldly and cunningly, like those of a venomous snake. The death fragment was just implanted. It likely hasn't mastered controlling the fragment's aura yet. We must locate the sacred beast immediately. If it fully absorbs the fragment, we'll lose all trace of it. Divide into teams and search the residential complex. Dig to the depths of the earth if you must find that sacred beast. Upon hearing the Snake Man's command, the other cloaked figures bowed in salute before retreating slowly into the darkness. Moments later, several dark figures shot out from the shadows, darting into the shadowy corners of the residential complex. The entire neighborhood soon echoed with the incessant barking of dogs. Shredder, perched atop a rooftop, remained unmoved. The night breeze gently lifted his cloak, revealing the serpentine scales beneath. His gaze was icy as he stared toward the direction of Yulong Garden, his eyes radiating a savage, murderous intent. You won't escape, little one. The next morning, Zhao Ming struggled to open his eyes. This feels awful. I can barely breathe. He looked down to find Jelly and Xianying sound asleep on his chest. Xianying was one thing after all, a little kitten didn't weigh much. But Jelly was different. He wasn't the same little slime he used to be. His body had swollen several times over, nearly as big as a full-grown Alaskan Malamute. With such a massive lump pressing down on his chest, how could he not struggle to breathe? Struggling, he mustered his last ounce of strength to lift the blanket. A loud clang echoed, followed by a plaintive meow from beside him. Xianying, meow. Zhao Ming rubbed his chest, forcing a wry smile. You guys can sleep on the bed just fine, just don't sleep on top of me. I almost thought I was being haunted by a ghost. Massaging his still throbbing temples, Zhao Ming got up and headed to the bathroom for a shower. For some unknown reason last night, the dogs in the neighborhood barked all night long. One stopped barking and another started on the left. The right side stops, the left side calls. It never stops. The cops came 4 or 5 times, but it didn't help. The barking just kept going. The noise kept the entire neighborhood awake all night. After showering and grabbing a quick breakfast, Zhao Ming packed his things and prepared to head out for more leveling. With only 3 weeks left until the 7th City Joint Exam, he had to level up as quickly as possible. According to what Fu Xing had mentioned earlier, some gifted candidates in Longna City had already completed their beast resonance and advanced their beast taming techniques to over level 20. Both their own levels and those of their beasts were nearly at level 10. The strongest among them had single attribute stats nearing 100, pushing dangerously close to the threshold of a 1-star beast master. Zhao Ming couldn't rush the beast mastery heart technique. It was a slow, painstaking process that could only be accumulated over time. Levels, however, were a different matter. With his formidable combat prowess, he could easily venture into the adventure zone solo to grind levels rapidly. Other beast masters either needed to find a high-level player to guide them or form large groups to kill monsters in the adventure zone for experience. Their efficiency in gaining experience was undoubtedly lower than Zhao Ming's, especially within the Dark Monastery, where monsters were densely packed. Given even a little time, Zhao Ming could easily climb several levels. However, before heading to the Dark Forest, Zhao Ming made a detour to the Wuling Sunshine dealership in town. He spent 100,000 yuan on a Wuling Sunshine minivan and skillfully drove toward the Dark Forest. In this world, with its drastically reduced population, driver's license requirements had been relaxed. 3 years ago, with his father's help, Zhao Ming had obtained his license. Driving his beloved minivan, Zhao Ming was in high spirits. This was the Wuling Hongguang, a legendary vehicle reputed to run even with just its frame intact, hailed as the king of value for money. Compared to this legendary vehicle, sports cars and luxury vehicles were nothing. After all, Zhao Ming frequently had to venture into the adventure zone. Comfort was irrelevant. What mattered was whether it could haul the goods. Zhao Ming had already made up his mind. Once he'd driven this little van long enough and saved up some cash, he'd buy an Iveco Grand van. When necessary, it could even double as a makeshift campsite in the wilderness. Chapter 43, Troubled Girl Xiaoqingyu Votes Needed. After arriving at the Dark Forest, Zhao Ming navigated the Beastmaster market with ease, stocking up on supplies. He loaded up on a whole box of batteries for his miner's lamp. He also stocked up on 3 bottles of Moonlight Potion. Zhao Ming was brimming with confidence, determined not to leave until he hit level 20. Ring ring, ring ring. Zhao Ming pulled out his phone to find a call from Fu Xing. Hey, Zhao Ming, how's your leveling going? Fu Xing's voice came through the phone. Zhao Ming glanced at Xianing, who was licking his paw on his shoulder and had already recovered to level 18. He paused for a moment. It's going okay. What's up, Teacher Fu? Fu Xing didn't think much of it, assuming Zhao Ming had only realized the difficulty of leveling up after entering the adventure zone. He probably felt embarrassed to admit he'd spent half the day without gaining a single point of experience, which was why he answered that way. The school is starting intensive training for the 7-city joint exam tomorrow morning. Make sure you clear your schedule and don't be late. Fu Xing's announcement instantly made Zhao Ming's face fall. What? What's the training about? Can I skip it? I really don't have time right now. What could possibly be more important? This is a school requirement all students taking the joint exam must attend. Don't give me excuses, or I'll cancel your registration outright. With that, Fu Xing didn't give Zhao Ming a chance to speak before slamming the phone down. Zhao Ming clicked his tongue in frustration. His grand plan to level up had been derailed by Fu Xing before it even began. What a pity. He tucked his phone away. It was fortunate Fu Xing had called early. Had he waited just 1 more hour after Zhao Ming entered the Dark Monastery, he wouldn't have been able to reach him at all. The intensive training course was scheduled for tomorrow, so Zhao Ming didn't dwell on it. He stuck to his original plan and headed to the 2nd floor of the Dark Monastery to continue leveling up. While Zhao Ming continued burning corpses in the Dark Monastery. Inside the Intelligence Division of Longhua City's National Security Bureau Branch 9, all files pertaining to Zhao Ming were laid out before Division Chief Su Goen. Su Goen flipped through the files while Xia Qingxue, her ponytail bouncing, delivered a loud briefing on Zhao Ming's status. Zhao Ming, male, 18 years old. Awakened his Beastmaster's heart 1 month ago. His first contracted beast was a mutant slime, followed by a shadow lightning cat. Based on our investigation of the goblin camp, his attribute values at the time were likely between 8 and 10. He primarily relied on smoke bombs and quick thinking to wipe out the goblin camp. Our final assessment is that he's a somewhat clever but generally average young man, currently leveling up in the Dark Forest. After hearing Xia Qingxue's report, Su Goen pressed his temples with a headache. I wonder what that girl Xiao Ning was thinking. With our manpower so stretched thin right now, she insists we investigate such an ordinary little brat. Su Goen muttered under his breath. Despite his complaints, he had no choice but to carry out Ning Wuxuang's orders. After all, the kid's father was an 8-star Beastmaster and the big boss of the capital's National Security Bureau Division 9. He was someone Su Goen couldn't afford to cross. He pushed Zhao Ming's file towards Xia Qingxue. Miss Ning suspects this individual is connected to the Dark Forest incident. Assign 2 people to look into it, but prioritize matters concerning the Beast God Temple above all else. When mentioning the Beast God Temple, Su Goen deliberately emphasized his tone. Xia Qingxue didn't grasp Su Goen's meaning, assuming he was warning her not to neglect the Beast God Temple investigation. She took Zhao Ming's file and saluted smartly. Rest assured, Team Leader Su. I'll personally oversee this task and won't let it interfere with the Beast God Temple investigation. Su Goen's mouth twitched slightly. Was that what he meant? His point was that Zhao Ming could be investigated casually. Don't let it interfere with the critical task of tracking down the Beast God Temple group. But seeing Xia Qingxue's enthusiastic determination, he couldn't bring himself to dampen her spirits. After all, this girl had connections he couldn't afford to mess with. Ugh, why does being a section chief feel so frustrating? Su Goen's face twisted with bitterness as he waved her off to get back to work. As night fell in the western frontier, Zhao Ming emerged from the entrance of the dark monastery, his eyes sparkling after a full day of grinding monsters. He patted the spatial pouch at his waist, thoroughly satisfied with today's haul. Today I found an excellent monster farming spot on the 3rd floor. If I just keep grinding monsters methodically, Xianing will be fully recovered in less than 3 days. By then, I'll be level 10 with a level 42 4-star Beastmaster. I can't even imagine how I could lose. First place in the 7th city joint exam? Mine for the taking. Zhao Ming, brimming with confidence, headed to the Beastmaster market to sell off some of the materials he'd acquired. He then restocked his supplies, bought some rations for Red Queen and the others, and left the market. Driving his small van, Zhao Ming hummed a tune all the way home. After a night of sacrifices, he had earned over 10 attribute points for himself and Xianing. His overall stats officially broke through the 100 mark, with his peak agility reaching 130 points, significantly surpassing many ordinary 1-star beast masters. Now, Zhao Ming only needed to level up his beast taming sutra to attempt breaking through to a 1-star beast tamer. To become a 1-star beast master, one must. Once these conditions are met, the beast master can perform a star-up ceremony using a special beast master's heart sutra to fuse magical materials into their own beast master's heart. A beast master who completes the star up not only gains bonuses to their base attributes but also unlocks an additional beast contract slot, allowing them to contract one more beast to assist in battle. During the star up ceremony, the magical materials fused into the beast master's heart become permanently integrated. This process carries a minuscule chance of awakening a beast master skill within the practitioner. Thus, in the eyes of many, only a 1-star beast master can be called a true beast master. Zhao Ming's current goal was to become a 1-star beast master before the 7th city joint exam. Munching on breakfast, Zhao Ming mentally refined his upcoming leveling strategy as he strolled toward school. At 8:10 a.m., Zhao Ming sat in the classroom Fu Xing had directed him to. The classroom was sparse, with only about 30 students present. Lin Xiaowan, whom he had met in the dark forest before, was among them. Spotting Zhao Ming enter, she waved excitedly at him. Zhao Ming! Zhao Ming! Zhao Ming walked over and sat down beside her. Why are there so few people? Lin Xiaowan's big eyes fluttered as she leaned closer to him. The 7 cities joint exam suddenly changed the rules a few days ago. Not all beast tamers can participate. Only those who have achieved beast resonance and started cultivating the beast taming sutra can take the exam. This rule alone eliminated at least half the beast masters. Zhao Ming was somewhat surprised. Doesn't that mean our chances of placing have increased? No. Before Lin Xiaowan could respond, a cool voice cut in. Zhao Ming looked up to see a cool-looking beauty with twin ponytails walking in, backpack slung over her shoulder. She stopped before Zhao Ming, looking down at him from above. Quite the opposite. Those who made it through the May Day competition are the top talents from each school. Our competition just got tougher. Glancing at the apprentice beastmaster badge on Zhao Ming's chest, the girl sneered coldly. She lifted her chin haughtily and declared in a tone laced with admiration. Zhao Ming, I never expected you to awaken the beastmaster's heart either. Looks like I won't be bored for the foreseeable future. Facing the familiar troublemaker before him, Zhao Ming sighed and stood up. Xia Qingyu, you're still the same old you, not a bit changed. Chapter 44, Fu Xing shock support requested. The story between Zhao Ming and Xia Qingyu was simple. It was nothing more than a troubled girl suffering from severe delusions of grandeur, discovering that no matter how hard she tried, she could never surpass the top-ranked student. Thus, she regarded the top student as a great demon lord and vowed to defeat him. Unfortunately, before she could defeat the demon king, she awakened the Beastmaster's heart and was assigned to the Beastmaster class. Meanwhile, the great demon king she had fixated on remained in the regular class, unable to awaken his Beastmaster heart. At the time, Xia Qingyu stormed to the entrance of Zhao Ming's class in righteous indignation, demanding he awaken his Beastmaster's heart sooner so she could finally settle their score. Zhao Ming, who was equally afflicted with adolescent delusions at the time, readily agreed. He even warned Xia Qingyu not to die too quickly, her life must be ended by his own hand. Just thinking about those pretentious remarks made Zhao Ming cringe so hard he could practically dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. He thought he'd never see Xia Qingyu again, that his past illusions could finally be buried. But now she was here for the joint exam training camp too. Was it too late to withdraw now? Hearing Zhao Ming's response, Xia Qingyu wrinkled her nose in displeasure. Placing her hands on her hips, she declared in a raised voice. Hey! Zhao Ming-san, what's with that tone? Have you forgotten our vow? Shall I refresh your memory? She raised her right hand to her eyes as she spoke. Darker than the night, hotter than flames. Hearing Xia Qingyu's words, Zhao Ming froze like a startled wildcat. A chill shot from his scalp to his toes, and he sprang to his feet, clamping a hand over Xia Qingyu's mouth. Dark night. Covering Xia Qingyu's mouth to stop her dangerous words, Zhao Ming gave Lin Xiaowan an awkward smile. She's an old classmate of mine. She's a bit off her rocker. Don't take anything she says seriously, okay? Lin Xiaowan giggled quietly, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. Just as everyone was playfully bickering, Fu Xing walked in carrying textbooks. Everyone quickly found seats. Fu Xing placed the textbooks on the lectern and surveyed the 30-plus students seated in the classroom. I won't waste time on pleasantries. The school has established 4 training classes this term, accommodating over 120 students. These are primarily focused on the 7-city joint exam in 3 weeks. Each of you has been carefully selected by the school as top students. I hope you will dedicate yourselves to studying over the coming weeks and achieve outstanding results in the joint exam. After introducing himself, Fu Xing outlined the training camp schedule. Due to revised exam regulations, this joint exam will mirror the National Beastmaster College entrance exam, consisting of 2 phases, group assessments and individual assessments. For the group assessment, you will be divided into teams of 10 and enter a large secret realm together. Points will be calculated based on the number of demons and monsters you slay. Those who fail to reach the required point threshold will be unable to participate in the subsequent individual assessment. The individual assessment will take place in the demon-slaying trial tower. The more floors you conquer, the higher your points. Final rankings will be determined by your total assessment points. Fu Xing's words instantly sparked a wave of murmurs among the students below. Awesome, no written exam. Finally, I don't have to memorize textbooks. Group exams? Doesn't that mean someone might hold me back? You bet. A good team is better than a good fighter. If only I could get a few powerhouses on my team. Rumor has it they'll be randomly assigned groups. Who knows what teammates we'll get? They're actually using the demon taming trial tower for the individual assessments? That's pretty extravagant. The demon refining trial tower is a mysterious artifact obtained by the 9th Division of State Security from a special secret realm in the capital. It's said to summon a tower-like apparition that pulls targets inside for trials. Everything within feels utterly real, with monsters modeled after actual demons. Each conquered level yields generous rewards, with higher tiers offering increasingly valuable prizes. Long used by Dragon Nation's High Command for military training, it was unexpected that Yunchuan Province would deploy it for the 7 cities college entrance exam. It seems the government has truly gone all out. Upon hearing Fu Xing's announcement, Xia Qingyu turned her head and raised her chin defiantly at Zhao Ming, seemingly ready to challenge him on this matter. Clap! 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 Once the murmurs below died down, Fu Xing clapped his hands to silence the crowd. Given the unique nature of this joint exam, the school has specially borrowed instructors from the military district to teach tactical command and combat courses. Starting today, all participants in the training camp will reside on campus with unified meals and lodging. Mornings will be dedicated to theoretical study, while afternoons will focus on practical training. Fu Xing's words sent another wave of murmurs rippling through the crowd below. This time, however, it was filled with groans of despair. We have to live on campus? No way. That means I'll lose my nightly fun. Actually, boarding isn't so bad. Our dorms are quadruple rooms, and the conditions aren't too shabby. Did I mention anything about the living conditions? They even brought in instructors from the military district to teach? Our school is pretty awesome. Fu Xing ignored the murmurs below and placed a set of materials on the front desk of each group for them to pass around. This is the training schedule and dorm assignments. After my briefing, everyone head to your dorms to rest. Meet at the training building in half an hour for individual placement tests. The official training begins this afternoon. With that, Fu Xing shot a glance at Zhao Ming before turning and leaving the classroom. The moment Fu Xing left, the classroom erupted in chaos. Everyone clutched the densely packed training schedule, frantically seeking someone to vent to. Xia Qingyu stood up, intending to find Zhao Ming for a pre-battle rallying cry. But when she turned around, she realized Zhao Ming had already slipped away from his seat, vanishing without a trace. Xia Qingyu could only stamp her foot, muttering discontentedly under her breath. That damn guy, running off so fast. It's not like I'm going to eat him. Following the latest arrangements, Zhao Ming found his dormitory. The training camp participants were housed in a separate dormitory building, with boys on one floor and girls on another. Bunk beds above, desks below. The space was neither too large nor too small, perfectly adequate for their needs. Each room had its own bathroom, making the conditions vastly superior to the student dorms Zhao Ming had lived in before. On the bed marked with his name, Zhao Ming found a neatly folded set of blue and white combat uniforms. Running his fingers over the soft fabric, he guessed it was a special combat uniform custom made by the school, likely prepared specifically for this training camp. As he changed into the uniform, his 3 roommates entered the room. They exchanged greetings, and that was how they got acquainted. The others were Guan Zhanghao, Wei Ziki, and Tong Cheng, students from other Beastmaster classes. After introducing themselves and chatting for a while, they saw it was nearly time. They headed together toward the training building. Upon entering the training building, each student proceeded to a different training room as directed by their instructor. Zhao Ming pushed open the door. Seated inside was Fu Xing, whom he had just met, along with 3 other instructors, one of whom was dressed in military uniform. Noticing Zhao Ming's entrance, the instructor in military attire seated at the center offered him a gentle smile. "Student, no need to be nervous. This is just a preliminary assessment to prepare for the upcoming intensive training." Zhao Ming nodded and took a seat in the center of the training room. Only then did the instructors begin their questioning. "Please tell us your name, age, rank, innate ability, and the beast you've already contracted." Zhao Ming answered without hesitation. "Zhao Ming, 18 years old, level 9. My innate ability is D rank mental vitality. I currently have contracts with 3 beasts, a slime, a shadow lightning cat, and a dark fire ant." With that, he waved his hand, summoning Jelly, Shadow Cat, and Dark Fire Ant. Hearing Zhao Ming's response, the other instructors showed little reaction. Fu Xing, however, was utterly astonished. How long has it been since he hit level 9? Even a rocket couldn't go that fast. Did he pay someone to carry him through the levels? No way. Even if he did pay, there's no way he could level up 6 times in just 2 days. This speed is just insane. Then he spotted the 3 little creatures Zhao Ming had summoned, and his eyes widened even more. What the heck is this? What kind of slime grows this big? Did you feed it steroids or something? Chapter 45, S-Class Potential. Please vote. Observing Zhao Ming's 3 tamed beasts, the military instructor seated in the center suddenly perked up. "Student, could you show us the attribute panels for these 3 beasts?" Zhao Ming thought for a moment, then nodded and opened the attribute panels for Jelly, Shadow, and Dark Fire Ant. Opening them proved to be a mistake. The moment the panels appeared, the examiners in front were stunned. A mutated slime with 4-star potential. A mutated dark lightning cat with 6-star potential. And an S-rank skill. Jelly and Xian Ying's absurdly high stats instantly left the examiners gaping in utter shock. A beast's potential represented its ceiling. Typically, an ordinary slime possessed at most 1-star potential. Yet Zhao Ming's specimen possessed 4-star potential, with attributes matching those of an average level 8 beast master's mount. It even possessed a rebirth skill, a feat that left even the seasoned military instructor visibly astonished. Moreover, Zhao Ming also possessed a dark lightning cat with 6-star potential. Though currently only able to utilize 60% of its attributes due to injury. But given time, Zhao Ming's future was limitless. For a moment, the military instructor's gaze toward Zhao Ming grew intensely heated. This is talent. Who would have thought? True heroes emerge in youth. The military instructor suddenly clapped his hands and gave Zhao Ming a slight nod. "My name is Wan Haitao. I'm the chief instructor for this training session and currently serve as deputy commander of the Yunchuan military district. If you ever consider joining the military, young man, feel free to contact me anytime." Zhao Ming nodded with a smile. His willingness to reveal the attribute panels of his 3 beasts was precisely to demonstrate his worth. After all, a training session that could mobilize an entire military region was clearly no small matter. With Wan Haitao's words, he now had an opportunity to connect with this influential figure. Perhaps he could even secure some benefits for himself. Hearing Wang Haitao speak, the other instructors exchanged glances and chimed in agreement. Indeed, indeed. Who would have thought today's youth could be so accomplished? Truly, the new generation surpasses the old. He's not even 20 yet, is he? Truly limitless potential. With these 2 beasts under his command, he's practically in the top tier for this training session. Exactly. Aside from those from the major clans, who else has a beast with over 2-star potential? Too bad the Darkfire Ant is a bit trash, only a 3-star beast. Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Zhao Ming couldn't help but feel amused. Shocked by this? He had over 1,000 of these dark fire ants. Plus a dark fire ant queen with 4.5-star potential. And they can keep getting stronger. This is nothing yet. Several teachers murmured among themselves while Fu Xing stared curiously at Zhao Ming, his mind already racing to recall this guy's background. To actually acquire such a beast master. He's likely a lost scion of some prominent family. No wonder those people were causing trouble for him. Thank goodness I didn't lose my mind and rashly agree to their terms. As the teacher's speculation grew increasingly wild, Wang Haitao, seated in the center, scribbled on the form before him and nodded at Zhao Ming. "Alright, Zhao Ming. We still have plenty of time left in this training session. You may step down for now and await further instructions." After Zhao Ming packed up his beast and left the training room, Wang Haitao stopped the instructor who was about to call the next trainee and addressed the surrounding teachers. "Everyone, after seeing Zhao Ming's 3 beasts, his potential rating should be S grade, right?" The other instructors nodded in agreement. S rank is still too low. Among his 3 beasts, one has 4-star potential, another has 6-star potential, and only the dark fire ants are slightly weaker with 3-star potential. He absolutely deserves an S rank. The question is his attributes. If the Beastmaster is too weak, he might struggle to control these beasts. Could S rank be too high? You have a point. History isn't without examples of Beastmasters being overpowered by their own beasts. That is indeed a concern. Wang Haitao tapped his pen on the paper. That's precisely why we exist. To uncover these children's potential and do everything in our power to enhance their abilities. Identifying the issues is a positive step. If we can help him address these weaknesses, he'll at least become a 6-star beast master. A 6-star beast tamer. Hearing Wang Haitao's assessment, the teachers were all taken aback. A 6-star beast master? That's a high-level beast master capable of guarding an entire city. Nationwide, there are fewer than 10,000 such masters, placing them among the elite across all factions. Who would have thought Longha City First High School could one day produce such talent? The thought of potentially becoming the teacher of a 6-star beast master sent a wave of excitement through the assembled group, their faces flushing crimson. Observing their expressions, Wang Haitao smiled and spoke. Since there are no objections, we'll officially classify his potential level as S grade. Additionally, we must implement protective measures. No one is to disclose his beast master attributes. Teacher Fu, please inform him later that during the upcoming training sessions, he should avoid deploying all 3 beasts. Focus primarily on using the slime. Wang Haitao still wanted to keep Zhao Ming hidden for now, lest he be discovered by other factions and recruited away. Fu Sheng, however, was unaware of Wang Haitao's ulterior motives, genuinely believing his concern was for Zhao Ming's protection. After all, in this era, foreign nations' infiltration of China had never ceased. They were unwilling to see a nation of 1.4 billion people rise to full power. Undermining the Dragon Nation's beast-taming talents was one of their tactics. Every year, students who excelled in the Beastmaster College entrance exam died under mysterious circumstances. Thus, Fu Xing could understand Wang Haitao's concerns. After all, he couldn't guarantee there weren't spies from other nations lurking within the school. As the next student entered, Fu Xing and Wang Haitao excused themselves and hurried outside, where they found Zhao Ming waiting for his 3 roommates. Zhao Ming. Fu Xing hurried downstairs. Zhao Ming looked at him with some confusion. Could there be something wrong with his beast? Fu Xing ran to Zhao Ming's side and pulled him aside. The examiners just discussed it among ourselves. We've determined your potential level to be S rank. You'll receive special privileges during the training camp. You'll understand the specifics once training begins. But there's one thing I need to stress, keep a low profile. Don't reveal all 3 of your beasts at once, and avoid showing your attribute panel to others. Got it? Zhao Ming didn't understand why Fu Xing was suddenly telling him this. He understood the principle that standing out invites trouble. If he hadn't wanted to demonstrate his worth to Wang Haitao earlier, he wouldn't have even summoned Xianing and Jelly. At most, he would have shown them the dark fire ant. Don't worry, Teacher Fu. I understand. Hearing Zhao Ming's reply, Fu Xing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Kids his age loved to show off. He'd been genuinely worried Zhao Ming would go around flaunting his beast-taming abilities everywhere after leaving. From this, it seemed Zhao Ming was quite mature for his age. This thought stirred something within Fu Xing. That matter, maybe we could let him give it a shot. Chapter 46, Class Leader Selection Support Requested. That evening, Zhao Ming lay in bed reviewing the training camp schedule, his mind constantly replaying Fu Xing's request. Zhao Ming, I know you're no slouch. I've got a business proposition for you. This training session will use the level 20 snowy plateau north of Longha City as the practical training site. It's a restricted secret realm under military jurisdiction. From what I understand, there's a hidden entrance inside leading to a level 25 relic secret realm called the Wolf King's Last Stand. If you're interested, I can give you the intel. All I ask is that you bring me 3 meteor snow wolf beast eggs afterward. I have a buyer for them, and we'll split the proceeds 70-30. Meteor snow wolves? Zhao Ming murmured softly as he closed the file. According to library records, meteorite snow wolves are level 30 elite monsters dwelling atop snow-capped mountains where meteorites have fallen. They possess both ice and fire attributes, with a potential rating of 5.5 stars, making them exceptionally formidable in combat. With its pure white coat and blue flames blazing from its hooves, it possessed undeniable beauty. It was the dream beast of many young nobles. Many were offering hefty bounties online for its taming eggs. A single egg can fetch a staggering 9 million credits. If it belonged to a wolf king, the price would be even higher. To be honest, Zhao Ming was tempted. After all, he was short on cash right now. Every time he went into the adventure zone to grind monsters, the materials he gathered barely covered food for Xianing and Red Queen. He couldn't afford any extra gear or potions. Therefore, when he heard Fu Xing's suggestion, he was seriously tempted. But he didn't agree immediately. After all, entering a level 25 ruined secret realm was no small matter. The weakest enemies inside were likely at least level 23 elites, with the boss potentially reaching level 30. With his current strength, going in would be no different from suicide. Unless he could become a 1-star beast master and contract another beast, increasing the number of sacrifices he could make. The thought struck him, and he leaned over to ask Guan Zhanghao, who was engrossed in a video game beside him. Among the 4 roommates, Guan Zhanghao came from the most affluent background, a collateral descendant of the Guan family in Longha City. He had access to resources for both beast cultivation and the practice of the Beast Taming Sutra. Zhanghao, do you guys have any ways to speed up cultivating the Beast Tamer's Heart Sutra? Zhao Ming was nearly at the required level. A few more runs through the Dark Monastery would get him to level 10. All that remained was to master the Beast Taming Heart Sutra to perform the star-raising ceremony. Hearing Zhao Ming's question, Guan Zhenghao didn't even look up, still immersed in the game's battle. He casually replied, "The Beast Taming Sutra? There's no shortcut for that. You just have to cultivate it bit by bit on your own. But our family has a dedicated meditation chamber for cultivating the Beast Taming Sutra. It's equipped with a magic gathering array that enhances the concentration of magical energy in the surrounding area, boosting cultivation efficiency." After Guan Zhenghao finished speaking, Wei Ziki suddenly interjected. "I've heard about that. Apparently, you also use focus potions to aid cultivation. The highest grade focus potion combined with the magic gathering array can increase the cultivation speed of the Heart Sutra by 4 or 5 times. Guan Zhenghao had just finished a team fight, staring at the black and white screen while cursing and wishing his teammates' families well. Hearing Wei Ziki's words, he shook his head and replied, "Focus potions do exist, but they're beyond our reach. But that stuff is ridiculously expensive. A single bottle of ordinary quality costs over 10 million, and it only lasts 3 hours. Ordinary folks like us can't afford it." Tong Cheng teased from the side, "Mr. Guan calls himself an ordinary person? What about the rest of us then? We're just a bunch of lowly nobodies. We can't even afford to use a focusing magic array." The group chatted and laughed, while Zhao Ming lay on the bed, his eyes slightly narrowed. A gathering magic array. Spirit focusing potion. As he murmured these two terms, an idea began to take shape in Zhao Ming's mind. The next morning, everyone awoke to the school's morning training bell. They were all gathered on the playground to begin their first morning training session. Under the drill instructor's roaring commands, they gradually completed a kilometer run, followed by a set of calisthenics, before dispersing to the cafeteria for breakfast. After breakfast, Zhao Ming returned to yesterday's classroom and waited quietly for class to begin. Before long, students trickled into the classroom. Xia Qingyu sat down beside Zhao Ming, glaring at him defiantly. But Zhao Ming ignored her. The more attention she got for her adolescent antics, the more she'd egg herself on. Ignoring her would make her calm down in no time. As the appointed hour approached, a mature woman in a white blouse, its front stretched taut by ample assets, clacked into the classroom on high heels. The moment the boys saw her, excitement rippled through the room. Their faces flushed, they sat up straight, eager to make a good impression on the new teacher. But their eyes couldn't help but glance at the stockings on her legs. Many girls also gazed at her with starry eyes. This teacher was stunningly beautiful and commanded an aura of strength. She embodied the very image of an independent woman in their minds. Only Xia Qingyu's eyes widened instantly upon seeing her, her face instantly falling as if mourning her own future days. "Hello everyone, my name is Xia Qingxue. I will be your homeroom teacher for Class 1 during the next 3 weeks of intensive training." Upon hearing Xia Qingxue's introduction, everyone's gaze shifted to Xia Qingyu in the classroom. Xia Qingyu sat expressionless, arms crossed over her chest, radiating an aura that said, "Keep your distance." Noticing the stares, Xia Qingshuang smiled and nodded. "That's right, she is the cousin of our classmate Xia Qingyu and also a graduate of the Beast Taming Department at the Capital Academy. I hope we can all get along well in the time ahead." Xia Qingshue's introduction sent ripples of excitement through the male students below. Holy crap, a cousin? Sisters on a plate. What the hell are you thinking? Which one of them could you ever hope to be with? Holy crap, the Xia family genes are insane. Those legs. That chest. Slurp. Slurp. A flicker of disgust crossed Xia Qingshue's eyes at the murmurs. She raised her hand to silence the crowd. "Next, to facilitate class management, we'll first elect a class monitor. Let's choose based on everyone's potential rating. Let me see, the highest potential level in our class belongs to..." Xia Qingxue lifted her head and looked toward Zhao Ming, seated in the corner of the classroom. "Zhao Ming, would you be willing to serve as the teacher's class monitor?" Zhao Ming frowned. He couldn't shake the feeling that Xia Qingshue's gaze toward him seemed off. But he was just an ordinary student. Why was she paying him so much attention? "Teacher Xia, I..." Before he could finish, a voice rang out from within the classroom. "I disagree." A boy seated in the center of the classroom shot to his feet. His name was Ji Mingyuan, the young master of the Ji family from Lunhe City. Rumor had it his family managed over a dozen pet hospitals, making him a true second-generation tycoon. He stood up, his eyes fixed intently on Xia Qingxue, filled with possessiveness. He knew the sisters' background. If he could secure one of them, his family's influence would undergo a quantum leap. This training camp presented a golden opportunity, one he absolutely could not let slip away. As all eyes turned to him, he turned his head and smiled at Zhao Ming, speaking deliberately. "Class monitor, as the teacher's assistant, I believe this role should be filled by someone with proven capability, rather than simply based on potential ratings. What do you think, Zhao Ming?" He spoke while smiling at Zhao Ming. It appeared to be seeking his agreement, but in reality, it was a threat. If Zhao Ming dared to say no, he wouldn't let him off easy. Chapter 47, Slimes count as beast tamers, 2 votes needed. Damn it! Zhao Ming had already planned to decline this platoon leader's request. But then Ji Mingyuan suddenly stepped in and meddled. "If I look down now, won't that mean I'm afraid of him? Before Zhao Ming could speak, Wang Zhanghao, sitting beside him, grew displeased. Hey, buddy, who do you think you are? How dare you oppose the teacher's decision? And you dare disagree? How dare you? Facing Guan Zhanghao's challenge, Ji Mingyuan merely smiled faintly and spoke. My name is Ji Mingyuan. The moment the words left his mouth, the classroom erupted in an uproar. What? He's Ji Mingyuan. That genius from class 1. The first person at first high to awaken the Beastmaster's heart. Not only that, but I heard his family owns hundreds of beast hospitals and has assets worth tens of millions. Oh my god, so he's Ji Mingyuan. I think I'm falling for him. You don't like him, you just want his body. Listening to the whispers around him, Ji Mingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. Ever since awakening his Beastmaster heart, he hadn't attended a single class at school, instead receiving one-on-one tutoring at home from his family's personal Beastmaster. If not for this training camp, these bumpkins probably wouldn't have seen him until the day of the Beastmaster entrance exams. Turning to face Zhao Ming, Ji Mingyuan lifted his chin haughtily and asked, well, what do you think? Zhao Ming remained expressionless, but Xia Qingyu suddenly tugged at his sleeve. I don't like this guy. Zhao Ming gave her an almost imperceptible nod before standing up and addressing Xia Qingxue. Since teacher Xia trusts me, I'll do my utmost to serve my classmates. Zhao Ming completely ignored Ji Mingyuan, as if he didn't exist. Seeing Zhao Ming completely ignore him, Ji Mingyuan was furious. He was about to curse at him, but when he turned and saw Xia Qingxue watching him, the words died on his lips. Xia Qingxue glanced at Ji Mingyuan dismissively, then turned her smiling gaze toward Zhao Ming. It's good you feel that way, but now it seems Ji Mingyuan also wants to be class monitor. What do you think we should do about that? Ji Mingyuan's eyes lit up at the words. He immediately stood up. Teacher Xia, the class monitor represents our class's reputation. Their abilities must be top-notch. I propose a beast taming duel between myself and Zhao. The victor shall become class monitor. Hearing Ji Mingyuan's confident declaration, Guan Zhanghao couldn't help but laugh. Hey, buddy, are you okay? The teacher hasn't even spoken yet, and you're already throwing out suggestions. Xia Qingxue's eyes lit up at Ji Mingyuan's suggestion, and she smiled warmly at Zhao Ming. I think it's a great idea, though I wonder if Zhao Ming would be willing to accept the challenge. He shot a dismissive glance at Ji Mingyuan, who was standing nearby looking smug. With things having come to this point, he certainly wasn't going to back down. In that case, I'll follow teacher Xia's arrangements. What? Applying for a Beastmaster duel on the very first day of training camp? Fu Xing's eyes widened as he stared at his phone, then he shot to his feet. He was clearly shaken by the news. Hearing the questioning voice on the other end, Fu Xing hurriedly replied, got it. I'll head to the duel arena immediately. Grab his clothes, Fu Xing strode out of the office. As he walked, Fu Xing couldn't help but grumble to himself. Didn't I tell Zhao Ming to keep a low profile? Why did he have to go and start a Beastmaster duel? That kid is such a handful. By the time Fu Xing arrived at the duel arena, it was already surrounded by teachers and students. Beastmaster duels were a specialized method for resolving conflicts between Beastmasters. Both beast tamers donned specialized protective gear and summoned their beasts to battle within a virtual arena. Any means were permitted, and the last survivor claimed victory. It was virtually indistinguishable from actual combat in the wild. However, since activating the arena each time came at a hefty cost, most beast tamer trainees at the academy chose to battle their beasts on the playground instead of actually activating the arena for a Beastmaster duel. That cost, however, was insignificant to both Ji Mingyuan and Zhao Ming. As Xia Qingxue had stated, the losing party would cover the arena fees for this Beastmaster duel. To date, only 3 Beastmaster duels had ever been held in the history of First High. Naturally, everyone was eager to witness the combat style between beast tamers. Thus, upon hearing the news, students and teachers who had been in class rushed over. The entire spectator area of the arena was packed to capacity. Whispers filled the seats. Did you hear? Ji Mingyuan and Zhao Ming are the ones dueling this time. Zhao Ming? Never heard of him. But I know Ji Mingyuan, that genius from class 1, supposedly the first person at our school to awaken the Beastmaster's heart. Exactly. After his awakening, he only attended classes for 1 day. The rest of the time, he receives one-on-one training from a professional Beastmaster at home. Holy crap, that must cost a fortune. The Ji family isn't short on cash. They run a chain of beast hospitals over a dozen just in Longhe City alone. That's insane. Doesn't that mean Zhao Ming is doomed to lose? Hard to say. I heard Zhao Ming has incredibly high potential, otherwise Ji Mingyuan wouldn't be so competitive. Potential doesn't equal combat power. Zhao Ming's dead meat. Lin Xiaowan, seated in the front row, overheard the murmurs from behind and asked Xia Qingyu with concern. A Ming should be fine, right? Xia Qingyu frowned, not holding much hope for Zhao Ming. Ji Mingyuan's Beastmaster heart awakened a year ago. He's contracted 3 beasts, the swift-winged white tiger, the twin-winged flame serpent, and the water cannon turtle. Rumor has it he's trained them all to level 15. Plus, he's cultivated 2 Beastmaster Heart Sutras. He's probably nearing level 20 by now. Such intelligence was nothing to the offspring of prominent clans like Xia Qingyu and her peers. A simple inquiry could uncover it all. Hearing this, Lin Xiaowan's eyes darkened with deeper concern. Oh, then Zhao Ming is bound to lose. Xia Qingyu shook her head. Hard to say. Old Zhao was rated S-tier potential by the instructor. He must have something extraordinary. Besides, real combat isn't decided by stats alone, there are countless variables at play. Xia Qingxue sat on the coaching bench, smiling as she crossed her legs, tapping her fingers on her knees. She seemed to be amused by something. Ji Mingyuan is such a sweetheart. Just when I was getting sleepy, he hands me a pillow. Zhao Ming, let's see what you're really made of. Before long, Ji Mingyuan and Zhao Ming, fully prepared, stepped onto the duel field. Ji Mingyuan wore top-tier magical gear, his body radiating a faint magical glow. Following behind him were three tamed beasts, the swift-winged white tiger, the twin-winged flame serpent, and the water cannon turtle, each radiating an intimidating aura. Seeing Ji Mingyuan's imposing presence, the spectator stands erupted in thunderous cheers. Many young girls, captivated by his appearance, gazed at him with shining eyes, chanting his name incessantly. Ji Mingyuan smiled and waved to the crowd, perfectly embodying the image of a dashing young gentleman. In stark contrast, Zhao Ming wore an unremarkable black combat suit. Aside from his handsome looks, which overshadowed Ji Mingyuan's, everything else about him seemed utterly ordinary. In an instant, the stands erupted in a chorus of boos. Go Zhao Ming! A shrill scream pierced the air above the arena. Guan Zhanghao, who had somehow procured a large red flag bearing Zhao Ming's name, waved it vigorously in midair. Beside him, Wei Ziki and Tong Chang were dragged along, red headbands tied around their heads, waving placards bearing Zhao Ming's name and shouting with all their might. Go Zhao Ming! Zhao Ming, beat the crap out of that idiot! Seeing this scene, Zhao Ming's mouth twitched slightly. For some reason, he felt a bit embarrassed. He wished he could sink into the ground right then and there. Your friends are quite unique. They suit you well. Ji Mingyuan wore a confident smile, as if victory were already his. Zhao Ming gave him a dismissive glance and replied slowly, he's okay. At least he has more integrity than certain people. Zhao Ming's implied accusation that Ji Mingyuan lacked integrity caused the latter's expression to darken instantly. He resolved then and there to make Zhao Ming pay for this later. Hope you're still this cocky when the time comes. Zhao Ming shrugged. Don't worry about that. You'll definitely die before me. You duelists, summon your beasts and prepare for battle. The sudden electronic announcement cut off their conversation. Both stepped onto the duel field, readying themselves for battle. Zhao Ming summoned Jelly, Shadow, and Dark Fire Ant. The crowd erupted in laughter upon seeing Zhao Ming's summoned beasts. Ha 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 ha. What is that? A slime? That's hilarious. You call that a beast? That thing's slow, clumsy, and useless in battle. Is he planning to kill his opponents with laughter? Seeing Zhao Ming's slime beast, Ji Mingyuan nearly laughed out loud himself. Want me to capture a beast too, so no one can say I'm picking on you? Zhao Ming sneered coldly. There are no trashy beasts, only trashy beastmasters. Chapter 48, Combat Type Beastmaster Support Requested. The two stood their ground as an electronic eye descended from above the duel arena. It emitted beams of light, scanning both combatants and their beasts in turn. A faint glow and health bars appeared on both himself and Jelly and the others. Zhao Ming knew they must have entered the virtual plane. Now even fatal wounds wouldn't kill them instantly. Battle information inputting, generating duel data. Randomly generating duel map. As the electronic voice echoed, the duel arena beneath Zhao Ming and Ji Mingyuan's feet erupted in a blinding flash. A dazzling light barrier slowly rose around the battlefield. Before their eyes, the scene shifted frantically amidst swirling light and shadow, gradually transforming into a ruined cityscape strewn with crumbling walls and shattered structures. Standing on the street, they stared silently at each other. All of this was relentlessly captured by the electronic cameras within the arena, projected onto the large screen for everyone to witness. Map, Ancient Ruins, generated. Duel begins. Thud. As a deep, resonant bell tolled, the beast beside Ji Mingyuan sprang into action. The swift-winged white tiger roared as it charged forward, while the twin-winged flame serpent soared into the air. The water cannon turtle stood guard beside Ji Mingyuan, watching Zhao Ming warily. Ji Mingyuan wore a cold smile. The swift-winged white tiger handled close combat, the twin-winged flame serpent attacked from afar, and the water cannon turtle provided defense. His beast system was a top-tier combination meticulously selected by his elders from hundreds of options, something a mud-legged peasant like Zhao Ming could never hope to defeat. He need only make a slight move, and Zhao Ming would be utterly defenseless. The memory of Zhao Ming's disrespect in class sent a wave of cold laughter rippling through Ji Mingyuan's heart. Don't think this will end so easily. I'm going to humiliate you thoroughly. With that, he swept his arm wide. Gale, unleash wind fury. The white tiger of swift wind roared in response to the command. A flash of blue light shot from its eyes as swirling blue wind shadows instantly coiled around its body. Its speed surged explosively, transforming into a streak of white light as it charged toward Zhao Ming. Facing the impending attack, Zhao Ming showed no panic. He swiftly absorbed the dark fire ant and jelly into his body, and Xianing vanished into the shadows. Slightly bending his knees where he stood, he launched himself skyward the instant swift-wind white tiger charged, soaring directly into the air. Witnessing this, Xia Qingyu's expression in the spectator stands instantly turned grim. Oh no! Zhao Ming doesn't have a flying mount. He won't be able to gain momentum mid-air and will become a sitting duck. Xia Qingyu's words made Lin Xiaowan's heart clench. Xia Qingxue frowned from the coach's stand. Could Zhao Ming really defeat so many goblins with such a foolish move? Or was there someone else backing him up? Ji Mingyuan, seeing Zhao Ming leap into the air, immediately shouted arrogantly. Jumping that high? You think you can fly? Pointing at Zhao Ming's silhouette, he bellowed his command. Fire Serpent, unleash the fireball. The twin-winged fire serpent coiled its body, then suddenly straightened, spewing a fireball from its mouth that shot toward Zhao Ming. If hit, it would likely cost him half his health. Moreover, a swift-wind white tiger lurked menacingly behind Zhao Ming. Should he be knocked down, the beast might pounce instantly. Then Zhao Ming would truly be in grave danger. Neither of Zhao Ming's tamed beasts, the jelly-like slime nor the shadow lightning cat, possessed flight capabilities. They couldn't help Zhao Ming dodge this attack, unless Zhao Ming threw them directly into the path of the fireball to block it. But even that would only prolong his death slightly, changing nothing about the situation. Those familiar with Beastmaster combat had already begun to write off Zhao Ming as doomed. This battle was already lost for Zhao Ming. Facing the fireball hurtling toward him, Zhao Ming didn't panic as everyone expected. Instead, he gave a cold laugh. Glancing at the swift-wind white tiger behind him, he flicked his wrist. A green thread anchored itself to the rooftop of a skyscraper, instantly lifting him skyward to evade the fireballs from above. The dodged fireball continued along its original trajectory, slamming hard into the swift-wind white tiger's snout. It exploded on impact, leaving the beast covered in soot and dust. Swift-wind white tiger? The swift-wind white tiger shook its head, glaring fiercely at the twin-winged flame serpent. Its eyes seemed to scream. What the hell kind of look is that? You actually hit me? The entire audience froze in shock at Zhao Ming's maneuver. They couldn't believe their eyes. Holy, what did I just see? Was that a slime? Holy crap, I never knew slime could be used like that. Awesome. Awesome. He's using the slime like a grappling hook. How did I never think of that? Too bad. If that's all he's got, Zhao Ming still won't beat Ji Mingyuan. Seeing Zhao Ming effortlessly leap onto the high rise using the jelly, a hint of surprise flashed in Ji Mingyuan's eyes. So that's it, a combat-style beastmaster? A combat-style beast tamer refers to a tamer who fights alongside their beast, treating themselves as part of the combat force. Unlike command-type beast tamers, these practitioners typically join the fray themselves, possessing terrifying combat instincts. Xia Qingyu explained to Lin Xiaowan beside her eyes already sparkling with excitement. Impressive, Ming. You truly live up to my expectations. Which style is stronger? Lin Xiaowan asked anxiously. Xia Qingyu smiled. Command-type beast masters typically deploy defensive beasts to protect themselves, so their actual combat strength is usually one beast less than their total number. Xia Qingxue, seated on the coaching bench, sat up straight, a smile beginning to spread across her face. Combat-type beast masters, however, enter the fray personally, allowing them to unleash their full combat potential. Given the chance, they might even execute a decapitation strike against their opponent's beast master. Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting. Ji Mingyuan's eyes locked onto Zhao Ming atop the high rise as he sneered coldly. Too bad combat-type beastmasters only outclass command-type ones when they're at the same level. With your trash beasts, even if I only have a water cannon turtle, you still wouldn't stand a chance. Zhao Ming cracked his neck, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Whether I can defeat you or not, we'll only know once we fight. He planted his feet and leapt from the high rise, once again evading the attack of the swift-wind white tiger. Mid-air, he executed a 360-degree flip, firing a green thread from his right hand that coiled around a nearby billboard. While dodging the fireball, he delivered a vicious kick to the swift-wind white tiger. The powerful impact instantly sent the swift white tiger flying like a cannonball, crashing into the nearby ruins. Zhao Ming sprinted across the ground, weaving left and right to evade the fireball spewed by the twin-winged flame serpent. Using his slanted slab to launch himself skyward, he caught the fire serpent off guard. A glob of green slime instantly splattered across its face. Zhao Ming grabbed the jelly-like substance with his left hand and yanked the fire snake straight down from the air. You're really annoying. Holding his blade upside down in his right hand, he drove it straight into the fire serpent's vital spot. Swish! A sword plunged downward, instantly piercing the double-winged fire serpent's body and pinning it violently to the ground. The excruciating pain made the twin-winged fire serpent emit piercing screams as it thrashed violently, desperately trying to wriggle free from the sword's piercing grip. Ji Mingyuan's eye twitched. Though he knew they were in a virtual plane, the creature's wretched cries still tugged at his heartstrings. You! Zhao Ming rose to his feet, drawing a second dagger from his back and pointing it directly at Ji Mingyuan's nose. Don't worry, you're next. Chapter 49, Bloodthirsty Rage, Howling Storm. Please vote. With a swift swing of his blade, the double-headed fire serpent pinned to the ground instantly dissolved into scattered points of starlight, vanishing mid-air. Zhao Ming's movements were too swift. So fast that many spectators hadn't even registered what happened before the two-headed fire serpent was dead. Many instructors stared in stunned disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. The two-headed fire serpent was a premium beast with 3-star potential, capable of flight and fire-breathing, notorious for being a formidable foe. Who would have thought Zhao Ming could eliminate it so effortlessly? It seemed his S-rank potential rating was well-deserved after all. Holy crap, is this real? A level 15 double-headed flame snake wiped out instantly. Is this even a slime anymore? Are you kidding? This has nothing to do with slime, okay? Zhao Ming's combat instincts are terrifying. He seized the slightest opening and took out the two-headed flame snake in one hit. Even though it was a weak-point attack, his stats must be pretty high too. Doesn't that mean Zhao Ming has a chance to win? Not necessarily. Ji Mingyuan still has 2 beasts left, and his talent hasn't been activated yet. Ji Mingyuan's talent? You mean that one? The teachers murmured among themselves in the spectator seats. Guan Zhanghao and the others perked up, waving their red flags with renewed vigor. Zhao Ming is awesome. Zhao Ming is unbeatable. Zhao Ming, take down Ji Mingyuan. Fortunately, the dueling arena blocked out the noise from the stands. Otherwise, Zhao Ming might have died of embarrassment right there. What's the difference between this and taking a dump in the middle of it? From the coach's box, Xia Qingxue wore a smile as she murmured under her breath. Not enough yet. The twin-winged flame serpent is merely an appetizer. Let me see where your limits lie. Inside the arena? Ji Mingyuan glared at Zhao Ming not far away, clenching his teeth. He never imagined a moment's carelessness would let this kid put on such a show. You don't think this is my true strength, do you? Ji Mingyuan growled. He drew a magic hand crossbow from his waist and gripped it firmly. He was about to get serious. Now I'll show you the true gap between us, Ji Mingyuan said viciously. The headband atop his head glowed faintly, a pale crimson magic circle hovering before his eyes, locked firmly onto Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming felt as though some mysterious energy had locked onto him from afar. He crouched slightly, wary of Ji Mingyuan's attack. Ha! I hope you can last a few more seconds this time. How arrogant! Ji Mingyuan roared in fury, raising his magic crossbow and firing an arrow straight at Zhao Ming. The sapphire blue arrow streaked toward him. Simultaneously, Ji Mingyuan bellowed, "Gale! Attack! Roar!" A thunderous tiger roar erupted from the ruins near Zhao Ming. The swift-wind white tiger crashed through the rubble, roaring as it lunged toward Zhao Ming. Its massive claws were shrouded in azure wind blades, its special skill, Wind Fury, which increased attack speed, unleashing multiple strikes in an instant. With crossbow bolts ahead and a ferocious tiger behind, the battlefield situation took a sudden turn for the worse. Many covered their eyes, unable to bear witness to Zhao Ming being torn apart. Zhao Ming, however, showed no panic. Instead, he smiled faintly, as if everything was under his control. With a flick of his right hand, a stream of acid shot toward the crossbow bolts, detonating the blue magic arrows mid-air. Using the recoil as leverage, he flung his jelly-like body around the swift-wind white tiger, flipped onto its back, and mounted it. Ji Mingyuan's eyes widened in shock. Since he had contracted this swift-wind white tiger, its untamed nature had made it impossible even for him to ride it. He never imagined Zhao Ming would be the first to ride it here. It instantly gave him the feeling of being NTR'd right in front of him. His blood surged, his face flushed crimson as he bellowed incessantly. "Get off! Get the hell off now! Damn it! Stop this right now!" Ji Mingyuan yelled as he fired, his voice even tinged with a hint of a sob. But fearing he might injure the swift-wind white tiger, he dared not aim too precisely, terrified of accidental harm. As a result, the shots kept exploding near Zhao Ming. The white tiger of swift wind jumped frantically, trying to shake Zhao Ming off. But Zhao Ming wasn't about to give it that chance. His legs clamped around the tiger's waist like steel bars, holding it fast. Jelly extended from Zhao Ming's hands, coiling around the swift-wind white tiger's neck like a saddle, leaving it utterly unable to escape his grasp. Though the swift-wind white tiger was a level 15 premium mount, it remained a feline creature. It was utterly helpless against Zhao Ming clinging to its back. It could only leap wildly, trying to shake him off. Ji Mingyuan shouted anxiously from the side. "Roll! Swift wind! Roll in place and shake him off! Had! Little tiger! Keep quiet!" Zhao Ming roared with laughter, gripping the jelly-like reins with one hand while clenching his right fist to smash it hard against swift-wind white tiger's forehead. Thud! 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 3 consecutive punches landed, the immense force stunning the swift-wind white tiger. Dazed and disoriented, it couldn't hear Ji Mingyuan's commands. "No! Don't hit it! Get off it!" Witnessing this, Ji Mingyuan erupted in fury, his eyes blazing crimson. A crimson glow erupted from his body as he instantly descended upon the swift-wind white tiger. Grade A talent skill, Bloodlust Rage. Experienced teachers in the audience gasped in shock. Grade A innate skill, Bloodlust Rage. A terrifying ability that instantly doubles a Beastmaster's attack power and speed. Who would have thought Ji Mingyuan possessed this talent? Roar! A flash of crimson light erupted from the swift-winged white tiger, its eyes instantly turning feral. It let out a deafening roar. Head thrown back. A blue whirlwind roared up, instantly hurling Zhao Ming away. Ji Mingyuan's eyes blazed crimson as he glared viciously at Zhao Ming, his voice hoarse with rage. Gale! Use the fierce wind tiger roar. Hearing Ji Mingyuan's command, the swift-winged white tiger opened its massive jaws. Azure wind element energy surged into its mouth, coalescing into a blue energy sphere. It's over. Zhao Ming is defeated. Many who witnessed this scene mentally sentenced Zhao Ming to defeat. Fury of the Wind Tiger was the white tiger's signature ultimate move. It unleashed a wind element energy orb that automatically tracked and locked onto its target. Upon impact, it created a violent tornado at the point of collision, dealing devastating damage to surrounding enemies. There was no dodging it, no shattering it, the only option was to endure it head-on. Other Beastmasters might have chosen defensive skills to block it, but Zhao Ming was merely a low-level Beastmaster under level 10. Even if he possessed defensive skills, they couldn't withstand the level 15 Gale Tiger Roar. Moreover, this was Ji Mingyuan's Windstorm Tiger Roar, infused with Bloodlust Berserk. With its damage doubled, it was far beyond Zhao Ming's current ability to withstand. Therefore, to many spectators, the battle was already over. Zhao Ming was as good as dead. Even Xia Qingshuet in the coaching booth shared that belief. She stood up, smoothed the wrinkles in her skirt, and let out a soft sigh. Unfortunately, no amount of cleverness can stand up to sheer power. Zhao Ming, it seems you truly aren't that person. Xia Qingshuet sighed regretfully, about to turn and leave. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the stands. It was followed by a flurry of murmurs. Holy crap, that's possible? Zhao Ming is so awesome. Damn, that move was absolutely insane. Xia Qingshuet was a bit confused and turned to look at the duel arena. The scene before her eyes instantly made her eyes widen in shock. Chapter 50, Water Cannon Turtle. Shadow Strike. Support appreciated. The fourth rule of combat, never use a stationary ultimate move unless you're absolutely certain of victory. Otherwise, it's not an ultimate move, it's digging your own grave. Facing the raging energy gathering in the white tiger of the whirlwind's mouth, Zhao Ming lowered his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. Idiot. Without moving, he merely snapped his fingers in place. Instantly, two crimson dark fire ants crawled out from the fur beside the swift-wind white tiger's ears. They raced to its eye corners, waving their broad mandibles, and savagely plunged into the swift-wind white tiger's eyes. AOW. The double blow to its eyes brought searing pain and scorching heat. The excruciating agony tore at the white tiger of Swift-Wind's nerves, instantly robbing it of its ability to think. With a blood-curdling scream, the violent wind energy in its mouth erupted out of control, detonating directly within its jaws. In an instant, a terrifying tornado roared up, centered on the Swift-Wind white tiger, violently destroying everything around it. Ji Mingyuan struggled to hide behind the water cannon turtle, his eyes filled with unmistakable terror. Dark fire ants! Dark fire ants! Zhao Ming had secretly placed two dark fire ants on the swift white tiger at some point. Taking advantage of the white tiger's immobilization while unleashing its howling gale, they launched a sneak attack, targeting its eyes. Had they targeted any other part of its body? The mere bites of these dark fire ants would have been insignificant, causing no harm whatsoever to the swift-wind white tiger. But these were its eyes, the area densest with nerve endings. Coupled with the dark fire ants' attacks carrying the scorching power of dark flames, the sustained fire damage ultimately caused the swift-wind white tiger to completely lose control. Ji Mingyuan gritted his teeth in fury, utterly stunned that he had fallen to two mere ants. Fortunately, the swift-wind white tiger was still within range of Zhao Ming. From this position, unleashing the whirlwind tiger roar could still strike him. Watching the howling tornado rise, Zhao Ming scrambled to a corner. He used jelly to anchor himself firmly to the wall, lying flat on the ground and curling up as tightly as possible to avoid being swept skyward by the whirlwind. Blinded by the whirlwind, Swift White Tiger completely lost control of his wind energy. A pitiful whimper escaped his mouth as his body shot skyward uncontrollably, limbs flailing wildly like a drowning man grasping at the last straw. Thud! As the gale subsided, the swift-wind white tiger's body crashed heavily to the ground from 1,000 meters above. Blood spilled from the corners of its mouth, mingled with crimson chunks of flesh, clear signs of shattered internal organs. It likely wouldn't survive. The health bar above its head showed only a faint black line, steadily diminishing as it bled. The scene instantly sent the crowd outside into an uproar. Holy, that's insane! Zhao Ming, two dark fire ants took down Ji Mingyuan's swift white tiger. That battle strategy, that combat instinct, I'm blown away. Zhao Ming, you're my god. Many teachers watching Zhao Ming's performance had their eyes shining brightly. A natural-born warrior. Just like he said, there are no useless beasts. Only useless beast masters. It's true for slimes. And it's true for dark fire ants. Zhao Ming, how many more surprises do you have in store for us? Fu Xing listened to the murmurs around him. His face twisted into a bitter smile. Zhao Ming, didn't I tell you to keep a low profile? This is anything but low-key. Xia Qingyu stared in utter shock, utterly unable to fathom how Zhao Ming had managed to break Ji Mingyuan's Gale White Tiger with such a method. Seriously. Unbelievably awesome. Xia Qingyu pumped her fist in the air. Truly worthy of my approval. The beast that subdues chaos. The destroyer that shatters darkness. Unleash your true self. Zhao Ming sang. Lin Xiaowan stared at Xia Qingyu's enthusiastic outburst in utter shock. Who knew Zhao Ming had such a reputation? This is just too embarrassing. What's the difference between this and streaking down the street? Turning her gaze to a corner of the stands, a red flag fluttered fiercely in midair. Guan Zhenghao and his two friends had already shouted themselves hoarse. Somehow, they'd procured a megaphone, which blared the earlier chant over and over. Zhao Ming, majestic and formidable, fist striking the Beast King, sweeping through the secret realm, kicking the 9 stars, only Zhao Ming. Lin Xiaowan, Zhao Ming is truly blessed to have friends like you. The once ruined battlefield, strewn with crumbling walls and debris, had been flattened into a vast plaza by the tornado's fury. The various dilapidated structures had been swept away by the raging tornado, reduced to nothing but level ground. Zhao Ming rose from the rubble, brushing the dust from his clothes. He withdrew the jelly-like substance that had enveloped him back into his body. That tornado had caused the jelly to absorb a massive amount of damage for Zhao Ming, and now its health was critically low. It likely couldn't be used again. He looked up at the virtual sky, still lingering overhead. The arena hasn't been deactivated yet. Ji Mingyuan wasn't dead. Zhao Ming was taken aback, surprised that Ji Mingyuan had survived such an assault. He looked up toward Ji Mingyuan's previous position. There he was, covered in mud and dust, scrambling to his feet under the protection of the Squirtle. He glared at Zhao Ming with stubborn defiance. Damn it! Don't think this is enough to defeat me. Even with just your Squirtle, you're no match for me. Ji Mingyuan clenched his fists. He hadn't lost yet. He still had his Squirtle and a full set of magical gear. That little trash Zhao Ming was no match for him. Hearing Ji Mingyuan's furious roar, Zhao Ming kindly advised, give it up. Surrender now, and you'll at least retain some dignity. Dignity? Ji Mingyuan burst into maniacal laughter, pointing at Zhao Ming and cursing. Ha 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 ha, you little punk. What right do you have to talk about dignity? You're nothing but a trashy smartass. I'm decked out in magic gear. Even if I stood there letting you hit me, you couldn't kill me. Oof. That tornado just wiped out your dark fire ants and slimes. You're all alone now. One-on-one. You're no match for me. Watching Ji Mingyuan's overconfident expression, Zhao Ming curled his lips in disdain. Fine. You refuse my courtesy. Then don't blame me. Blades in both hands. Zhao Ming crouched low, his body pressed against the ground as he closed in on Ji Mingyuan. Water cannon turtle. Water cannon attack. Ji Mingyuan bellowed, drawing his magic crossbow and unleashing a barrage of arrows at Zhao Ming. The water cannon turtle's blasts repeatedly struck the path Zhao Ming was taking, pinning him down and allowing Ji Mingyuan's magic crossbow bolts to strike Zhao Ming with precision. Zhao Ming, however, relied on his agile footwork to dodge and weave. While evading the water cannon attacks, he continuously unleashed acid beams from his hands, detonating the magic crossbow bolts mid-air. Finally, Zhao Ming charged to Ji Mingyuan's front, poised to launch his attack. Ji Mingyuan roared. Water cannon turtle. Unleash the tidal wave. Roar. The water cannon turtle stretched its neck and bellowed, instantly generating a surging torrent of water around its body that swept away all approaching enemies. Swept away by the torrent, Zhao Ming instantly lost his balance and was sent flying backward. Ji Mingyuan grinned savagely, seizing the opportunity. The magic crossbow bolt in his hand locked firmly onto Zhao Ming's form as he began steadily building up power. Meow! Suddenly, a cat's cry pierced the night sky. A dark shadow leapt from the shadows, striking out with 3 claws toward Ji Mingyuan in an instant. Chapter 51, Ice Magic Arrow. Thunderbolt Pill, support requested. The swift cat claws appeared before Ji Mingyuan's eyes, startling him completely. His magic crossbow trembled in his hands, nearly slipping from his grasp. Bang! 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 His magical leather armor flared with blinding light as shields materialized before the cat's claws. Xianying's claws were wrapped in dark purple lightning, lashing out with lightning speed. The magical shields before Ji Mingyuan shattered almost as soon as they materialized. Yet Ji Mingyuan wore so much magical armor that even Xianying's lightning combo couldn't match the speed at which his shields materialized. Ultimately, a layer of emerald green magical shields blocked the assault. revealing Xian Ying's petite figure. It's Zhao Ming's shadow lightning cat. The spectators, who had assumed Zhao Ming was doomed, gasped in shock. They had assumed the cat had perished in the tornado, only to see it suddenly emerge at this critical moment. If not for Ji Mingyuan's abundant magical shields, it might have succeeded in its sneak attack, a clever tactic. But Zhao Ming didn't anticipate Ji Mingyuan having so many protective spells. This battle will be tough now. Xia Qingyu sighed regretfully, crossing her arms as she analyzed the situation calmly. Ji Mingyuan still has one water cannon turtle left. While it can't kill Zhao Ming's shadow lightning cat, it should be able to tie it up. As long as he can take down Zhao Ming within that time, he wins. Zhao Ming's shadow lightning cat is fast, but its attack power is too low to deal effective damage to the water cannon turtle. This time, Zhao Ming is probably in trouble. As if to prove Xia Qingyu's point, the Squirtle, seeing Ji Mingyuan under attack, instantly turned its head and lunged at Xianing with its jaws. Xianing sidestepped, attempting to leap over it and attack Ji Mingyuan. Instead, he was met by a barrage of water cannon blasts, forcing him to stumble backward repeatedly as he dodged relentlessly. Let's see what else you've got. Ji Mingyuan sneered savagely, raising his magic crossbow bolt once more. He'd had enough. He would blast Zhao Ming into smithereens, or his hatred would never be appeased. You lowly mudleg. His gaze locked onto Zhao Ming, who had just been swept away by the current. Ji Mingyuan pulled the trigger decisively. Premium magic item Frost Magic Arrow. A crystal magic arrow, glowing with a blue light, shot from his hand. Carrying terrifying energy fluctuations, it streaked toward Zhao Ming. The dazzling blue light illuminated Zhao Ming's face, revealing his solemn expression. Watch out! Lin Xiaowan cried out in alarm, though she knew the dueling arena existed within a virtual plane. Witnessing Zhao Ming plunged into such peril made her heart clench. Xia Qingxue sighed softly, shaking her head slightly. Truthfully, Zhao Ming's progress had already surpassed her expectations. After all, Ji Mingyuan held an overwhelming advantage. She had reviewed Zhao Ming's records. He had awakened his Beastmaster heart less than a month ago. Defeating Ji Mingyuan was simply impossible. Meanwhile, many of Ji Mingyuan's fangirls in the audience had already begun cheering prematurely, shouting Ji Mingyuan's name. Young Master Ji is awesome. Aha! So handsome. What an arrow. Young Master Ji shot me right through. Bang! The massive magic crystal sword abruptly exploded before Zhao Ming, instantly forming a vast expanse of azure ice mist that seemed poised to freeze everything in its path. It worked! Ji Mingyuan's face lit up with joy. This was the innate ability of the magic crossbow bolt in his hand. It fired a massive arrow imbued with frost magic. Once struck, beast masters below 4 stars were utterly defenseless. It could immobilize them for over 10 minutes, even without the twin-winged flame serpent and swift-winged white tiger. With just his magic crossbow arrows, he could have killed Zhao Ming 100 times over. Clang! He removed the depleted magic crystal from the crossbow and replaced it with a fresh one. Ji Mingyuan aimed his crossbow at Zhao Ming's position once more, preparing to strike him down as soon as the icy mist cleared slightly. Suddenly, the ice mist nearby churned violently. A figure burst forth from the fog, leaving behind a trail of green slime that scattered and slowly coalesced behind him. It was Zhao Ming. Ji Mingyuan's face instantly drained of color, though he had no idea how Zhao Ming had evaded the icy magic arrows. But there was no time for second thoughts now. Seeing Zhao Ming charging toward him at full speed, with his protective magic not yet restored, if he let him get close, he might just slip up and lose. Therefore, Ji Mingyuan could only rely on his magic hand crossbow, firing as he retreated, attempting to create distance between himself and Zhao Ming. But he was primarily a command-type beast master. The 2 beast masters' hearts he possessed were mainly water-type, designed for coordination with his water cannon turtle, and fire-type, for his twin-winged flame serpent. None of them boosted agility. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Ming closed the gap. Zhao Ming crouched low, his eyes cold as ice. Holding his sword in one hand, he executed a fierce upward flick. With a single strike, he sent Ji Mingyuan's magic crossbow flying from his grasp. The terrifying force knocked Ji Mingyuan off balance instantly. He staggered backward 3 steps and fell awkwardly to the ground. Water cannon turtle! Water cannon turtle! Save me! Seeing Zhao Ming charge toward him, Ji Mingyuan panicked, scrambling backward on the ground while screaming frantically. Zhao Ming charged forward, shattering Ji Mingyuan's last magical shield with a single sword strike, then prepared to strike again. Not far away, the water cannon turtle, sensing its master's peril, immediately abandoned its struggle with the shadow beast and charged headlong toward Zhao Ming. But Zhao Ming was ready. With a single hand gesture, 2 skeletons instantly materialized on its path, one in front and one behind, firmly blocking its advance. Seizing the moment, Xianing transformed his entire body into a black lightning bolt, darting forward to slam into Ji Mingyuan. The impact sent him flying violently into the nearby ruins, kicking up a cloud of dust. Meow! Xianying landed beside Zhao Ming, elegantly licking its paw. Zhao Ming stood with his sword drawn behind him, addressing Ji Mingyuan lying in the rubble with a calm voice. The outcome is decided. You've lost. Ji Mingyuan poked his head out from the rubble, awkwardly brushing dust from his body. Seeing the thin layer of blood-soaked skin left on his head, he knew Zhao Ming spoke the truth. But as the eldest son of the Ji family of Longha City, bearing the aura of the top prodigy in the province, how could he accept losing his very first battle in such a humiliating fashion? He rose to his feet, unwilling to concede, and roared, "Bastard! I'm not dead yet!" Spotting Zhao Ming turn away, he swiftly drew a grenade-like device from his spatial pouch at his waist, his face twisted with malice as he prepared to strike from behind. Teachers in the audience gasped in shock at the device in Ji Mingyuan's hand. Thunderball! Ji Mingyuan actually possesses such a thing. The Thunderball, a sphere of energy condensed from high-level lightning attribute monsters, would unleash a devastating thunderstorm upon detonation, obliterating everything within several meters. It was an extremely rare and precious artifact. Logically speaking, a low-level beastmaster like Ji Mingyuan should never have access to such a terrifying artifact. It must be a life-saving artifact the Ji family paid a huge price to provide him. Who would have thought he'd bring it out here? It was important to note that this dual arena could only scan their basic information. It was impossible to scan through spatial items. This meant that once Ji Mingyuan used the Thunderball, it would be truly gone. The next instant, Zhao Ming merely snapped his fingers lightly. A surge of dark purple lightning erupted from Ji Mingyuan's body, instantly freezing him in place. The thunder bomb slipped from his grasp, tumbling to the ground at his feet. Under Ji Mingyuan's despairing gaze, the thunder bomb, his last life-saving measure, exploded at his feet. The savage lightning ripped his body to shreds. Ji Mingyuan ultimately met his end at the hands of his own life-saving device. Chapter 52, Squad and Captain, Support Requested. Dawn, dawn, dawn. As Ji Mingyuan's dual character perished, a crisp bell tolled across the entire dual arena. The surrounding scene suddenly brightened as the violent lightning energy was instantly suppressed by the surrounding energy suppressors, revealing Ji Mingyuan lying on the ground in a sorry state alongside his several tamed beasts. The twin-winged flame serpent and swift-wind white tiger lay dazed on the ground, clearly still reeling from the battle's aftermath. Only the water cannon turtle made its way to its master's side, repeatedly nudging Ji Mingyuan's body with its head, seemingly concerned for his safety. The duel is over. Victory goes to Zhao Ming. The cold, mechanical announcement echoed throughout the arena, silencing the entire crowd. Zhao Ming had won. Just moments ago, he'd been sent flying by Blastoise's tidal wave, locked in place by Zhao Mingyuan's icy magic arrow. Yet in the next instant, he executed a counter kill, completely sealing the outcome of the battle. No one knew how he had evaded the icy magic arrow's attack, nor what skill had unleashed the lightning that erupted upon Ji Mingyuan in the end. But they knew one thing for certain: Zhao Ming had won. He had secured the ultimate victory. That was all that mattered. The entire arena erupted in a day's worth of cheers. Everyone applauded the victor. Among them, the loudest shouts came from Guan Zhenghao, waving a red flag. Zhao Ming, awesome! Zhao Ming, Zhao Ming, you're magnificent! Zhao Ming, I love you! Zhao Ming? Hearing the absurd chants ringing in his ears, Zhao Ming instantly turned his head toward the stands. The sight of Guan Zhenghao and his two friends in their ridiculous costumes made his mouth twitch uncontrollably. No, this can't be real. I must have turned my head the wrong way. He turned back around, then glanced over again. Guan Zhenghao was waving a red flag, his face beaming with excitement as he shouted that absurd chant. Zhao Ming's mouth twitched again, wishing he could dig a villa out of the ground beneath his feet right then and there. This is awkward. Could this get any more ridiculous? Listening to the cheers ringing in his ears, Fu Xing wore a bitter smile. It's over. Completely over. And he'd been trying to get Zhao Ming to keep a low profile. Keep a low profile? Yeah, right. On the coaching bench, Xia Qingxue wore a look of pure satisfaction, like a fox that had just caught a little rabbit. Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting. Zhao Ming, a man who had only just awakened his beastmaster's heart, had defeated Ji Mingyuan with just a few trash-tier beasts. This couldn't be described as mere genius. This was monstrous. Faced with such an anomaly, Xia Qingxue had every reason to suspect he harbored a secret. Xia Qingyu and Lin Xiaoan, seated in the front row, jumped up excitedly upon seeing Zhao Ming's victory. Xia Qingyu, hands on her hips, laughed heartily. Whoa! Ming-san, truly worthy of being the brave warrior acknowledged by my true Eye Demon King, the beast that subdues chaos, the destroyer who shatters darkness. Unleash your true self. Ming-san, the shrill voice cut through the crowd's cheers, reaching Zhao Ming's ears and causing his expression to darken instantly. No, Xia Qingyu, you're serious? Shut up. Don't say another word. Zhao Ming buried his face in his hands, overcome with grief and anger, and fled the scene in a near panic. Rushing out of the arena through the passageway, Zhao Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling this was even more terrifying than fighting Ji Mingyuan. Well, look who won. Xia Qingxue leaned against the wall by the exit, teasing Zhao Ming with a playful tone. Zhao Ming gave a bitter smile. Just luck. Pure luck. Xia Qingxue burst into laughter, swaying her hips as she glided over and slapped Zhao Ming on the shoulder. Sometimes luck is part of your strength. Whatever. You won. So now you're my class monitor. Now, I'm giving you your first task as class monitor. Xia Qingxue slapped a roster onto Zhao Ming's chest. Zhao Ming flipped it open to look. It contained detailed information on all 30 students in their class, including their levels, attributes, innate skills, beast riding details, and more. For the practical training session, our class of 30 will be divided into 3 squads of 10 each. You'll be competing against class 2 squads. Remember, each team must be balanced in strength, don't make it too lopsided. With that, Xia Qingxue winked at Zhao Ming, patted his shoulder, and sashayed away. Staring at the folder in his arms, Zhao Ming couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He let out a wry smile. This is worse than having Ji Mingyuan as class monitor. Ha! Ji Mingyuan? A flash of inspiration struck Zhao Ming. A smile instantly spread across his face. Little Ji, why not be the good Samaritan and help me out one more time? Ha ha ha! In a medical room at the first hospital, Ji Mingyuan stirred groggily from his bed. Staring at the unfamiliar ceiling, he slowly came to his senses. So, I lost. His parched throat made him want to sit up and drink water. Ouch! It hurts. A sharp pain shot through his back, sending a cold sweat down his back. He couldn't help but clutch his waist and abdomen. Hey, why are you sitting up? A nurse pushed a cart through the doorway. Seeing Ji Mingyuan sitting up, she hurried over to steady him, adjusting the pillows behind him. She handed him a glass of water from the nearby table. Sipping the water, Ji Mingyuan slowly caught his breath and murmured a quiet thank you to the nurse. Well, Ji Mingyuan, you're not dead yet, are you? Zhao Ming pushed open the ward door and strode in, pulling a chair beside Ji Mingyuan's bed and plopping down with a thud. Seeing Zhao Ming enter, Ji Mingyuan's expression darkened instantly. Zhao Ming, what's this? Did you come to humiliate me? Zhao Ming glanced around the hospital room. He clicked his tongue in disdain. Poor thing. Injured and no one even came to visit. Ji Mingyuan frowned, clutching his waist as he muttered under his breath. What? Did you come here to laugh at me? Zhao Ming shook his head and stood up with a smile. You're not convinced, are you? Ji Mingyuan turned his head away, refusing to acknowledge him. Zhao Ming moved to the other side and pressed on. Are you still not convinced? Ji Mingyuan thought this was Zhao Ming's way of humiliating him, trying to make him admit defeat completely. But who was Ji Mingyuan? Making him admit defeat was utterly impossible. Once his injuries healed, he would challenge Zhao Ming again to redeem himself. I refuse to accept it. Hearing this, Zhao Ming burst into laughter and tossed a stack of documents onto his bed. Good. I'll give you a chance. Teacher Xia is splitting our class into 3 teams. You lead one and pick your own members. If you can beat me, I'll concede defeat. Ji Mingyuan's mind went blank upon hearing Zhao Ming's words. Ha! He clutched the stack of papers, asking uncertainly, aren't you here to humiliate me? Zhao Ming was baffled and snapped back. Why would I waste my time humiliating you? If you hadn't volunteered this time, I wouldn't have even taken the class monitor position. So, are you taking this captain position or not? Give me a straight answer. Hearing Zhao Ming's response, Ji Mingyuan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Reflecting on his words in class, he suddenly realized just how vast the gap between himself and Zhao Ming truly was. After pondering for a long while, he ran his fingers over the documents in his hand, and a confident smile returned to Ji Mingyuan's face. He answered with a loud voice, hell yeah, why the hell not? This time, I'll definitely crush you. Hearing Ji Mingyuan's response, Zhao Ming also broke into a satisfied smile. A gentle breeze swept through the corridor, passing through the gauze window of the hospital room, carrying the laughter of the 2 young men into the distance. Chapter 53, Messenger from Hell, Support Requested. Having dealt with Ji Mingyuan, Zhao Ming felt elated. The class team assignment was 1/3 complete. With 2 teams remaining, he could lead one while Xia Qingyu led the other. Zhao Ming hadn't known this before, but upon reviewing her records, he was startled. That little minx Xia Qingyu also possessed S-rank potential. Her A-rank innate skill, Healing Light Rain, could restore health to allies within range. At level 9 herself, she had trained her 3 tamed beasts, Water Control Ape, Crimson Horse, and Golden Moon Wheel, all to level 13. She possessed 2 beast taming manuals, each cultivated for at least a year. In terms of raw combat stats, she was every bit as formidable as Ji Mingyuan. whom Zhao Ming had defeated earlier. Such a fine horse and ox, it'd be a shame not to put them to use. Zhao Ming sighed with admiration, stepping out of the infirmary with a broad smile and striding toward the training dormitory building. Ming God! Holy crap! It's Ming Shin! Ming God! Can I get your autograph? Along the way, students from First High School kept greeting him. After his battle with Ji Mingyuan, Zhao Ming had become a household name at Longhe City First High School. He even gained some recognition within Longhe City's high school beastmaster circles. Many even grouped him with the top beast tamers from the other 4 high schools, dubbing them the Longhe F4. Rumor had it posters had been made, circulating widely among the student body. The 300-meter distance took Zhao Ming a full half hour to traverse. Only when the class bell finally rang and the crowd dispersed did Zhao Ming slowly exhale. How does it feel to be famous? Xia Qingyu sat perched on the wall, sucking on a lollipop. She swung her legs back and forth as she looked at him, her eyes crinkling with amusement. Zhao Ming shook his hands in frustration. Now I understand why those beast masters hire bodyguards when they go out. These people are absolutely insane. Seeing Xia Qingyu watching the spectacle from the wall, Zhao Ming called out to her irritably. What are you doing perched on that wall? Get down immediately. I have serious business to discuss with you. At that, Xia Qingyu immediately shrank her neck, feeling inexplicably guilty. I have something to do. Why don't you just say it? Zhao Ming? Zhao Ming was baffled. Did she have some peculiar hobby again? His mind was focused on finishing the task Xia Qingxue had assigned him so he could get back to rest sooner. He decided not to bother with her. He tilted his head back and addressed her. It's your sister, Xia Qingxue. She wants us to divide the class into 3 teams, you lead one, I lead another, and Ji Mingyuan leads the third. We'll conduct team training during the practical class. Hearing Zhao Ming's words, Xia Qingyu instantly relaxed. That's all? She deftly leaped down from the wall, patting her newly developing chest as she addressed Zhao Ming. Leave it to your sister. But since I'm the captain, it's not too much to ask for some perks, right? Zhao Ming was puzzled. Why would she need privileges as captain? What kind of privileges do you want? Xia Qingyu tilted her head, looking at Zhao Ming. I haven't decided yet. How about I let you know once I've figured it out? Seeing Xia Qingyu's carefree demeanor, Zhao Ming was momentarily speechless. Fine. Let me know when you decide. As long as it doesn't violate any fundamental principles, I'll grant it. After settling things with Xia Qingyu's team, Zhao Ming returned to his dorm. Last night, he'd been kept awake by Guan Zhenghao's snoring and hadn't slept well at all. He'd planned to sleep through class this morning, but Ji Mingyuan had thrown a wrench in those plans. He ended up staying awake the entire morning. Zhao Ming skipped lunch and had been dying to get back to sleep. The moment he stepped into the dorm, Zhao Ming was startled by Guan Zhenghao and the other 2, their faces aglow with excitement. Bro Ming, you're back. Guan Zhenghao and Wei Ziki, who were in the dorm, dropped their phones and jumped to their feet as soon as they saw Zhao Ming return. Noticing their hoarse voices, Zhao Ming asked in confusion, what happened to your voices? Why are they so hoarse? Tong Cheng placed 2 cups of honey water on their desks and explained to Zhao Ming. They were cheering you on at the arena earlier and shouted themselves hoarse. Zhao Ming felt deeply touched upon hearing this. Are you guys okay? Should we take you to the infirmary? Tong Cheng shook his head. It's fine. I already had a classmate with healing skills treat them. They'll be fine in a bit. But you, wow, you even beat Ji Mingyuan. He's always been so arrogant in our circle, constantly bragging about being the first to awaken his beastmaster's heart. You really got us back this time. Zhao Ming gave a faint smile, not letting the matter weigh on his mind. Tong Cheng continued. You wouldn't believe it, ever since your win, the forums have crowned you the top genius at First High. They've even started fan clubs for you. He even showed Zhao Ming the forum interface on his phone. Zhao Ming hadn't paid much attention at first, but when he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, he saw absurd titles like Messenger from Hell, Ijon's most accurate shooter, Zhao the Gentle Blade Ming, and Dragonblood Martial God on the forum. He snatched the phone and discovered that many of these posts were from Guan Zhenghao and Wei Ziki, featuring screenshots of his own combat moments in the arena. The most outrageous one was the post labeled Messenger from Hell, where the author was clearly listed as Xia Qingyu from class 3 to 2. Instantly, Zhao Ming clenched the phone so tightly it creaked. Tong Cheng felt a twinge of pity for the phone, but seeing Zhao Ming's expression, he knew now wasn't the time to ask for it back. Bro Ming, are you okay? Zhao Ming exhaled deeply in response to Tong Cheng's concern. At this point, deleting the posts wouldn't change anything. He might as well just let it go. After all, the internet has no memory. In a couple of days, a new hot topic would push him off the front page. He turned to glare fiercely at Guan Zhenghao and Wei Ziki, who were smirking nearby. Zhao Ming snorted coldly, then flopped onto his bed and fell asleep. That afternoon, Zhao Ming and his 3 roommates entered the classroom. Xia Qingyu, seated at her desk, met his glare. She instantly realized Zhao Ming knew about her little stunt. She stuck out her tongue apologetically, trying to play it off as cute. Before the teacher arrived, Zhao Ming stood at the front of the classroom, cleared his throat a few times, and drew everyone's attention. Ahem, everyone, please pay attention. I have something to announce. For the upcoming combat training session, our class will be divided into 3 teams. Based on our class composition, I will lead one team, Xia Qingyu will lead another, and Ji Mingyuan will lead the third. Please sign up with your respective team leaders promptly. Don't delay this afternoon's class. The moment the announcement was made, the entire class instantly swarmed toward Zhao Ming, eager to join his team. This left Zhao Ming completely overwhelmed. In the end, he had no choice but to push Guan Zhanghao and Wei Ziki forward, assigning them the task of selecting members. After a flurry of commotion, the members for all 3 teams were finalized and reported to Zhao Ming. Just then, Xia Qingxue entered the room. Glancing at the team rosters Zhao Ming handed over, she raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Alright, now that the teams are set, everyone pack up. We're heading to the adventure zone for this afternoon's practical training session. Chapter 54, Practical Training. Fuluwa Mountains, votes needed. Under Xia Qingxue's direction, everyone descended the stairs in an orderly fashion to board the vehicles. At the entrance of First High School, 2 large buses stood quietly parked, ready to transport Zhao Ming and his classmates to the Fuluwa Mountains for their field training course. The Fuluwa Mountains, located in the outskirts of Longha City, are an adventure zone completely sealed off by the military. The mountain range earned its name because, when viewed from above, it resembled a giant dragon lying prostrate on the ground. Statistics indicate over 50,000 low-level monsters inhabit the Fuluwa Mountains, with levels generally ranging from 8 to 22. This makes it the most suitable location for practical training for high school beast tamers. Consequently, the military maintains strict restrictions, prohibiting entry to other beast masters. The entire Fuluwa mountain range spans an immense area, bordering Longha City to the west and Shihai City to the east. It encompasses 4 major regions: mountains, forests, lakes, and snowfields. The snowy plateau Fuxing mentioned earlier was one of them. However, this was the location for Zhao Ming and his group's later combat training. Today, they were merely arriving at the entrance to the Fuluwa Mountains, the Greyleaf Forest, to familiarize themselves with basic combat patterns. They would venture deeper into the mountain range for their adventure in the coming days. The bus drove all the way to the entrance of the Fuluwa Mountains. Zhao Ming noticed students from other schools had also gathered around the plaza. Counting the 2 beast master classes from First High, there were likely over 300 students from 10 classes. Standing amidst the crowd, Zhao Ming instantly became the center of everyone's discussion. That's Zhao Ming from First High. He's so handsome. How did he get that nickname? No idea. Rumor has it he came up with it himself. Holy crap, that makes him a total middle schooler. Shut up, he's looking this way. Zhao Ming's mouth twitched slightly as he couldn't help but turn and glare at Xia Qingyu again. I heard this guy even beat Ji Mingyuan. He's got some skills. You know what? I'm suddenly curious, between him and our school's Wang Dongsheng, who do you think will perform better this time? The group chattered excitedly until a figure in military uniform stepped onto the elevated platform, silencing them all. Zhao Ming looked closely and laughed. It was Wang Haitao. Wang Haitao scanned the crowd, his gaze settling on Zhao Ming. He nodded at him. Clearing his throat, he addressed the crowd. Ahem, everyone. Originally, this was just a training trial organized by First High School in collaboration with our military district. However, considering the students of the entire Longha City, our military district has decided to expand the scale of this training session. Now, standing below are the elite beast tamers selected from 12 middle schools across Longha City. Let me remind you all, the number of monsters you slay during this practical trial will determine your final assessment score. The more monsters you hunt, the higher your assessment rating will be, and the better the rewards you'll receive. We have prepared generous prizes for the top 10 performers in this trial. As Wang Haitao finished speaking, several soldiers carried 10 large boxes onto the elevated platform. The boxes were shrouded in black cloth, concealing their contents from all. But one thing was certain, they undoubtedly contained valuable demonic materials or high-quality magical equipment. Hearing the murmurs rising from the crowd, Wang Haitao smiled. He raised his hand to silence the crowd. This practical training trial spans 6 days, with 2 days each week. The first 4 days are squad trials, where all participants will be scored based on their squad's performance. The final day is an individual trial, where your personal combat records will determine your scores. Additionally, we will install an electronic display here to update everyone's scores in real time. Wang Haitao's words sent the crowd below erupting into chaos. There's an individual trial too? Oh no! With my skills, I'll probably end up at the bottom. Finishing last is one thing, but surviving at all would be a miracle. Exactly. I'll be satisfied if I make it into the top 50. Our teacher said the school offers rewards for those who rank within the top 50. On the elevated platform, several principals also began discussing the matter. Xiao, which school do you think will take first place in this trial? Principal Xiao Yanza of 3rd High School chuckled. How should I know? But I hear 2nd High has a few prodigies this year. That Wang Dongxing is quite something. Apparently he awakened an S-tier talent. The principal of No. 2 High School waved his hand and laughed heartily. He won't make it. The kid's gotten a bit cocky since his awakening. No way. No way. Though he said he wasn't up to it, the smug look on his face spoke volumes. The principal of No. 2 High School was brimming with confidence in Wang Dongsheng. The principal of No. 5 High School suddenly chimed in. I heard there's a kid named Zhao Ming at No. 1 High who beat the son of the G family flat. He might be the dark horse this time. Whoa. I'll have to keep a close eye on him then. If he takes first place, old Ding, remember to treat us to a feast. Principal Ding Jinhui of 1st High laughed heartily and nodded in agreement. No problem. No problem. While the principals chatted and laughed, dozens of soldiers handed combat bracelets to each cadet. Wang Haitao addressed the crowd from the elevated platform. The devices in your hands are combat terminals for this live fire exercise. They will accurately record your monster kills and, connected to satellites, will stream your combat footage in real time. We'll be monitoring your combat performance at the base and conducting comprehensive evaluations. If you encounter danger during combat and wish to abandon the mission, you may call for base rescue via the terminal. We will dispatch senior beast tamers to assist you promptly. However, doing so will result in significant point deductions. Exercise caution during combat. As Wang Haitao finished speaking, the students below the stage, equipped with combat bracelets, followed the warrior's guidance and proceeded to the entrance of the Fulua Mountains. Standing at the entrance, Zhao Ming gazed toward the mountain peaks. The entire Fulua mountain range was shrouded in mist, its peaks enveloped in swirling clouds and brimming with spiritual energy. Lin Xiaowan walked beside Zhao Ming, tugging at her combat uniform as she spoke nervously. Zhao Ming, I feel a bit nervous. Guan Zhenghao stood nearby, patting his chest with a carefree air. Don't worry, Xiaowan. With us here, we'll definitely protect you. Once we enter the mountains, just stay behind us. Leave everything to Ming. Zhao Ming rolled his eyes at Guan Zhenghao. Could this guy stop showing off and dragging him into it? Tong Cheng approached Zhao Ming, holding up his tactical terminal. Bro Ming, I checked, most monsters around here are around level 10. According to the trial rules, monsters below level 5 are worth 1 point. Level 10 is 2 points. Level 15 is 3 points. And level 20 is 4 points. Should we go straight for the level 15 ones? Zhao Ming shook his head, crouching down to summon his dark fire ants. He sent them scattering in all directions to scout the surroundings. No rush. Let's get our coordination down first. We'll challenge the higher level monsters once we're working together smoothly. Zhao Ming's squad was organized according to standard combat principles: reconnaissance, attack, defense, fire suppression, healing, support, crowd control, supply, and evacuation. For their first battle, Zhao Ming didn't plan to venture too far. He intended to focus on team coordination first. Under Zhao Ming's command, everyone summoned their beasts, awkwardly forming a battle formation as they slowly ventured deeper into the greyleaf forest.